Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
In the dark sky, several clouds obscured the moon. The world immediately became extremely dark. The cry of the baby cuts through the night sky, making the otherwise quiet night a little noisy. In the dark, there is a figure holding something and moving forward. It can only be seen from the appearance that this figure is a bit old and moves a little slow. The cry of the child came from his arms. Hey, how can they be so cruel? This is still a child. The man slowed down and he seemed to look back behind him. At this time, the moon, which had been covered, had a few faint rays of light showing through. The light reflected on the man's face. It was a face with a few wrinkles and gray hair. There was no doubt that this was an old man who was over half 100 years old. Seeing resentment in his eyes, he immediately turned helpless. It's all fate, this child is too bitter. The baby's cry was getting louder and louder. The old man patted the baby's shoulder quickly, turned his head, his eyes became firm and rushed forward without looking back. The night is deep, and I don't know how many secrets have been buried. Kanoha, as the largest armed force in the Nation of Fire, is also a resounding presence in the ninja world. But in fact, it looks like a relatively prosperous large town. There are some relatively modern buildings in the center, which can be seen to be constructed using materials similar to reinforced concrete. However, further afield you will find wooden buildings everywhere. The environment here is not bad. There are a lot of greenery. In some places there are parks and groves and rivers flowing inside. Perhaps even more amazing is the huge mountain wall. It is not only huge in area, almost spanning the entire leaf, but also extremely high. The buildings below it are like adults and babies compared to it. But after all, it is just a tall-looking mountain wall. The reason why it is eye-catching is because of the 4 huge heads carved on it. The 4 heads look very majestic, as if they are looking down at Konoha. These are the 4 Hokages of the famous Shinobu world. Today there is only one person left, but he is still very old. Moreover, the edge of Konoha is covered by a large flat field. As a fire country dominated by agriculture, it is of course self-sufficient in such an important town. It is also because of these farmland that the huge Konoha looks a bit of life. It is noon, the sky is scorching hot, and there are no people in the natural farmland. And on the hillside next to the farmland, under a big tree, was lying a thin figure. It was a child who was only 5 or 6 years old. Obviously, there must be something special still staying here at this time. I saw his skin showed a healthy wheat color, his long black hair fell to the ground, there were some debris on it, and his clothes were very simple with some dirt on it which looked a little dirty. However, from the washing of some whitish clothes corners, it can be seen that the child's home is quite clean. It is normal for a child of this age to be stubborn. I saw him lying leisurely under the tree, but his eyes were open, but it was strange that he had only one eye, and his left eye was blocked by a clean white eye mask. The boy's right eye was staring at the sunlight spilt among the leaves of the tree, but his eyes seemed to reveal an unnatural maturity, and the scattered light Madara made the boy look weird. Quan Yu. There was a tender voice in the distance. Only then did the boy's eyes change. The eyes that were originally trance regained their agility in an instant, and the special sense of maturity disappeared. The boy sat up, sighed, and muttered to himself, "When are you heads in these days? I have been in Hokage for so long, and I haven't even touched the door of the ninja." His name is Quan Yu. Of course, this is just his name in this world. In his previous life, he was just a single young man. He was hit by a car when he was out shopping for groceries. When he woke up again, he found that he had become a little baby and then found himself in the world of Hokage. But this kind of crossing did not make Quan Yu particularly excited, because later he discovered that although he was born in Konoha, he was an ordinary person, or an ordinary person with one eye blind. Quan Yu touched the blindfold. He had already seen the situation inside. There was nothing but the empty eye sockets. Obviously, the eyeball was taken away. At first, he thought he had some unique blood, such as Sharingan Byakugan, which caused his eyes to be peeped and taken away. But isn't there one left? He is not demanding either, just have it. But reality slapped his face again. From the information he learned when he was a baby, it was obvious that he could not be a member of the Uchiha or Hyuga clan. Moreover, both his parents died, and he was brought up by the patriarch of their clan. He heard from the patriarch that his eyes were also broken when he was a child. Quan Yu had no memory of the situation at that time and could only accept reality, but their family is very special. Quan Yu was very excited when she knew it, but the longer it was, the more disappointed Quan Yu was. Their clan is the legendary Senju clan. Does it sound very powerful? What would style, Sage Body, and Quan Yu all feel like they are at their fingertips? No matter how much they go through, there will always be some benefits. But in fact, he is an ordinary person, no, an ordinary person who has one eye blind. The intermarriage of the Senju clan is too serious, and the blood has been diluted long ago. There are various surnames in the clan, but there is no surname Senju. Many people are not ninjas, let alone Sage Body or something. Quan Yu was desperate. He searched everywhere but couldn't find his plug-in. Not long ago, he personally killed a chicken to see if he could turn on any system, but he obviously didn't. He is completely ordinary, and he is not called Senju Quan Yu. No one dares to use the surname Senju. Even if the patriarch is not Senju, he only heard the patriarch mention it when he was very young. But think about it, the first generation and the second generation are dead, and the third generation is on the top, and the Senju family must be suppressed, otherwise how about it? In addition, due to the war, a large number of ninjas of the Senju clan died, which also led to the decline of the Senju clan. Up to now, there are not many ninjas of their clan, and Quan Yu has not seen much anyway. Hoo Quan Yu, what do I call you, didn't you hear? There was a fat child who was about the same age as Quan Yu. His dark face revealed a bit of honesty. Perhaps it was because the sun was too big, he ran too fast, his breathing was a little short, and the sweat on his forehead kept running, flowed down the face. And he didn't notice the change in Quan Yu's eyes when he was in a daze, but even if he did, he would only think that Quan Yu was making things strange again. Quan Yu returned to his senses, and his eyes became clear again. There is no way, if it is discovered by a sharp-eyed ninja, I am afraid that I will be taken to be a spy for interrogation. So Quan Yu could only pretend to be a child, and after so long he almost thought he was a child. What's wrong, Urkshin? It's Erden bullying you again, I'll help you teach him. Quan Yu lay down lazily, holding his head, obviously without any intention to leave. The little boy stared at Quan Yu. I have a name, and my name is Xingjian. Can you change your habit of picking up nicknames so that everyone thinks I am Urkshin? Isn't that the second bear? I didn't say anything wrong, what's the matter with me? Quan Yu said lazily. HMPH, I won't tell you, see how you become a ninja. Urkshin hugged his arms and curled his lips. Oh, wait for me, you haven't asked me where I am. If you don't tell me, I know. Two children, one fat and one fat, kept chasing under the blazing sun, and the laughter slowly disappeared into the distance accompanied by the cicadas, and the breeze left only the rice seedlings in the field swaying gently on the water. Quan Yu once asked the patriarch to be a ninja when he was 4 years old. The patriarch's face was ugly, so Quan Yu was scolded. Quan Yu didn't know why the patriarch, who had always been amiable, was so excited, but Quan Yu wanted to be a ninja and could only rely on the patriarch, because only the patriarch had the most contact with the ninja. As the leader of a clan, the patriarch certainly has the right to decide who should be a ninja. Quan Yu has also seen this process. It was when the ninja school was enrolling students, but the number of people who went there was very small, and some obviously qualified ones were left behind. Later, Quan Yu didn't meet them and didn't know where they went. It's not that Quan Yu has to be a ninja, but in this world, only a ninja can control his own destiny, and Quan Yu knows all the following plots. He doesn't want to die young because of an accident. After all, an ordinary person has no resistance to a ninja, and it is not safe to become a ninja. But at least there is still a little resistance, not to mention that Quan Yu is also familiar with the plot, which greatly increases Quan Yu's life-saving ability. In Hokage, there is no special way to improve strength, but everything has to wait for Quan Yu to become a ninja. And now, Quan Yu has reached the age of 6, and it is time to enter the ninja school. If you fail, you must work hard. Isn't it a pity that I am not a ninja because I am crossing? Just when Quan Yu and Urkshin rushed towards the clan land. In a small house, a pair of hands obviously owned by veterans pushed a door open and walked in. On both sides of the door, 2 ninjas wearing Kanoha vests appeared instantly, standing there with serious eyes. The old friend is here, and he won't come out to greet him. A slightly smiling old voice sounded, and the man who came in with a red and white hat took it off and held it in his hand after entering the door, revealing a face full of gullies. Isn't this Mr. Hokage? Why come to me when I have time? An old man of the same age was sitting on the opposite chair. He didn't have too many surprises for the people in front of him, but his flashing eyes exposed the mood swings in his heart. It's not the beginning of the ninja school. The visitor walked forward slowly, came to a chair next to the old man and sat down. The hat was also placed on the table, and a huge fire word was printed on the red and white hat. The white robe is matched with the red jacket, the white collar is still around the neck, the white hair stands upright, the hairline is moved back, and there is a pinch of goatee on the chin. This is what the people look like. If Quan Yu is here, he will be surprised. Isn't this the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, and it seems to be very familiar with the Patriarch. Didn't I hand in the enrollment list why there is a problem? The Patriarch said calmly. Not enough, there are only a few every year which can no longer meet Konoha's development needs. Sarutobi Hiruzen knocked on the table and said, the Patriarch's fist was squeezed, his face a little ugly. Then why should we start first? We have lived in seclusion for many years. Every year the clansmen go to the ninja school, that should be enough. You should be very clear about Konoha's history, it's not that I didn't do it. I need a reasons. Sarutobi Hiruzen said lightly, so you bullied us. The Patriarch stood up as soon as he patted the table. Don't say that, at any rate we are also a family and Konoha does need you. You are ashamed to say that back then. The Patriarch was about to say something when a voice came from outside. Who are you? Why don't you let me in? Let me go. Yuan-Fei Hiruzen frowned but immediately thought of something, so he said loudly, let them in. The Patriarch also had a heartbeat, but two small figures had already entered. Grandpa Patriarch, how come there are two ninjas outside, and I also saw many ninjas in other places. I heard that they are here to recruit students from the ninja school. Quan Yu came in and found that it was unusual. Why was Sarutobi Hiruzen sitting there? I had never seen the ninja guarding outside. Therefore, Quan Yu tried to break in with Urkshin, relying on his identity as a child. You, the Patriarch pointed at Sarutobi Hiruzen with an ugly expression. If you have a child, don't get excited, kid, what is your name? Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a smile while looking at Quan Yu. My name is Quan Yu, are you Hokage-sama? Quan Yu said ignorantly, but his eyes kept rolling and things were a bit unusual right now. Quan Yu decided to pretend to be a wave. The Patriarch looked at Quan Yu's expression. He was angry and funny. Why didn't he know what Quan Yu was like in normal times? Haha, I am Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen came to Quan Yu's side as soon as he flashed, and slapped Quan Yu's shoulder with a slap. Quan Yu only felt a sensation of warmth in his body fleetingly. Little guy, are you interested in becoming a ninja with me? Oh yes. Before the Patriarch could speak, Quan Yu nodded excitedly. No matter what happened, it now seems that he has a chance to be a ninja. The Patriarch sighed and shook his head. What about me? What about me? Urkshin pointed to his nose and said repeatedly. He hadn't dared to speak before, but seeing Quan Yu can be a ninja, he couldn't wait. Oh, then let me check it for you. After speaking, he slapped Urkshin's body with a slap. Then the second bear was stunned, and Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head and withdrew his hand. Unfortunately, you have no ninja talent. As soon as Urkshin heard this, his complexion turned pale, and tears rolled in his eyes as if he was about to cry in the next moment. Snapped. Quan Yu slapped Urkshin's shoulder with a slap. Don't cry, it's not your fault. I will protect you when I become a Jonin. Quan Yu said with a smile. Really? Urkshin said dimly with tears. Of course, it doesn't matter when Quan Yu speaks. Quan Yu banged his chest. Okay, Quan Yu, you and Xingjian will go out first, Master Hokage, and I have something to discuss. Seeing that the matter was settled, the Patriarch felt helpless, so he asked Quan Yu and the others to go out. I see Grandpa Patriarch. Quan Yu's eyes rolled and he took Urkshin and ran out. You are really amazing, the Patriarch said angrily as soon as Quan Yu left. There is no way, even if those outside want to enter the ninja school, don't they have to get your consent? Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled. However, you didn't tell the kid about the relationship with you. I was quite surprised. Yuan-Fei Hiruzen touched his chin and said maliciously, it's none of your business. The Patriarch looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen coldly. Well, I'm not interested in those things about you, but... Yuan-Fei Hiruzen's voice dragged a little longer. I see, even if you choose this year, I will increase the number of places next year. The Patriarch's expression was a little gloomy. Then thank Patriarch Senju, don't worry, they will all be Konoha's ninjas, they are not the same there. Sarutobi Hiruzen walked past the Patriarch, picked up the hat on the table and put it on his head. Farewell. Then Sarutobi Hiruzen took his guard ninja and left the house. After going out, Yuan-Fei Hiruzen swept his eyes slightly to one side, and then a mysterious smile appeared on his face. Then he returned to seriousness and left slowly. Seeing third Hokage's departure, Quan Yu hurried to the courtyard, just when Quan Yu surreptitiously looked into the door. Smelly boy, don't come in yet, the Patriarch's voice came out. Quan Yu touched his head awkwardly and walked in. Now you are satisfied, the Patriarch said blankly. It's not that Master Hokage personally asked me to be a ninja. If I don't go, Master Hokage will lose face, then he will be embarrassed by the Patriarch grandfather again. Quan Yu didn't dare to look at the Patriarch's eyes. Only one eye was left. Look at the beams above. Just when Quan Yu thought he was going to meet the storm, he heard a long sigh. Quan Yu was taken aback for a moment just when he looked at the Patriarch. The expressionless old face greeted him, forehead. Grandpa Patriarch, I won't dare anymore. Whole boy, do you think I'll let you go if you use Hokage as a shield? Slab slab slab. What? The Urkshin outside heard the sound coming from inside and couldn't help but shrink his neck. It's better to leave this to Quan Yu. Then he left secretly, and he wouldn't say that he told Quan Yu that a ninja was recruiting students. Quan Yu touched her butt aggrievedly, and an adult was spanked. One can imagine how embarrassing it would be. The patriarch sat on the opposite side and took a sip of the tea on the table. Since you want to be a ninja, you have to be like a ninja. What do you look like now? After talking about the patriarch, he was startled, as if he had thought of something. This time, Quan Yu really saw the loneliness on the patriarch's face, and Quan Yu just wanted to comfort the next patriarch. Come with me, I have something for you. After speaking, the patriarch walked aside, took out the key from his body, and opened the lock on the room that Quan Yu was never allowed to enter. The room opened, and it was a little dark inside, and Quan Yu curiously followed the patriarch and walked in. Although he has always been a little curious about this house and thought of some ways to go in and have a look, there is no other place to enter except the locked door. In the dimly lit room, there are some weapons and armors. The design is much simpler than usual. Quan Yu can see at a glance that these are for ninjas, but they are now eliminated. Nowadays, ninjas are all wearing vests, so who would use this? However, there is not much dust in the room, so it seems that it should be cleaned frequently. These things are left from before. The patriarch's eyes were full of nostalgia, and he gently stroked an armor with his hand. Quan Yu also stepped forward and picked up a shinobi sword, wanting to take it out to take a look. Seeing a flash of handming, the blade was pulled out of its sheath. It's not a new knife. The shiny knife has a lot of marks of use. A layer of butter covers it, and it still looks very sharp. I can't draw the sword, and I want to be a ninja. The patriarch is always attacking Quan Yu. Indeed, the long blade is indeed difficult for Quan Yu, a child who is less than 1 meter tall, to extract. I didn't grow up right, Quan Yu puffed. Hee, is that true? Some children started killing people at your age and you yelled and screamed when you killed a chicken. The expression on the patriarch's face was very disdainful. Quan Yu just wanted to say something, but the patriarch continued to speak again. I didn't want you to be a ninja. I will take my place when you grow up, but now it doesn't seem to work. The patriarch walked to the wall and clicked on a place to open a secret grid. Quan Yu thought about why he couldn't get in. There were mechanisms on the wall. One can imagine how thick the wall is. Don't think I don't know, you want to come in by any means. I didn't miss the pit on the wall outside. The patriarch knew what he was thinking as soon as he looked at Quan Yu's expression. Quan Yu was embarrassed. He just wanted to find out if there was anything about ninjas in it. The patriarch took out a few things from the secret compartment and placed them on a table in the room. These are your father's relics. They are all ninja things. You are going to school now, leave these to you. The patriarch touched the things on the table carefully. There was not much on it, just a few obviously used kunai and a scroll. My father. He is a ninja, Quan Yu was surprised. It was the first time he heard the patriarch mention his father. Then my mother. The patriarch's face was cold. Although Quan Yu had a lot of doubts in his mind, the patriarch of this appearance, Quan Yu wanted to get the consequences. Quan Yu had asked before, but the results were not very good. It seemed that the patriarch was very taboo about this matter and just didn't want to say it. Their battle is dead, the patriarch said coldly. Oh, Quan Yu's expression was dim. He knew what was going on, but the patriarch didn't tell him, but his parents might really be dead. Put these away, and this one is for you. The patriarch took out a stack of banknotes from him. Wow, Grandpa Patriarch, you are finally willing to give me money. Quan Yu happily picked up the money given by the patriarch and counted it. They were the largest amount of 200 taels, and the patriarch gave them about tens of thousands taels. Quan Yu put them in his clothes after counting them and patted them uneasy. The patriarch smiled when he saw this scene. Grandpa Patriarch, our property is not too small. Why are you still living in this broken house? Quan Yu said as he turned his eyes. Most of the Senju clan depended on agriculture for their livelihoods. Like many of the farmland outside, they belonged to their industries. Logically speaking, the head of the clan is considered a rich man. But their lives have always been simple and their usual expenses are very small. Don't ask if you shouldn't ask. The patriarch's face sank. Quan Yu squeezed and hurriedly put away everything on the table. Grandpa Patriarch, I won't bother you if I have anything else. After talking, Quan Yu ran away holding things. This kid, the patriarch shook his head and smiled bitterly. But in a blink of an eye, his face sank. He glanced at the things in the room. His expression became very serious. I don't care about the others, and I have tolerated what happened back then, but if something happens to Quan Yu. After speaking, the patriarch's expression returned to normal, and the room was locked when he went out. The light in the room slowly disappeared, and only the nicks on the armor could be seen vaguely, as if to describe the restlessness of the years. In a room of the Hokage building, two elderly men, a man and a woman, are sitting in chairs drinking tea, and a ninja is accompanying them behind them. And Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was wearing a hat, walked straight in, came to a chair opposite the two old people, took off the hat, put it on the table next to him, and just sat down. I came back so soon, it seems that things are going well, the old man said with a smile. Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at the two people on the opposite side and took a sip of the tea that the ninja had handed over. You go down first. Oh yes. Accompanying the ninja to leave, shut the door by the way. It's going well, Sarutobi Hiruzen said softly. Why he dared to disobey your Hokage's orders, the female old man looked a little excited. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned. Koharu, how old are you and your temper is still so hot? It's pretty good that this thing can be done smoothly and no one looks good after a trouble. Yeah, Hiruzen is not easy anymore. Kanoha was originally supported by many families, and we want to change that cannot be accomplished overnight, the old man said. Himura, it's not that you don't know what pressure Kanoha is facing now, these families actually support a large number of ninjas privately, Enough, Sarutobi Hiruzen interrupted Uchiha Koharu's words unswervingly. If the Senju family can agree, the following things will be easier. Next year, a large number of family children will enter the ninja school. There will be unexpected gains this time. What a windfall, Mikado Himura was a little puzzled. Sarutobi Hiruzen whispered a few words. So, you recruited that kid into the ninja school, the inheritance of the other clan. It's fine if you understand, but some work still needs to be done, Danzō, Sarutobi Hiruzen said after taking a sip of tea. The people in that family are a little restless. Danzō has been dealing with these things these days, Himura said hesitantly. Well, let Danzō not overdo it. You still have to show some face on the bright side. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes flashed and he didn't know what he was thinking. But this is no way to keep going, it's better than us. Uchiha Koharu's eyes flashed darkly. Shut up, these things can't come in a hurry. It will have a great impact on Kanoha and it will also cause hostility from other families. Let's wait until the enrollment ends next year. Sarutobi Hiruzen was a little unhappy. He got up and went to the door, opened the door, and then glanced at the two people in the room. You two are also Kanoha's elders. Don't mix this matter too much, let Danzō do it. Bang! The door closed tightly. Mikado Himura and Uchiha Koharu in the house looked at each other, but they did not speak, only the tea in the cup was still slightly smoked. And here Quan Yu came to his small room. There are not many other things in the house, only a bed, chairs and tables, and a shelf with some toys. But looking at the dust on it, you know that it hasn't been moved for a long time. Quan Yu put the things in his arms on the table, and then looked at them and started thinking. A ninja can definitely be regarded as a ninja, but it doesn't matter whether he can quickly increase his strength. It seems that he has no special place. If he doesn't work hard, he can be a cannon fodder. Ninja has some methods that can quickly increase strength, such as shadow clone, tail beasts, and the like, but Quan Yu without sage body, I think it is unlikely to use shadow clone to practice, let alone tail beasts, let alone whether you can find it or whether you can bear it is a question. What's more, there is this kind of organization. He is estimated to have died young before his strength becomes stronger. There's no way, it's probably only cool if there is no special thing, Quan Yu clutched his head frantically. The long hair that was already a bit messy was turned into a real chicken coop by him. It doesn't matter, just take one step and count one step, I don't even have chakra. Why do I think so much? Quan Yu grabbed the Kuwu Wu on the table and started playing with it, and held Kuwu Wu with a few pas. After all, Quan Yu was also a Hokage fan before, and he was a little excited to be a ninja. But after playing for a while, Quan Yu felt bored. Quan Yu put down Kuwu and picked up the scroll. Please, Dad, give me a chakra practice method or a powerful ninjutsu, I will definitely work hard. Quan Yu prayed to the father who still didn't know the name, and then slowly opened the scroll. Earth-style solid body technique, I haven't heard of it and left a message for me. For my dearest son. As a patriarch brought up, of course, Quan Yu has learned the words here, and of course there is no problem in understanding. But Quan Yu hadn't even heard of the ninjutsu mentioned above. Quan Yu took a closer look, and it turned out to be a ninjutsu simplified by his father, but it's right to think about it. Ninjutsu can't be taught casually. Ninjas have quite strict rules, but it doesn't matter if you create them. You can teach them whoever you want to teach. Simplified skills can also be considered as self-created. Quan Yu looked at the scroll seriously. Sure enough, my dad is a ninja with no talent, so he left me such a ninjutsu, only 3 seals. Although the power of ninjutsu does not depend on the number of seals, it is a simplified ninjutsu with only 3 seals. It can be imagined how much its power has been weakened, and it is actually a defensive ninjutsu. Dad, how afraid of my death, you can give me a whole little fireball. Quan Yu reluctantly put the scrolls away carefully. Anyway, it was the first ninjutsu he obtained, and now he can't use it without chakra. Quan Yu went out after packing, he still had something to do. Kabuto turned to Quan Yu and came to the legendary Yael ramen. Quan Yu touched the banknote in his arms and sighed that it's nice to have money. Obviously, I can count as a rich second generation, but I have fallen to the point where I can't afford a bowl of ramen. Quan Yu seldom came here. The patriarch only asked him to stay on the clan land. When he came, the patriarch brought Quan Yu himself. Boss, a bowl of ramen. Quan Yu looked at this small noodle restaurant. There was no one at this time. There was a row of one-legged stools under the curtain. Quan Yu was trying hard to climb onto a stool. He couldn't be too short. Welcome, kid. What kind of ramen would you like? Quan Yu looked up and saw a kind face appear in front of him. Hello, give me a bowl of char siu pork ramen. Quan Yu sat down on the stool and started to look around. The ramen restaurant is not big, but it is very clean, and all kinds of tableware are also neatly arranged. Quan Yu nodded, which was almost the same as his impression. Please wait a moment. After hearing Quan Yu's request, a hand in a white chef uniform started to make ramen noodles, and at the same time looked at the strange-looking kid. Quan Yu watched his operation quietly, a little fascinated. This should be the first time he has come to the place closest to the plot of Hokage. I thought he had discussed the taste of Yael ramen with his classmates, but he didn't expect that he would still have a chance to eat it. The hazy mist was slowly drifting, making Quan Yu involuntarily think of his previous life. In his previous life, he was just a small employee of a company. He hadn't had a girlfriend since he was almost 30. His parents have been working outside since he was a child, and he can only see him once a year. So I got used to being alone very early, but he came to Hokage so unclearly, he was still a little sad. He thought of the fact that his grandmother in his hometown and his parents, who were always worried that they would not be able to marry, did not know how sad they would be when they knew the news of their death. Guest, your face is ready. A large bowl of steaming ramen was brought in front of Quan Yu. The large piece of barbecued pork was topped with sauce, the noodles were slightly yellow, and the soup was crystal clear, which made people look appetizing. Oh, I got it. The hand greeting interrupted Quan Yu's thoughts. Quan Yu often recalled when he was fine before and he recovered quickly. I'm gonna start now. Then he started to eat ramen. The ramen tastes good and the ingredients are sufficient, but it is too light to suit Quan Yu's appetite. Boss, there are no peppers. Quan Yu looked around and didn't seem to find the shadow of chili. I'm sorry, but the chili will spoil the taste of the ramen itself, so we don't provide chili, Tataru said gently. Although the words are gentle, the rejection in the words can still be heard. Quan Yu shrugged, saying that it didn't matter, and then continued to eat the noodles. After a while, a bowl of noodles was eaten, and based on Quan Yu's appetite, it was estimated that he would not be hungry at night. How much is the boss? Cheng Hui 80 taels. Quan Yu took out a banknote from his body carelessly. The money given by the patriarch has been enough for Quan Yu to consume for a long time, and it may have been given to Quan Yu because he was going to study. But while calling for money, Quan Yu whispered, Uncle, I have a secret recipe, can we cooperate? He slapped his hands for a moment and looked at this special child in front of him. He didn't know what to say. My secret recipe is absolutely unique. The preparation method is similar to that of char siu, but the taste is unique and delicious. Quan Yu watched his hands stunned and thought he didn't believe it, so he continued. Haha, kid, I don't need any secret recipe, go back quickly, otherwise your family should be anxious. Obviously, Quan Yu was seen as a kid who sneaked out with the money from the family. Even if he had a secret recipe, he couldn't ask for it. This is a stewed soup made with medicinal materials and seasonings mixed with broth, and then put in the top-quality fresh meat to stew. It tastes incredibly fragrant. Quan Yu couldn't help but raise his voice when he saw the hand hitting him and didn't believe it. Is what you said true? An immature voice sounded from the side. Quan Yu looked to the side suspiciously. A little devil with yellow hair and a weird beard on his face was looking at Quan Yu with big sky-blue eyes, with some longing in his eyes. It's Naruto, what do you want to eat today? Before Quan Yu spoke, he greeted him with his hands. Uncle Yael, I don't have any money today, so I won't eat anymore. Naruto was a little embarrassed and wanted to leave. And many mores. Quan Yu jumped down and grabbed Naruto. Naruto didn't have any money. Obviously, he didn't have any money. You haven't listened to me carefully introduce my secret recipe. Don't leave, I'll treat this dinner. Quan Yu stopped Naruto for a reason, and they all came to the door. How could he let it go? What a shame. Naruto touched his head. Why you don't give me face? Quan Yu approached Naruto's only one eye and stared wide as if Naruto disagrees and he is going to show Naruto a good look. It was the first time that Naruto saw such an invitation to dinner and didn't know what to do for a while. Naruto, sit down, this kid is not short of money. His hand opened his mouth. Although Quan Yu didn't dress very well, he didn't even hesitate to pay for it. He also had a lot of pocket money when he wanted to come. It may have found a piece of clothing and sneaked out. I'll go. Naruto's stomach screamed out of time. Ha ha ha, the boss will go directly to the ramen, let's talk about it. Quan Yu directly pulled Naruto, who was a little embarrassed, to sit down. Uncle Yile, I really don't lie, this formula has nothing to do with my family, I just want to earn some pocket money. Ha ha, Naruto was eating ramen. If it is a more powerful formula, it is not as simple as earning some pocket money. I am afraid that your family will not agree to it. The hands are still very gentle, but they just don't agree with Quan Yu's cooperation. This is my own, it has nothing to do with my family. Quan Yu just wanted to earn some extra money. Who knows if the patriarch will give it when the money runs out. For economic freedom, Quan Yu also had to do the same. Woohoo! Handmade ramen for Naruto without hurriedly. Well, you can bring some samples and if it tastes good, please supply me with them. His hands were relieved. I don't have too many bad thoughts to see the performance of this kid. If it's really good, it's also good to get a new ramen. Don't worry, it's definitely okay, Quan Yu said, patting his chest. Naruto eats slowly, I will leave first, Uncle Le, I will put down the money, I will come again next time if there is more. Quan Yu slid off the stool and ran out. After being out for so long, it would be miserable if he was found out by the patriarch. Wait for me, I don't know what your name is yet. Naruto didn't even eat the noodles and jumped down. My name is Quan Yu, do you remember? Quan Yu looked back and smiled at Naruto. My name is Uzumaki Naruto, next time I will treat you to ramen. Naruto looked at Quan Yu, who had run away, and felt it loudly. Understood. Quan Yu didn't look back and waved his hand twice on the top of his head. Seeing Quan Yu slowly disappearing, Naruto's face was a little lost. It's okay, he will come again. The hand beater came out and patted Naruto on the shoulder. Quan Yu surreptitiously returned home, then gently opened the door of his own room, quickly stepped in and then closed the door. Quan Yu breathed a sigh of relief at this time, but fortunately he was not discovered by the patriarch. Came back. Quan Yu shivered immediately. Grandpa Patriarch, why are you here? Quan Yu touched his head awkwardly, turned around and saw the patriarch sitting on the bed. At this time, the patriarch was holding a cup of tea in his hand, without much expression on his face. It seems that I still can't give you money. I want to run around when I have money. No, I will go to the village to have a look. Quan Yu shook his head repeatedly. Well, I'm not here to trouble you. I'll go out and tell me later. The patriarch stood up after speaking, took a look at Quan Yu and left the door. It's really strict. Quan Yu was relieved now, otherwise it would not be justified for an adult to be spanked frequently. Quan Yu looked helpless at his 5 short stature. It was like this for children, and it was inconvenient to do anything. No problem, right? The patriarch walked to a corner and asked softly. No, they should have paid little attention to young master, but the people that young master met today are a bit special. A figure walked out from a corner and said respectfully, Oh, who is it? The patriarch frowned. Ninetales Jinchuriki. It's him, the patriarch's eyes flashed. Don't worry about this, you don't need to protect Quan Yu anymore, and some people don't want Quan Yu to have an accident. But, it's nothing, that's it, the patriarch interrupted. I understand, the figure turned into an afterimage and disappeared in an instant. The patriarch arranged his clothes and left as if nothing had happened. Quan Yu had no idea that he still had the identity of a young master, and the power of the Senju clan was not as simple as he thought. Taking advantage of the time when the ninja school was enrolled, Quan Yu was going to deal with the stewed meat first. Although the things in the two worlds are somewhat different, there will always be similar things. In his previous life, he had carefully studied the recipe for braised pork. After all, it was too expensive to make it by himself. Quan Yu learned well this time, greeted the patriarch first, and then ran into the village. The service attitude of the Nara family is really good, and it really allows me to find so many materials. Quan Yu threw a small bag in his hand, thinking that the buddy in the pharmacy was busy looking for medicinal materials for him. After all, the names of the medicinal materials in the two worlds are different, and Quan Yu has also worked hard to find the medicinal materials. Afterwards, Quan Yu went to the condiment shop in the vegetable market again and finally got the ingredients. Then I went back home and started playing in the kitchen. What taste, it smells good, the patriarch was the first to find out. Then he followed the fragrance to the kitchen. Quan Yu is you in it. In addition to his coming to this kitchen, Quan Yu and Xingjian also occasionally come to cook some wild food. The door of the kitchen opened, and Quan Yu showed his head with a black face. It's the patriarch grandfather, come in quickly and I made some delicious food, and I bought you wine. Quan Yu said with a smile. Haha, you dirty kid, don't wash it quickly, otherwise I can't eat it, the patriarch laughed, but his eyes were full of relief. Quan Yu looked at the black and gray on his hands. He was a little embarrassed. He was still too young and it was a little difficult to operate. The patriarch grandfather will go to the living room and wait, I'll come here later. After a while, wow, that's great, eat Quan Yu, I can't think of you, and this hand. Quan Yu looked helplessly at the two bears eating the stewed meat. This was what he prepared for the patriarch. The patriarch took a piece of braised pork with chopsticks and put it in his mouth and then took a sip of wine. Yes, it's kind of delicious. The patriarch nodded. Quan Yu was also very happy to hear what the patriarch said. However, how did you get this method? As soon as the patriarch turned around, he asked about the origin of the braised pork. This me. Quan Yu was a bit tangled. Okay, needless to say, I don't care how you got it, but I don't allow you to be distracted and give me a good school. The patriarch interrupted Quan Yu. It was just food, he didn't care much. Yeah, no problem, I think it all, Erxing helped me do it, Quan Yu nodded repeatedly. Me. When Erxing heard Quan Yu talking about him, he stopped eating, a little stunned. Then he swallowed the food quickly. What do you want me to do? Doing business, I have found partners. Of course, Quan Yu is not going to do it on his own. Improving strength is the most important thing. Of course, Cayenne Quan Yu will not let it go. No, I won't. Erxing shook his head quickly. It doesn't matter, just collect the money. The partner I'm looking for is relatively reliable. Okay, just go ahead and do it. I will arrange someone to cooperate with you, but I have to keep the money, the patriarch said at this time. Grandpa Patriarch, you can't do this. This is my hard money, you can't squeeze me. Quan Yu quickly argued, otherwise his plan to make a fortune would be cut in half. I'll take it first and give it to you when you become a ninja. Why do kids want so much money? The patriarch did not give Quan Yu a chance. Just like a parent who squeezed children's New Year's money in his previous life. The ghost knows if he will give it to you. The patriarch ate the stewed meat contentedly, regardless of Quan Yu's pleading. But fortunately, after Quan Yu spent a long time, the patriarch finally let go and promised to give him some pocket money. Quan Yu had no choice but to accept this reality. Anyway, even if he didn't tell the patriarch Erxing a traitorous product would sell Quan Yu. Originally, Quan Yu wanted to make some pocket money, but the patriarch's shot was different. The strange scent gradually enveloped the entire Kanoha, attracting people to water. Several shops opened silently in Kanoha. Naruto is here, let's try the new ramen, hand greeted enthusiastically. Uncle Yile, what's going on in the village recently? There are fragrances everywhere. Naruto asked when sitting on the stool. It was the kid named Quan Yu who made it, that's the braised pork, he said. I didn't expect it to be so special. His hands chuckled. Quan Yu, is he here? Naruto asked excitedly. No, it should be done by his family for him. That's it, Naruto was lost again. Anyway, I'm in the same village and I'll have a chance to meet each other, Shuda comforted. This is your braised pork noodles, it's delicious, try it. With a smile on his face, he handed out a ramen noodle. The appearance of the ramen is not much different from the previous char siu, but the meat on it has become a reddish-brown meat, neatly placed in a bowl, steaming, and exuding the scent that Naruto had smelled before. I started, delicious. Quan Yu smelled the familiar scent along the way and felt a little bit, crying, my little money. Go faster, it's almost time for registration, the patriarch scolded. Smelling the scent in the air, the patriarch was very satisfied and added a lot of income. Grandpa Patriarch, you have to give more pocket money or I won't do it, Quan Yu said with a curled mouth. Why do you want so much money? The patriarch has always known that Quan Yu is a very assertive child. Although he is sometimes mischievous, he basically doesn't worry him much. Aren't I going to be a ninja? If I can't beat anyone in the future, I will kill him with money, Quan Yu said triumphantly, waving his small fist. The head of the patriarch was suddenly covered with black lines. It seems that his family education is not up to the standard, and it is necessary to educate him again. Quan Yu, who was walking behind, suddenly felt cold behind his back, as if something bad was about to happen, but he looked around and found nothing happening. Come on, don't think about these and nuns. The patriarch pulled Quan Yu and quickly walked forward. Quan Yu, who came to the ninja school, was very excited and finally started to get in touch with ninjas. He himself was still very curious about ninjas. In the animations of the previous life, those powerful ninjutsu also made him feel excited, wishing he could use ninjutsu right away. But Quan Yu was an adult in his previous life after all, and small emotional fluctuations can still be suppressed. The ninja school Quan Yu had been seen in the center of the village with the patriarch before. It was located in the center of Kanoha, not far from the Hokage building. However, ordinary people are not allowed to visit, and Quan Yu just took a look at the periphery. The patriarch brought Quan Yu to the door of the ninja school soon. There were already many people here. They were all parents who came with their children, and many of them greeted the patriarch. Two ninjas wearing green vests stood at the school gate, and no one approached them. Obviously, it is not allowed to enter yet. Quan Yu, you will be preparing for a ninja in the future. You must study hard when you enter the ninja school and don't shame your grandfather, the patriarch said kindly, looking at Quan Yu looking around. I see, Grandpa Patriarch. I will definitely become a powerful ninja in the future. Quan Yu turned his head and said to the patriarch with a smile. Hearing Quan Yu saying this, the patriarch nodded and then looked at the gate of the ninja school. Is it really good to be a ninja? Why do all I see tragedies? The patriarch looked at the gate of the ninja school. His eyes became a little sad. This was fate. Grandpa Patriarch, what's wrong with you? Quan Yu pulled the hem of the patriarch's clothes, a little unclear, so he obviously felt the emotional change of the patriarch. It's nothing, I just thought of your father, the patriarch said with a restraint. Quan Yu, being a ninja is very dangerous, so for the sake of Grandpa and yourself, you must protect yourself, the patriarch said to Quan Yu earnestly. Parents, please step back, and the children who enrolled in school will gather in front of me. Before Quan Yu finished speaking, a ninja walked out and said loudly. The originally noisy environment instantly quieted down. Go, Quan Yu. A young child walked out slowly, and they were a little nervous from the separated parents. Quan Yu took advantage of this time to take a look at these children. There are not many children enrolled in school, probably only a few dozen. I don't know how Kanoha got so many ninjas, but it really made Quan Yu see some familiar people. For example, Xiao Li with thick eyebrows. At this time, he is not as confident and sunny as he was later, and he is more like a weak teenager. But his unique appearance made Quan Yu recognize him at a glance. He seemed to have noticed Quan Yu's gaze, so he smiled shyly at Quan Yu. Quan Yu also smiled back. Then she looked to one side with two balls on one head dressed in a national style, and the little girl with big eyes caught Quan Yu's attention. This is Tenten, it's kind of cute. Tenten frowned, his mouth curled, and he also noticed Quan Yu, the one-eyed guy. Quan Yu's eyes made her feel very uncomfortable, so she raised her small fist and made a threatening gesture. Why did I mess with her? Quan Yu was taken aback. Seeing Quan Yu's stunned expression, Tenten snorted dissatisfiedly and turned his head to stop looking at Quan Yu. Quan Yu was also a little embarrassed, but why didn't he see Neji? It stands to reason that he should also be enrolled. Children, please line up, we are about to enter school soon. Quan Yu followed a group of children into the school slowly, but he never found Neji. Could it be that my little butterfly is already working? Impossible, Quan Yu was a little confused. Just as Quan Yu walked into the school, a child in a white robe rushed out of the crowd and followed the team entering the school with a stride. The ninja next to him noticed, but when he saw the child's eyes, his expression did not move forward to stop him. Quan Yu didn't notice the kid who followed, he was looking at the school environment curiously. The high walls on all sides give the ninja school a bit of an institution of higher learning, and there are not many things on a large playground. A big tree with a swing, a huge teaching building, and some exercise equipment on the playground. There is also third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen seen by several ninjas and Izumi Yu who are standing on a wooden platform. The place where the teaching building entered was hung with a large ninja character, and above it was the big characters for ninja school. The wooden platform is next to the entrance of the school building. However, it seems that it is not time for school to start, and none of the students in the school have seen it. Well, what about Hokage-sama? That's right, I didn't expect Master Hokage to come. Great, Master Hokage is here too. These children became excited when they saw Sarutobi Hiruzen. Of course, Quan Yu didn't have much expression. He had known that third generation would come. What was so unexpected? The new generation of civilian ninjas all came out of the ninja school. As Konoha's #1 boss, of course they will come to brush their sense of existence. Quiet, come and line up with me. Obviously the teachers here are very experienced, and immediately began to organize these children to line up in front of the platform. The third Hokage above is always looking at them with a smile, so no one has made any radical moves and obediently obeyed the teacher's arrangement. At this time, Quan Yu also noticed that one more person suddenly appeared, and it was Hyuga Neji who hadn't seen it before. The white eyes with a slightly serious expression seemed to be incompatible with the surrounding children. His forehead is a bandage, Underneath it should be the curse of caged bird. The face is very three-dimensional, and it can be seen that the handsome image in the future is not unreasonable. Quan Yu just glanced at it, and then he didn't pay attention. He had no idea about Hyuga Neji, he just wanted to see familiar characters. Lord Hokage, please speak next. There was another commotion among the children below. Okay kids, be quiet, after all my old man's voice is not as loud as you. The gentle words spread all over the scene in an instant, and Third Hokage walked to the front desk. Quan Yu is not sure if this is an application of chakra, because it is too clear, and in such a noisy environment just now, it is difficult for such a low-voiced speech to have this effect. The scene suddenly became quiet. All the children showed excitement. Obviously, they all admired Hokage very much. First of all, welcome you to the ninja school. The proof that you can come here is the talent of a ninja. Young people are the hope of the future. Now you have entered the ranks of ninjas, and we will guard you in the future. Saying here, Third Hokage paused. Even if there is sacrifice, it is not meaningless. You who have grown up on our behalf will become the pillars of the future. After speaking, the children clapped fiercely, and the ninjas at the scene also showed excitement. Obviously, they also admired Hokage. Quan Yu also echoed, the idea is correct, but there is also a lot of darkness in it. As a well-tested modern man, I am immune to these speeches for a long time. Where the leaves fly, the fire is endless. The fire will continue to illuminate the village and let the new leaves germinate. Then it's boring. Elderly people always talk a lot, not to mention third generation who likes to engage in this activity very much. Quan Yu dozed a little before the speech ended. Well, I'm here today. You will officially start learning in a week. I hope you can all become good ninjas in the future. The speech officially ended. Quan Yu was a little regretful, thinking that he would start studying soon, but he didn't expect to wait another week. But think about it, he is just a child now, and he is not in the war years, and he will not push them too hard. Chakra, I don't know how long it will take to learn. Then a group of children gathered around third generation, started to sign or something, and finally took a group photo. Quan Yu and some children came to a classroom with a teacher entering the teaching building. Well, little guys, this is where you go to school. A ninja teacher took Quan Yu and them into a classroom. Wow, so big, a child exclaimed. This classroom is very large, and the number of children who come with Quan Yu is not many, only a dozen. There was also a Class 3 sign hanging at the door, which was the class that Quan Yu was in. And what surprised Quan Yu was that Tenten Xiaoli and Neji were in the same class as him, and they didn't know how they were assigned. However, Quan Yu didn't care. It was the same as anyone who went to school. He happened to be able to compare with these outstanding ninjas in the future. Although what the ninja school teaches is only the basics, it does not prevent Quan Yu from using them as a standard. What's more, there is also the genius ninja Hyuga Neji. Okay, choose your own seats. These seats are big long tables. According to the current number of students, there should only be 2 people on one table. Without hesitation, Quan Yu walked to a position by the window and sat down. After all, he is an adult at heart, and it is really embarrassing for him to go to school. When he is sitting here, he can be in a daze and look at the scenery outside. The location here is high enough to see far away, and Quan Yu is quite satisfied. Sorry, can we change positions? A voice interrupted Quan Yu's thoughts. Quan Yu turned his head to look, and a pair of white eyes were staring at him. Who else could it be if it wasn't Hyuga Neji? Do you want to change places with me? Quan Yu wanted to laugh a little. If you want to find a good position, don't you know if you want to start first, you always stand behind and play cool, and there is a good position for Harry. It's time for him to see the sins of society. Oh yes. Neji is a little serious, and the special Byakugan makes him look a little bit oppressive. But who is Quan Yu? This little trick is useless to him. Yes, but I have a condition. Quan Yu had no good intentions in his heart. What conditions? In the past, other ordinary people would subconsciously avoid him when they saw his eyes, but the boy with only one eye in front of him obviously didn't care. If you smile, I will let you. Quan Yu's eyes were smiling. Neji was stunned. What kind of request is this? But in a blink of an eye, his eyes were full of anger because he felt that the man in front of him was making fun of him. Neji didn't speak and sat down directly on the side of Quan Yu's seat. Because there is no place in other places, I have no choice but to sit here. Ha 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 ha, it's so funny, I didn't expect you to be quite interesting. A pleasant laughter turned from behind Quan Yu. Quan Yu turned around and saw Tenten slapped his thighs behind him and laughed. This scene made Neji frown. What do you look at? I haven't seen a beautiful woman. I show someone a stinky face a day, but I should smile more. Tenten glared at Neji dissatisfiedly. Stunned Neji for a moment. So little beauty, let me introduce myself. My name is Quan Yu, Quan Yu said with a smile. I'm Tenten. Did your eye break down? Tenten said while looking at the blindfold of Quan Yu's left eye. Yes, I was sick when I was a child and my eyes broke. Quan Yu didn't care about Tenten's rudeness, now they are on the same line. Hello, I'm Li Lot, you can call me Xiao Li. It was Xiao Li next to Tent. Seeing the hot conversation here, he came over to say hello, but it's too shy, I'm embarrassed to say hello. Hello. Hey, what's your name over there? Tenten said while looking at Neji who was silent. Hyuga Neji, Neji said without looking back. The Hyuga family, no wonder it's so cold, Tenten said dissatisfied. Big family, it's normal to be different from us, Quan Yu echoed, but his voice was obviously louder. You, Neji pointed at Izumi, so angry that he couldn't speak. Students, don't put on airs when you go to school, don't think that you are a head taller than others. It is difficult for you to make friends, Quan Yu said in an unceremonious manner. Yes, that is Xiao Li is doing better than you, Tenten nodded and said. Xiao Li smiled awkwardly beside him. I don't need friends, Neji said in silence. Quan Yu shrugged, expressing helplessness. At this time, the teacher above also recorded each person's location. He had read the information before and he basically knew these children. Dong dong dong. Okay, let's sit like this in the future. You will have time to get to know each other in the future. Listen to me now, the ninja teacher on the stage knocked on the stage and said. The teacher is very young, his face is serious, but the flashing eyes prove that he is still a little nervous. The classroom immediately became quiet and sat in his own position properly. First, introduce myself, I am your class teacher. My name is Kazama Zayahua, you can call me Zayahua teacher. Hello, teacher Zayahua, the students in the audience shouted in unison. Well, very good, I have a very good impression of you, and I hope you can maintain it in the future. The wind paused early. You will be studying at the ninja school for 6 years. During this time, I will guide you to become ninjas. At the same time, I also hope that each of you can become a good ninja. Are you confident? Kazama Zayahua glanced at Quan Yu and others. Have. Very well, we will start classes at 8 o'clock in the morning a week later. I hope everyone will not be late. After saying that, Kazama cleaned up and left. Bang. As soon as the classroom door was closed, the classroom immediately became noisy. It's not difficult, why do the seniors say that? Kazama Zayahua walked a distance and exhaled. It is the first time that he has been a teacher, and he also came out of the ninja school. He has also experienced what he should have experienced. He feels that being a teacher shouldn't be a big problem. Quan Yu was wearing brand new clothes today with a small bag slung across his shoulders, whistling along the way, and came to the ninja school. Today is the beginning of school, and a large number of students are also rushing to school on the way. At last, she was about to start contacting the world of ninjas, and Quan Yu was a little impatient in waiting. Hey Quan Yu, I'm here very early. Tenten lay on the desk and greeted Quan Yu, his dim sleepy eyes seemed to be awake. Of course, I'm a good student, how come I'm late? Quan Yu said with a fluffy hair. Just you good student. Why didn't I see it? Tenten curled her lips. Today she was still pulled from the bed by her dad. Little Li, you are early. Quan Yu, you're early too. Xiao Li, who was sitting in distress, turned his head and smiled at Quan Yu, seeing that he was a little nervous the first time he went to school. Then Quan Yu saw Neji in front of Xiao Li, thinking that he should care about his voice, after all, he is a classmate. Neji clearly noticed Quan Yu's gaze and then gave Quan Yu a cold look. Quan Yu suddenly didn't want to speak. If there is anything to pull, Quan Yu secretly poked and thought about seeing me crushing you in the future. At this time, the teacher Zayahua opened the door of the classroom and walked in. The classroom was quiet in an instant. Children in this period still know that they must respect the teacher. Classmates, today is our first class, so the teacher decided to ask you to come up and introduce yourself and talk about your dreams. Zayahua coughed twice. Yakue was silent in the classroom and all the students were staring at Zayahua. Zayahua was a little nervous, feeling that the palms of her hands were wet. It seems that everyone has no opinion, so start with Mingchuan classmate. Zayahua pointed to a student sitting in the corner of the front row. Yes, the student named Mingchuan stood up nervously in an instant. Don't be nervous, just talk about your name and what you want to do in the future, Zayahua smiled. Mingchuan Zhan Keek stepped onto the podium. Hello everyone, my name is Fujiwara Akikawa and my dream is. As students took to the stage, they introduced themselves. Soon it was Quan Yu's turn. Quan Yu walked onto the podium with a grin. Hello everyone, my name is Quan Yu. As for my dream, I want to fly to the sky shoulder to shoulder with the moon, Quan Yu said with a smile on his face. There was still a somewhat angry classroom, and it seemed as if time had stagnated in an instant. Puffs, I can't help it anymore, hahahas. As if a switch was turned on, everyone laughed. Zayahua was a little embarrassed. He didn't expect that he still had this kind of dream. Quan Yu's dream is very good, which shows that he has high demands on himself. Zayahua forced a wave of explanations. Don't laugh, the teacher is right, I still have a song here. I want to fly to the sky, shoulder to shoulder with the moon, the world is waiting for me to change. Quan Yu's immature children's voice sounded, and the singing voice was loud as if it could shake the soul. The teacher also became quiet, and only a few singing voices rang softly. Hey, isn't it exciting? Quan Yu suddenly stopped, making a fist and posing. All the students in Xiahua were stunned by Quan Yu. I would like to invite the next classmate to come on stage to introduce himself. Xiahua also wiped the sweat from his forehead. He has been defeated by Quan Yu's brain circuit. Neji got up and came to the podium. On the way, he glanced at Quan Yu with a relaxed and happy face. Hey, I didn't expect you to sing very nicely, but this tune is a bit weird, Tenten poked Quan Yu and said. I can sing it casually, you can just sing it nicely. Quan Yu gave Tent a smile back. My name is Hyuga Neji and my dream is to have no dreams, thank you. After saying this, he walked down by himself. Xiahua was shocked again. What happened to these two children was not normal. Don't mind everyone, it may be that Neji hasn't thought about it, let us invite the next classmate. Soon Tenten and Xiao Li also went up to introduce themselves. Tenten's dream is nothing more than a little girl's thing, and Xiao Li's dream is to become a ninja, a very simple wish. After all the students had done more self-introductions, Xiahua was also relieved. Fortunately, no one like Quan Yu and Neji appeared after that. Xiahua also instantly realized the mood of the seniors. Some students are really not easy to take. Okay, everyone has almost met. This morning we will talk about the origin of the ninja and the establishment of Kanoha village. In the afternoon, we will go to a place to help everyone complete the first step of the ninja, Xiahua said, walking up to the podium. Is it finally going to start? Quan Yu's eyes condensed. Next, Xiahua roughly explained the development history of Genin and the establishment of Kanoha. But in Quan Yu's view, these are all modified, and the real situation is far more cruel than this. It ended in this boring course one morning. Anyway, Quan Yu sounded like he was dozing off, which instead made him more interested in what he was going to do in the afternoon. The first step for the ninja, will it be chakra? Quan Yu thought. Noon, Quan Yu took out his school bag from under the desk. I brought you delicious food, Quan Yu said with a smile, then took out a lunch box from his school bag and shook it at Tenten and Xiao Li. What is it? I also brought delicious food, Tenten said. At this time, all the students began to take out their own lunch boxes. The ninja school did not provide meals at noon, and they were all brought by the students. Quan Yu opened the lunch box and saw pieces of reddish-brown meat neatly packed in the lunch box. This is meat, this tastes so familiar. Tenten leaned over and sniffed. When the stewed pork is cold, the taste is not so strong, but the taste is better. It's the new braised pork, Quan Yu whispered. Tenten's eyes lit up instantly. He picked up a piece with his hand and stuffed it into his mouth, chewing quickly. Wow, it smells good, it's delicious. Tenten looked happy, then the three of them ate aside and Xiao Li also contributed his meals. Neji, would you like to taste it? Tenten looked at Neji over there. Seeing that there were only some simple meals in his bowl, he invited him. No need, Neji said lightly and then slowly began to eat his own meal. I don't know good people. Tenten curled his lips. Quan Yu smiled, this character is really bad enough. In the afternoon, Quan Yu and the others were taken to a somewhat dark room. There are no seats here, just a wooden floor. Xiahua asked Quan Yu to take off their shoes and sit cross-legged on the floor. A candle was lit, bringing a little light to this dark space. After a while, then there was a knock on the door and everyone looked over. It was the first time they came to such an environment, and they were very curious about everything. Xiahua walked over and opened the door, and a group of ninjas in black walked in. Trouble you seniors, Xiahua said softly. The leading ninja nodded and then waved his hand. Behind him, he held a stick-shaped thing wrapped in cloth and hung it on the wall. Then a ninja pulled and a canvas appeared in Quan Yu's eyes. This is, Quan Yu was taken aback. I saw the canvas unfolded in the dim candlelight, and a lot of twisted lines were painted on it, forming a Uzumaki-shaped thing in the middle, like a weird eye. Quan Yu was highly concentrated, but still didn't understand what it was. And he felt that his mind was attracted by this painting. Neji on the side seemed to know what it was, so he closed his eyes. Drink. With a loud shout, Quan Yu's body was shocked in an instant, and his mind moved away. Then he didn't dare to look at this painting. It's better not to look at this strange situation if you don't understand it. Students, don't go to see this painting. It is used to unlock your spiritual power, and these seniors will guide you later. Xiahua reminded aloud that some students had already been scared. That's why no wonder there is the power to attract minds. Okay, let's get started. The leading ninja walked under the canvas and sat down cross-legged, with a seal in his hand. Look into my eyes now. The ninja's words seemed to have a power that made people look into his eyes involuntarily. When Quan Yu saw the eyes of the ninja, his head was dizzy, and the strange painting just appeared before his eyes. The twisted lines seemed to come alive, twisting and turning, and then began to rotate and move closer to the center. Then it was absorbed, and twisted lines joined in at the edge, continuously circulating. Quan Yu couldn't control his consciousness at all, and was constantly mobilized following these lines. Going deeper, 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 Quan Yu felt as if his consciousness had fallen into an endless abyss. But he couldn't stop it, so he could only sink into the endless abyss. And the dark space around it seemed to be accumulating something. Slowly, boom, 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 boom. Quan Yu seemed to hear his heartbeat, and his consciousness seemed to fluctuate slowly with the heartbeat. I don't know how long the time has passed. And his conscious activity slowly stopped, as if he had reached the limit. His consciousness had also stagnated, just like a small worm in amber. He could clearly feel himself, but it seemed that he could never move anymore. Bang! As if suppressed to the limit, the stagnant space instantly exploded. Quan Yu felt his consciousness exploded, but he didn't panic at all because he could feel that his consciousness was still there. It just filled the space he felt before, and this space seemed to have become a white world. And when the blurry things slowly appeared before his eyes, Quan Yu's consciousness finally returned to his body. What the hell is this? Quan Yu felt lingering in his heart. But then Quan Yu was shocked because the world before him seemed to be a little different. Quan Yu has never felt that his vision is so clear. Even in a dimly lit room, Quan Yu can see things around him. And the trance spirit just now is rapidly becoming clearer. No, Quan Yu feels that his mental state is better than ever. Don't speak, a slight voice rang in Quan Yu's ears. Quan Yu turned his head and looked at him. Behind him is his teacher Kazama Morning Hua. Quan Yu nodded because there were a large number of classmates beside him in a trance state. Only Neji was keeping Byakugan watching him. The previous black ninjas also disappeared, and the painting was also taken away. Xiahua breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't expect that this little demon with only one eye left would be the first to wake up. It seemed that his mental talent was good. Neji was an exception. He had accepted this kind of ritual a long time ago, and slight guidance won't work for him at all. Quan Yu waited for a long time, and the remaining classmates gradually became sober. However, his expression was as if he had seen a ghost, and his face was wilted. Okay, let's stop here today. Everyone go back and have a rest, and I will explain to you tomorrow. Xiahua saw that everyone was exhausted, so everyone went back to rest. Not everyone can recover as quickly as Quan Yu. After all, Quan Yu is still a bit special. However, Quan Yu thought that he was better than others, and he didn't feel overwhelmed with spiritual power. Humph, I'm all going through it, just give this little benefit, and even without an eye, Quan Yu is full of discomfort. But there is no alternative, and it may be that Quan Yu's past life memory has developed his spirit in advance. After all, he thinks much more than other children, and his spirit will definitely be developed. It seems that he does not have the legendary protagonist aura. With regret, Quan Yu walked out of the school gate. At this time, the other people had already left. After all, their mental state was not good. Quan Yu, a voice caught Quan Yu's attention. Quan Yu looked at it, and it turned out to be the second bear. Urkshin ran over, but who knew that he got a foot on the way and hit someone on the body? Ouch. The two bears were knocked to the ground. Neji frowned and glanced at the child who fell on the ground, just a civilian, and then he didn't pay attention and just stepped forward to leave. Urkshin, are you okay? Quan Yu hurried over. It's okay, I was not careful. Quan Yu opened Urkshin's sleeves and saw a blue-purple trace appearing on Urkshin's arm. Hyuga Neji, you stop for me. Quan Yu was angry and just accidentally bumped. Is it necessary to put such a heavy hand? What's the matter with me? Neji stopped and turned to look at Quan Yu, seeing Urkshin underneath him, his brows wrinkled slightly. Apologize, Quan Yu said decisively. Sorry, he hit me and he is just a civilian. There is no emotion in Neji's Byakugan. Quan Yu was so angry that he couldn't speak. But he was an adult anyway and quickly restrained his anger. Quan Yu, I'm fine, it's just a minor injury, let's go. Urkshin resisted the pain and pulled Quan Yu. Quan Yu glanced at the two bears and then said to Neji with a calm gaze, You'd better remember that I am also a civilian, and I will show you how powerful a civilian is. Quan Yu paused and you guy who has no dreams is destined to be a loser. After speaking, Quan Yu took Urkshin and left. A loser, haha, what else can I fail? Neji's eyes flashed unwilling but then disappeared. Then he turned around and left, and this matter couldn't leave much influence in his heart at all. Hey, Quan Yu, that guy seems to belong to the Hyuga family, would you like this? Urkshin said with some worry. It's okay, what about the big family? See me surpass him in the future. Quan Yu said calmly. Although Erkshing was worried, she didn't say anything after seeing Quan Yu's self-confidence. Isn't it Byakugan? What's so great, Quan Yu thought. But judging from the opponent's shots, this Hyuga Neji is definitely already the Master Chakra, otherwise a child can't have such strength. And the reaction is quite fast. It seems that the exercise of physical skills has been started long ago. It's a bit difficult. Quan Yu looked towards the sky. The current Quan Yu has just turned on his mental power, and there is still a distance to go from chakra. Physical exercises can't compare with Hyuga Neji, who has practiced gentle fists since childhood. It seems that I can only wait. Quan Yu doesn't believe that he can't do the other party. Second bear, Quan Yu said loudly. From tomorrow you will urge me to train, Quan Yu said, patted Erkshing on the shoulder. Training? Quan Yu, what are you doing? Erkshing was puzzled. Of course I am taking revenge for you. Asking you to train me and then revenge for you is not very fulfilling, Quan Yu said with a smile. No, I don't know how to train you. Erkshing waved his hands again and again. It's okay, I will tell you the training content. You are responsible for supervising me, Quan Yu said, staring at Erkshing. In fact, Quan Yu didn't want to be like this either, but in his previous life he was a relatively lazy person, and he might not be able to keep on training by himself. I had to let the two bears come and just form a habit in the future. And Quan Yu also knows some training methods, but if someone cooperates, he must cultivate chakra before he can practice. Otherwise, Quan Yu is worried about ruining himself. Little did he know that Quan Yu's decision made him feel unhappy for a period of time. Then Quan Yu and Erkshing went home happily. The next day, Quan Yu sat in the classroom and listened carefully to the teacher's explanation of spiritual power. Students, I believe that everyone has already felt their own differences. Do you feel that your thinking is clearer and your perception is sharper? Zyahua said with a smile. All the students nodded. After experiencing the ceremony yesterday, they were a little different. This is also the reason why you were selected. The mental power of most people is not strong. Only the spiritual power that reaches a certain limit will overflow directly and form a trace of chakra in your body. Zyahua paused. And what is chakra? I will talk about this later. Please take notes carefully. Just now I said that a trace of chakra is formed when the spirit is overflowing. And the ninja can determine who has the talent of a ninja by sensing this trace of chakra. This is why you were selected. It turned out to be like this, Quan Yu thought. He didn't understand why he was selected before, but Erkshing couldn't. Student Quan Yu, what do you want to say? Quan Yu's raised hand caught Zyahhua's attention. Since it is a trace of chakra formed by the overwhelming spirit, adults have stronger spirits. Why can't they become ninjas? Quan Yu asked. Quan Yu's problem is very good. Adults are indeed stronger in spirit, but their spiritual growth is too weak. Even if they become ninjas, it doesn't make much sense. Only at your age can you have a higher level of spirit. The ability of spiritual growth. Zyahua explained. Of course, there will be chakra in the body of adults, but without cultivation it just makes them more energetic, far from the level of a ninja. Quan Yu nodded and sat down. Yesterday's ritual was also a way for ninjas to guarantee inheritance. Otherwise, anyone could practice. Wouldn't it be a mess? It is estimated that it would be difficult to activate mental power without guidance, unless those who are born with strong mental power. This is what the ninja prepares for his next generation. No wonder it is so mysterious. Okay, everyone already knows it roughly. I'll talk about chakra next. Zyahua clapped his hands to let everyone concentrate. Chakra is a special kind of energy formed by the combination of mental energy and physical energy. You may not feel the two energies yet. Although you have all turned on the mental power, it is not so simple to perceive these two powers, said Zyahua. The activation of physical energy must reach a certain physical strength. There is enough physical energy to make this energy perceivable, while mental strength also requires self-exercise and the automatic growth of the spirit to perceive it. In order to let you perceive the spiritual power in advance, what we learned in the first year is the various knowledge of ninjas. Through a lot of learning, we will improve your spiritual endurance so that your spirit will grow. Do you understand? Zyahua explained some basic theories. Understood. Zyahua nodded in satisfaction. Quan Yu was taken aback for a moment. Did he exercise his mental strength like this? Then he started to exercise early. So Quan Yu began to try to feel the spiritual power. Sure enough, a cold energy appeared in Quan Yu's perception. It was just that Quan Yu had not mobilized autonomously before. Now Quan Yu finally sensed this energy, but it's useless. In addition to making one's consciousness more sober, his perception has also been strengthened, and it has no other effect. After turning around in the body, it returned to the brain. Quan Yu also understands that his physical condition is not enough, and it is obviously impossible to merge chakra. However, Quan Yu was very happy to be able to perceive spiritual energy in advance, although it was only passively strengthened through the memory of his previous life. After that, Quan Yu began to study the theory of ninjas. Hurry up, it's still 48. Urkshin waved the small wooden stick in his hand with a serious face, but Quan Yu was lying on the ground with sweat on his face. Hoo-hoo, Urkshin, can't you wait for me to rest? Quan Yu said weakly. No, today's standard is not halfway, how can I rest? Snapped. The small wooden stick was pulled on Quan Yu's sweaty back. I do it, can't I do it? Quan Yu didn't expect that he still has today. Quan Yu began to do push-ups slowly, but the shaking of his arms proved that his current situation was really difficult. Since Quan Yu handed over the training plan to Urkshin, Urkshin has become serious. After school, Quan Yu finished his meal and was stared at by Urkshin and started training. Quan Yu also regretted whether he set his goal too high, he simply couldn't hold on. But Urkshin didn't care, as long as he supervised Quan Yu to complete the goal he set himself, nothing could be wrong. Why didn't I find that Urkshin was such a person before? The little fat man was so naive, and he didn't expect to instantly incarnate as a devil coach. Quan Yu had no chance to take a break. The patriarch looked at the two men with a smile beside the window, and the ninja really needed to exercise. He also read the plan made by Quan Yu. It is still very difficult for a child. Quan Yu has never been a particularly self-disciplined person. He can stick to it even if he wants help from Urkshin. Quan Yu fell on the bed with his too tired. The standard he set was the amount of training throughout the day. Unexpectedly, I left a big hole for myself. I couldn't train when I was in school. I only had time at night. Regardless of the two bears, it must be completed. Fortunately, Quan Yu insisted on completing it despite his slow speed. Soon Quan Yu fell asleep in a daze. After a while, Quan Yu's room was opened, and the patriarch walked in with a wooden basin. Seeing that Quan Yu, who had not taken off his clothes, had fallen asleep on the bed, he smiled. He began to help Quan Yu take off his clothes and wiped him off when he wet the towel. When it was wiped clean, he covered the bedding for Quan Yu and got up and went out. But Quan Yu, who was asleep, opened his eyes. He was only physically exhausted, but he was not mentally exhausted. When the water touched Quan Yu's body, he was awake. But he continued to pretend to sleep, and the feeling of helping him wipe was familiar. He knew that he was the patriarch. He was originally the patriarch who brought it up. Don't worry, I won't let you down. Quan Yu's eyes were full of firmness, but as soon as he turned around, Quan Yu fell asleep again. I'm very satisfied with everyone's first test results, especially Quan Yu. Please come up and talk about your feelings, Quan Yu, Xiahua said with a smile on the podium. Quan Yu also walked up with a smile. This exam, I think it's normal for me to get a full score. After all, a genius like me is rare, Quan Yu said triumphantly. Student Quan Yu, how do you know that you got a perfect score? Xiahua was a little confused. He hasn't announced the results yet. Because it's so simple, I'm sorry if I don't get a full score, Quan Yu-chang blinked at Xiahua. Forehead. Quan Yu is indeed excellent and his grades are indeed full marks this time. Xiahua was a little embarrassed. Is the question he asked really so simple? It seems that other students are not particularly good on the test. Some people think they are geniuses, but if you want to become geniuses, you should surpass me first. Quan Yu walked on unrestrainedly after speaking. Neji below directly clenched his fists because Quan Yu was watching him and said, You have to work hard. I really hope someone can surpass classmate Quan Yu. Hahaha. Xiahua didn't know what to say. But from the results, Quan Yu is indeed excellent. Now I start to read the results. The first place is Quan Yu with 100 points, the second place is Neji 98 points, and the third place. At this time, everyone's eyes were on Neji. You don't have to think about who Quan Yu is talking about. It can only be Neji, the only person from a big family. The classmates' gaze made Neji's expression fluctuate a little. This damn B*********. Quan Yu, why are you so good on the exam? What do you want me to do? Tenten said with a jealous mouth. Tenten's results can only be considered average. Of course I studied hard, Quan Yu said, waving his hand. I don't know where you worked hard. Tenten slept. Tenten curled his lips. Quan Yu touched his head awkwardly. Tenten was really right. The training at night was too tiring. Every time I practiced till late at night, Quan Yu had no choice but to go to class to make up. Of course, as a good student who has passed 9 years of compulsory education, he will certainly not let the teacher find him sleeping. Most of the knowledge taught by the teacher is based on memory, and there is also a genuine Miyoshi student Xiao Li taking notes. With Quan Yu's adult thinking, just looking at Xiao Li's notes can fully cope with the exam. It does not require much effort. It's just a theory test. There is no need to be too proud, Neji said with a glance at Quan Yu. You have the ability to surpass me. Quan Yu stood up after speaking. Teacher, I think the current exam is too undifficult and it doesn't promote the students. Next time there will be difficulties. At this time, Zaohua had just finished her study, and she was taken aback when she heard Quan Yu's words. There is also this kind of request: what did I do when I was studying before? Was I sleeping? Oh, it seems that the teacher's question is still too simple. Next time I will have more difficult questions. Now the class ends. After talking about Zaohua, he picked up the lesson plan and left. He must teach this young guy a profound lesson. The students around him glared at Quan Yu. They already felt that they couldn't do it. Some people didn't think it was too difficult. Quan Yu didn't care, put away his school bag and greeted Xiaoli Tenten and left. Tomorrow is Saturday and Sunday, and he is going to the library to borrow a few books to see. If he loses his face, it won't look good. Neji's forehead was exposed, as if Byakugan had been turned on. Is this a provocation or a naked provocation? Neji's heart is roaring wildly. Quan Yu came to the library and found it. In addition to some basic things, Quan Yu wanted to see if there was anything he needed. Most of the books in it are public content, which has no effect on the ninja's strength, so loans are allowed. The core things of the ninja will not be placed here. Found it, Quan Yu pulled out a book from the shelf. First Solution to Sealing Technique. Yes, what Quan Yu was looking for was the knowledge of sealing technique. After all, as a big bug in the Hokage world, we still need to fully understand it. And many ninjas don't care about sealing, so this kind of book will appear in the library. Of course, this kind of knowledge may be too esoteric. Quan Yu came to the registration office with a stack of books, but he did not expect to meet Neji, who had just come in. You can read books too. Neji glanced at Quan Yu and said coldly. After all, Quan Yu couldn't hide from him about sleeping in class. I'm not convinced. I love learning so much, Quan Yu said with a blink of an eye. Neji almost wanted to punch Quan Yu in the face. Ninja can't be strong with a book or two. Neji held back his anger. Every time he saw this guy, he couldn't help his anger a little. I know, but you can get thousands of miles without accumulating small steps. Everything that seems impossible to be done is done step by step. Quan Yu looked at the registration and left with the book, and Neji was shocked when he heard Quan Yu's words. Is there a way to do it? Neji touched his forehead. Immediately he looked at the books in the library as if made up his mind and walked in. It's quite interesting. Quan Yu held the book, The First Explanation of Sealing Technique. The origin of the seal technique is written in this book, but it is obviously not credible. There are also various basic runes and the meaning of each rune. There are many runes. According to the book, this is already most of the runes. Quan Yu feels that he is learning a foreign language and he still doesn't give you a complete sentence. The difficulty is indeed great, but Quan Yu is still going to write it down in case it is useful in the future. However, at the end of the book, a sealing technique was given. In fact, it was not a seal technique, it was a Shizun enchantment. It can only shield the sound in a small area without any other capabilities. It's better than nothing. Quan Yu didn't care anymore. Quan Yu has started training, Erkshing shouted outside. Didn't it start in the evening? Why do you call me now? Quan Yu asked, a question mark in his head, and then walked out. When I went out, I saw Erkshing holding his small wooden stick on his back, waiting for Quan Yu there. Didn't Erkshing start at night? Quan Yu asked. What night? Come now, I have been thinking about it for a long time. I usually train at night. There is more time on Saturdays and Sundays, so you can increase the amount of training, Erkshing said with a serious face. Isn't it? I don't have time to rest. Quan Yu was dumbfounded. This is what you said. If you want to become a master, you have to endure hardships. The amount of training today is 3 times as much as before. Are you ready? Erkshing said with a straight face. I'm talking about suffering from hardship. Fang is a master 3 times dying. Quan Yu regretted teaching Erkshing this. Obviously, he had listened to it and then used Quan Yu as an experiment. Don't be long-winded, let's get started. My body is not as good as mine. How can I beat those people from the big family? Erkshing waved his little wooden stick. Well, I do what I do. Quan Yu looked helpless. The patriarch was sitting in the small courtyard, smiling while taking a sip of his hot tea. Late at night. Patriarch, is it a little bad for me to do this? Erkshing said nervously. Don't worry, this is Quan Yu's own thoughts. We are just helping him, the patriarch said with a smile. Wait a while to increase the amount of training, do you know, the patriarch said softly. There will be no accident. Erkshing was a little worried, and Quan Yu's current training volume made him a little timid. No, I'm prepared. The patriarch's eyes gleamed in the dark. Quan Yu, since you have a goal, go all out to achieve it. I'm very happy that everyone's grades are very good this time, and the teacher feels very pleased, especially to praise Quan Yu. Classmate Quan Yu, please come up, Zaohua said with a glorious expression. Quan Yu, call you. Tenten stabbed Quan Yu, who was a little out of shape. Oh, Quan Yu stood up in confusion. Classmate Quan Yu, please come up and talk about your thoughts, Zaohua said with a smile. How could he not know about Quan Yu's sleep? Even Quan Yu went to Xiao Li to take notes. He knew that some people's talents were really not comparable to ordinary people. Even though he has made the exam a lot more difficult, even he himself feels a bit too much. But Quan Yu's performance still surprised him. Hello everyone, it seems that no one surpasses me. It's not my fault for 100 points in the test. I blame you for not working hard. After talking about Quan Yu, he made a big hit. The recent training is really exhausting. He knows again. Isn't it difficult enough for me, Xiahua thought helplessly. The classmates below are also itch with hatred. There are no such freaks in other classes. Tenten can take 100 exams while sleeping. Well, Quan Yu should also pay more attention to rest, listen to the teacher's class more, and continue to work hard. Then Xiahua let Quan Yu go down. Xiahua's words are obviously biased towards Quan Yu, but who told him to be first every time or full score. The next thing I want to commend is Neji, whose grades are very stable. Even with the teacher's increasing difficulty, he can still get such a score of 94 points. Keep working hard. Neji frowned, only 94. Although he has been studying hard, the difficulty of the exam has indeed increased a lot. No, I must pass him. Neji stood up. Teacher, I hope that the difficulty will continue to increase, Neji said, and the average difficulty couldn't stop the guy's full score behavior. The difficulty must continue to increase. Xiahua was wondering if it was really too easy for him to write the questions. He had also read other teachers' papers. It was not so difficult. Since Neji asks for this, I will increase the difficulty of the exam next time, and I also ask other students to continue to work hard. Xiahua said, it's amazing Quan Yu and Neji are so amazing. Xiao Li's eyes lit up. I'm so miserable. I'm in the same class with two perverts. How do I live? Tent lamented. At night, Quan Yu dragged his equipped body, ready to go back to sleep. A lot of training also gave Quan Yu's body some muscles. The sweaty clothes showed how hard Quan Yu was in training. Quan Yu, wait a minute, I have prepared hot water for you, let's take a bath. The patriarch walked out and stopped Quan Yu. After Quan Yu wiped himself from the patriarch, he would wipe himself clean after the training. Unexpectedly, the patriarch prepared hot water today. Thank you, Grandpa Patriarch. Quan Yu showed a big smile on his face. Quan Yu was soaking in the hot water. The black and cyan hot water was a bit strange. Quan Yu grabbed a grass from the water and sniffed the surrounding smell. Is this a herb? These are some herbs I asked the tribe to gather, and they have the effect of relaxing menstruation and promoting blood circulation, the patriarch laughed. Quan Yu did feel his body warm, as if his exhaustion had alleviated a lot. Grandpa Patriarch, you are really thoughtful, Quan Yu said with a smile. Recently you have been working so hard. After soaking the potion you must continue to work hard, the patriarch said with a smile. Forehead. Quan Yu was taken aback. Didn't he want to remind himself to rest more? However, Quan Yu nodded firmly. The patriarch was doing it for his own good. The next morning, Quan Yu got up and found that his body was not so sore. The patriarch's medicated bath is good, right? Quan Yu shook his arm and then went out. Today is Sunday and there is still training to be completed. Push-ups, squats, rope skipping, and running are all a lot. The two bears next to him also nodded, and the patriarch was right. Quan Yu was indeed able to persevere, and his condition was better than yesterday. Quan Yu, who was training, was full of sweat, and at the same time he was thinking, several months have passed since I trained at this level. I should have reached the physical energy extraction standard. Why can't I feel the physical energy? I have to say that the bodies of the children in the Hokage world are indeed better than the children in the previous life, but they are not exaggerated. Students like Naruto in the previous life, anime can jump up and down the tree at that age. But Quan Yu always feels that it is impossible to train like himself to that level, but it is obvious that ordinary students can do it. This is also puzzled by Quan Yu. Even with Chakra's impetus, just how many chakras that kind of little ghost can have, it's not enough to use a few times to estimate. But this is not the case. That state can still be maintained for a period of time. Is there any trick that I don't know? But there is no such thing in the theory that Quan Yu learned, even if the library can't find it. Don't think that Quan Yu is learning something more advanced. The teacher mainly talks about some basic knowledge and how to complete the task. There are some cutting tools, weapons, the specific nature and use of smoke bombs and ciphertexts. Maybe because they are too small, they don't even have a demonstration, they just explain it directly. Concentrate, Erkshing reminded from aside. Quan Yu quickly condensed his mind and began to concentrate on training. Regardless of that much, the body was not good before. Even if there are tricks, the body is the key. Anyway, even if he could make chakra, Quan Yu didn't dare to make too much. If the body energy is extracted too much, it should affect the development. Quan Yu doesn't want to grow taller, which is why he has not dared to carry out weight training. As time passed, Konoha's life remained unchanged. And nothing seems to have happened to Ninja World anyway. Quan Yu didn't hear any news. Oh, teacher Zayahua, you can really pervert this question. It seems that your students are not having a good time, said a teacher who picked up the test paper that Zayahua was correcting. Senior, I didn't think it was so difficult. You can see the bottom too. Zayahua was a little helpless. Many students with such difficult questions can no longer keep up. Oh, the teacher drew the bottom too. Zayahua, are you sure these two are made by your students? The teacher's eyes widened. Yeah, these two are competing. I thought it would be useless for me as a teacher to get them to get high scores again and again, but even though I repeatedly increased the difficulty, it didn't help. Zayahua put his head in his hands and lay on the chair like this. Forget it, you are too happy to have such a student. The teacher smiled and patted Zayahua. What do you know, it's the one who got a full score in the test below. Every time I go on stage I have to sarcasm. The questions I asked are too simple, I don't want face. Zhao Hua's eyes were blank, as if seeing Quan Yu's proud face again. It's not like he gets the first place in the exam every time. I think the other one is also good, said the teacher, flipping through the test paper. That's not true, Neji is also working hard. He got full marks once or twice, but he can only rank first with the kid named Quan Yu. He even said that my question was too simple. Xiahua is a little depressed. No, that Quan Yu didn't miss a single time, it was all full marks. The teacher was a little bit unbelievable, but thinking of the test papers in hand, such questions can get full marks. It's really possible. I think some of the questions are too important, but this kid makes me speechless every time I answer. I can't deduct points out of my conscience, Xiahua said, spreading his hands. Pain and be happy. This is already the last theory test. In the next school year, give him a good look, otherwise he would think we are really vegetarian as a teacher. The teacher smiled and patted Xiahua's shoulder left. And Zhao Hua's face also showed a smile. Stinky kid, wait for me to see how I will deal with you in the future. Ah, cut, that's thinking about me. Quan Yu sneezed. Attention, don't be distracted, Erkshing's voice came. Still as strict as always, Quan Yu ran again. Quan Yu's complexion now is much better than before and she doesn't feel thin. Although she is still very thin, there are tight muscles under her clothes. This is also the result of Quan Yu's insistence on training. Even when the weather is cold, he didn't let go of training. The year-long training also allowed Quan Yu to get rid of the habit of laziness. Sometimes Quan Yu started training before Erkshing arrived. In fact, the effect of training is not great now, as if Quan Yu's body has reached its limit. Erkshing seemed to know that he did not increase the amount of training for Quan Yu. If he wants to improve again, he can only wait for Quan Yu's body to develop slowly. The current situation is just to maintain this state. Anyway, Quan Yu is fine for a day. Training for him is the same as drinking water and eating. If you don't practice for a day, it is estimated that Quan Yu's bones will be itchy. And the first academic year is about to end. Quan Yu is also looking forward to the following courses. He can't just talk about theory. Hiccup, Quan Yu burped full. It is rare that Erkshing gave Quan Yu a vacation, and then Quan Yu, who was okay, found Tenten and Zio Li to go to Yao Ramen to have a meal. After all, Yao Ramen is also a classic of Hokage, but I didn't meet Naruto. Quan Yu, I didn't expect you to be quite rich, Tenten said, holding his belly, seemingly struggling. Didn't Tent tell you not to eat so much? Zio Li said helplessly. Loki and Loki, Tent is good for you. You are actually a little rich woman. When Quan Yu went to find Tent, their house was a huge weapon arsenal. You know, the ninja in the Hokage world is not cheap. Of course, I will come to our house if I want to buy cutting tools in the future. I will give you a 10% discount. Tenten couldn't say the 20% discount. Of course, Quan Yu knew that Tent had already given them a big discount. After all, the price was not cheap. Thank you, Tent, and Zio Li was moved instantly. Bang. Zio Li was hit. Sorry, are you okay? A gentle voice sounded. It's okay, I was not careful. Zio Li hurriedly shook his hand and then got up. Quan Yu looked at the visitors with interest. Really, I'm not careful when I walk, a black-haired little boy said, dissatisfied. With this tone, Quan Yu knew who it was without thinking about it. It was Uchiha Itachi and Sasuke that Zio Li hit. Sasuke, how can you say that? Hurry up and apologize, Itachi said solemnly. But brother, I know I'm sorry. Sasuke hesitated, but seeing Itachi's serious expression, he still quietly apologized to Zio Li. No need, I didn't pay attention, Zio Li said awkwardly. This kid, have we met? Itachi noticed that Quan Yu's eyes were a little different. Such a keen perception, Quan Yu was taken aback. No, I just think big brother is kind, Quan Yu said awkwardly. Oh, this way, Itachi smiled gently. Brother, let's go quickly. You said you took me to play. Sasuke over there was unhappy, and she wanted to leave while pulling Itachi. Sorry, I still have something to do, so I won't bother you. After speaking, Itachi was pulled away by Sasuke. That kid is really annoying, Tenten said, looking at the two people away. Then why didn't you speak just now, Quan Yu joked. It seemed that an event was about to begin, but it was beyond his control. Quan Yu looked back at the direction where Itachi and Sasuke had left. What do I say, these two belong to the Uchiha family, and the tall one is obviously a ninja, Tenten said angrily. Tenten noticed the family crest on the two of them. And our Miss Tenten dare not offend, Quan Yu said with a smile. Then he avoided the small fist that Tenten waved. You hate it, Tenten snorted, and then he started fighting Quan Yu chasing. Xiao Li laughed and followed. The leisurely summer vacation is over, although Quan Yu is also very anxious to learn chakra soon. But he was lighthearted, even if he went to the teacher to ask. It is estimated that the teacher would not tell him. Classmates, did you have a good summer vacation? Xiahua said gently, but Quan Yu always felt a little meaningful. Happy, the students below all said with a smile. Then the next course will not be as easy as before. After talking about it, Xiahua also glanced at Quan Yu. See what I am doing? Quan Yu has a question mark in his head. Next, our course is outdoor class. Everyone follow me, Xiahua continued. Early Hua took Quan Yu and the others to a clearing outside the school, and there was a forest not far away. This is your second year in the ninja school. Our course is physical training. You can't be a ninja without a strong body, said Zhao Hua. Isn't this the training I did? Quan Yu was taken aback, not waiting for Quan Yu to finish. Now run 10 laps around the woods for me immediately. Zhao Hua became serious in an instant. Of course, Quan Yu and the others didn't dare to say anything, so they started to run. The team started to run around the small forest in a mess. The area of the forest is not too big, but for ordinary children, running 10 laps is still quite difficult. Bibai Neji didn't know when he ran to Quan Yu's side. Compared to compare, Quan Yu is worthwhile. Neji, I have been exercising for so long and I can't beat you. Since you are looking for abuse, don't blame me. Quan Yu accelerated instantly and rushed to the front. Neji sneered at the corner of his mouth. He still cared about being crushed by Quan Yu before, but now it's mine. Neji also started to accelerate. These two little ghosts are on the bar again just to see how their physical fitness is. Xiahua flashed and followed. Why, that's it, Neji easily followed Quan Yu. Don't be proud, I haven't exerted any strength yet. Quan Yu's speed increased again. Neji smiled and followed. Are these two perverts in such good health? Tenten said helplessly. Tenten, concentrate or we won't be able to hold on, Xiao Li reminded. For Quan Yu, running can only be regarded as a general exercise, but now he has mentioned the highest speed. But Neji actually followed him with a relaxed look. I don't believe it anymore, I dragged you to death. What if you have chakra? Long-term high-intensity training did not improve Quan Yu's physical strength again, but his endurance was much strengthened. Good health, but, Neji sneered. Quan Yu and Neji have been moving forward steadily, but Tent and the others don't know how many laps they have been trapped by these two. All the classmates are speechless. If the gap is so big, wouldn't they be tired? It's the last lap. Quan Yu's breathing is a bit unstable and the speed is too fast, and Quan Yu consumes a lot of money. On the other hand, Neji's face turned red, but his breathing was relatively stable. The end is here. About to accelerate, Quan Yu's eyes condensed. With one stride, Quan Yu rushed out at the fastest speed. It's time. Quan Yu felt a flash next to him and then saw Neji directly in front of him, and there was the end point. This is impossible, my efforts. Quan Yu rushed to the finish line blankly. Xiahua also jumped over at this time. Wait for other students to come. Xiahua saw Quan Yu's loss. He also knew that Quan Yu's ability to reach the current level must have been through hard work, but some things can't be caught up with hard work. It took a while before the other students finished running, but they were all too tired and panting, one by one slumped on the ground. Stand up, Xiahua said majestically. All the classmates stiffened and hurriedly stood up. A classmate performed very well this time, and I hope you can learn like him, said Zhao Hua. Neji looked glorious. This time it's my turn. Student Quan Yu, tell me your feelings. Xiahua looked at Quan Yu. Why, teacher, I am the number one, Neji said excitedly. Quan Yu was also taken aback. Is it glorious to win with chakra? Xiahua said coldly. But I know the teacher. Looking at the cold face of teacher Xiahua, Neji clenched his fists. Quan Yu, as a student who has not yet practiced chakra, I am quite surprised to be able to exercise to such a degree, to be honest, Xiahua continued. This reminds me of Quan Yu sleeping in my class before. I thought it was because he exercised too hard, but he didn't let down his grades. It shows how serious Quan Yu is. Everyone's eyes focused on Quan Yu. Quan Yu touched his head awkwardly. It's okay. The embarrassment of sleeping in class was said by teacher Xiahua. Quan Yu was still a little embarrassed. However, I have to criticize you too. Ninjas pay attention to teamwork. What is it for you to leave other classmates behind? Xiahua's expression became serious again. You too, can't you run? Give me another 10 laps. Neji is not allowed to use chakra. Zyahua yelled at the woods over there. Quan Yu had no choice but to continue running and Neji silently followed. Others rest in place. I have to say that Neji's physical condition is very good even without chakra. It is not much worse than Quan Yu. The two didn't speak, they just ran laps silently. It was not until Quan Yu felt a little exhausted that these 10 laps were finished. Then Zyahua asked them to rest with other students. Students, this year's course is mainly to exercise your body. And while exercising, it is also training your will, so as to prepare you for unlocking the power of chakra. Even though Neji has learned chakra, it can't be used too much. My purpose is not for you to try something, but for you to lay a good foundation. Understand? Clear. Very good, let's start the next item, 100 preparations for push-ups. Quan Yu, come with me, Neji, you supervise. Then Zyahua left with Quan Yu, and Neji's eyes became firm again. I must surpass you. This article is a bit slower in the early stage, mainly to introduce the training courses of ninjas. The protagonist is not a complete waste material, but it is still a bit special. The wonderful plot is still to come. Thank you for your attention. Quan Yu, do you know the 12 seals of ninjutsu? He stopped in a deserted place and turned his head to look at Quan Yu. No, Quan Yu also didn't know what the Zyahua teacher was doing alone and asked him about yin. Although this teacher has never taught, Quan Yu has long been found in the library and has secretly practiced. Have your body not improved for a long time? Quan Yu was taken aback, but he immediately realized that a ninja who can be a teacher still has 2 brushes. Quan Yu's stamina fully exposed the fact that he had received a lot of training. Yes, only endurance can be improved, but explosive power and strength can no longer be improved. Quan Yu nodded and said, "You have reached the limit at this level now. In addition to waiting for your body to grow, there is another way to make you improve again," Zyahua said. Chakra. Although Quan Yu had guessed this possibility, he was still very excited. Yes, it is chakra. When your body energy is extracted, your body will be in a state of hunger and thirst, which is equivalent to long-term exercise, but once the physical energy returns to the body, this state will be lifted. Do you understand what I said? Quan Yu thought for a while, so we must merge physical energy and spiritual energy into chakra. Yes, when the body is in a state of hunger and thirst, we must supplement a lot of nutrients to further improve our physical fitness. But at your age, don't extract physical energy too much. Moreover, the body's capacity for chakra is limited. And many of them are temporarily extracted, so the ninja must have a strong body. Zyahua explained to Quan Yu. Otherwise, it would be nice to have a teacher, and I will explain everything to you. Quan Yu thought for a while and found that this is true. Once chakra is overconsumed, the ninja will look weak. According to the truth, the body of the ninja is very strong. Even without chakra, it can carry out general physical attacks. Now it seems that the ninja directly extracts physical energy to synthesize chakra, which of course will affect the body. That said, the teacher is going to teach me chakra, Quan Yu said expectantly. Mr. Zyahua smiled. Although Quan Yu sometimes messed around a little bit, he was really smart. Yes, those trainings for your body are meaningless, so I am going to teach you the extraction of physical energy in advance. Isn't my previous training meaningless? Quan Yu felt a little helpless, feeling that he had done a lot of useless work. It turned out that chakra was also a bug, so it would be nice if he could get in touch early. No wonder Neji is not much worse than him even without chakra. Who said, "Isn't your endurance improved?" Endurance determines the amount of physical energy you can extract, so ninjas with better endurance also have more chakra than ordinary ninjas. Is that so? Quan Yu quickly became happy. It seems that it is not meaningless for him to insist on training. Okay, get ready, let's start. Zyahua interrupted Quan Yu's thinking and said, "First of all, the ninja can condense the mind and mobilize chakra by receiving the seal. We are now preparing to extract and integrate the chakra, so we form the yin seal." Zyahua closed his hands together, and the thumbs, index fingers, and middle fingers of both hands were joined together, and the remaining 2 fingers were crossed, forming a yin mark. The right hand represents the spiritual energy, and the left hand represents the physical energy. The combination of the 2 forms a chakra, but the physical energy is not easy to control. You must use the seal to mobilize the mental power to pull the physical energy out of the body, understand? I see. Only then did Quan Yu know that in order to extract physical energy, he had to seal the knot to assist the mental power in order to extract the physical energy. He had never felt the presence of physical energy through his mental power before. Concentrate on feeling the knot seal. Oh yes. After Quan Yu recovered, he began to form the yin seal on his hands. But he felt his mental power fluctuate for a while and then he didn't respond. Quan Yu was a little dazed. Pay attention and continue to print, Xiahua reminded. Clear. Quan Yu began to make seals again and again. Spiritual fluctuations become more obvious. When the ninja is in Jian, the energy in the body will also fluctuate. You have to grasp the moment and find out the physical energy. When your mental power is familiar with that feeling, you don't need Jian. After Xiahua finished speaking, he waited on the side. The first time I want to extract chakra is not that simple, it usually takes a period of practice. No, I can't find the trick at all, Quan Yu frowned. Quan Yu looked at the seal in his hand. No, we have to continue. Then Quan Yu began to keep seals and the direction of mental fluctuations became more and more obvious. Finally, Yin's. Following Quan Yu's seal, his heart suddenly beat and his body was shocked. This is physical energy, Quan Yu muttered to himself. Quan Yu shook his head and concentrated his mind. Oh, Yin's. Quan Yu's seal again, his body shook again, and his mental power seemed to feel something, as if he was about to break through Quan Yu's control. Come again, Yin. Quan Yu's spiritual power exploded, and the vigorous energy in his body was clearly perceived by him. Spiritual power swarmed over and wrapped up this power. However, Quan Yu felt a fiery power erupt from his lower abdomen, and then was diluted by spiritual power and turned into a warm energy. Flow, flow. The warm energy spread along the lower abdomen, and Neji felt as if his whole body was lit up. Although the feeling of warmth was weakening, Quan Yu could still feel the energy flowing. Quan Yu felt like he was in a hot spring bath, his body was particularly comfortable. But when the warm feeling flowed through his eyes, Quan Yu suddenly felt a pain in his mutilated eye. What's the matter? Is it because the eyeballs are gone? There is a problem with the meridians there, Quan Yu asked with a question mark in his head. It's impossible. In such a situation, the teacher should remind me. But the next scene made Quan Yu's eyes widened. A black and white meridian diagram slowly appeared from the head until it was all in Quan Yu's eyes. Yes, in Quan Yu's eyes, and this feeling is still his broken eye. This is my meridian. How can I have this ability? Quan Yu moved his hands and feet, and the meridians in his eyes also changed. And this kind of black and white vision is so familiar, isn't it the same as Byakugan's vision? I have Byakugan. And it was poached, but why do I still have such ability? Quan Yu's head was full of paste. Quan Yu, what's the matter with you? Early Hua saw that Quan Yu was in a strange state and asked aloud. Oh, it's okay, I extracted chakra, Quan Yu said in a daze. So fast, Xiahua was also a little surprised. Well, can the teacher ask a question? I have always been curious about Neji's Byakugan, can you tell me his abilities? Quan Yu said. Xiahua was taken aback, but immediately thought of Quan Yu and Neji's failure. This is not a big secret. Byakugan is not much different from normal people without opening eyes. Once the eyes are opened, it is the top reconnaissance ability, able to see through objects in a wide range, and can also see the flow of chakra inside the ninja, said Xiahua. After that, Xiahua also sighed. It is too difficult for ordinary people to surpass this kind of big family. Not to mention ninjutsu, this kind of ability alone is not something ordinary people can have. But this is obviously not what Quan Yu wants to know. That means he can also see the meridians in his body, Quan Yu asked again. This is not clear. A direct perspective should be fine, but this is the secret of these big families and won't tell us these ninjas. Xiahua walked over and patted Quan Yu on the shoulder. Don't be discouraged, you still have a chance to catch up with them with your talent. Of course Quan Yu would not be discouraged, but this unexpected situation also caught him off guard. Am I not from the Senju clan? Why do I have the ability of Byakugan? Does one of my parents belong to the Hyuga clan, and why don't my eyes go away? Quan Yu couldn't figure it out, but this ability was still very useful. The patriarch definitely knew something, but the patriarch didn't want to say. Quan Yu couldn't help it. Although Quan Yu cares, this is not something he can explore now, and he still needs to improve his strength. Teacher, I want to ask for leave, Quan Yu said. Xiahua is startled. Ask for leave. Why? I want to train by myself. There is not much room for improvement here, Quan Yu explained. With chakra, the training that I thought of before can also begin. Xiahua thought about it. Indeed, if Quan Yu trains with these classmates who haven't exercised much, his progress will be slowed down, but this is a long-term affair. If Fang Quan Yu leaves like this, it is estimated that he will also be punished. It's not acceptable to ask for leave, but I can let you go in the afternoon, Xiahua said after thinking about it. Thank you, teacher, Quan Yu said happily. Don't worry about thanking me, but I have to look at my grades. If I don't meet my standards, I will come back to class. Xiahua pretended to be angry. I will definitely not let the teacher down. Under the supervision of Xiahua, all the students began to exercise seriously. You can't be serious. The originally gentle Zayahua teacher seems to be a different person and will be punished if he is not careful. Quan Yu also did training, and he also felt the difference between chakra and no chakra. Chakra stimulates the muscles and instantly increases explosive power, but at the same time it also consumes a small amount of chakra. Quan Yu finally figured out why Neji suddenly broke out with such speed, which is why the ninja can go high and high. As long as you reserve a certain amount of chakra, you can complete this action, which is equivalent to installing a battery, so that the ninja can burst out in an instant, strengthening the jumping and attacking power. But if the physical energy is extracted too much, it will also affect the state of the body, and Quan Yu can obviously feel that his physical strength is much less. The ability of introspection also needs a little chakra, but Chakra Quan Yu doesn't care about that. The ability of introspection is really easy to use. Quan Yu could see his meridians, but the appearance of the meridians was different from what he had imagined. The meridians are indeed like pipelines, but they are not as smooth as infusion tubes as Quan Yu thought. The internal surface of the meridians is uneven, which is more like a kind of gap between the flesh. No, there is still flesh and blood there. It is only because of the Chakra Quan Yu that the meridians can be seen. To be more precise, this should be the energy channel formed by the body itself. Different gaps are connected together to form a network, and then spread all over the body, and inside is the chakra flowing. However, the limbs, abdomen, trunk, and brain have several thick meridians. This should be the main way for the ninja to mobilize chakra. Chakra is constantly fluctuating with Quan Yu's breathing, just like blood flowing in a blood vessel, and Neji's breathing is like the heart that provides power for them. Alright classmates, this morning's class is here, everyone can take a break. Zayahua also restored the usual gentleness. Tenten, I'll give you my food, I'm going back. Quan Yu took out his lunch box from his school bag and handed it to me. Tenten. Why Quan Yu, don't you want to eat it? Tenten said puzzledly. I have asked the teacher for leave and I won't be here in the afternoon, Quan Yu explained. You can still ask for leave, Tenten exclaimed. All the classmates focused their eyes. Tenten realized his rudeness. Yes, Quan Yu did ask me for leave. His standard has reached our training goal for this year. If someone can do like Quan Yu, I will give him a leave in the afternoon. Zayahua stood up and said that this is also to encourage these students. Teacher, I also asked for leave, Neji glanced at Quan Yu and said. Yes, Zayahua nodded. Other students have to work harder. Quan Yu greeted Mr. Zayahua and left, and Neji followed. The other classmates were full of envy, but they were indeed genius, and they had already surpassed them by a lot. Tenten, we have to work hard too, Zio Li said excitedly. Tenten said weakly. Quan Yu, why are you back? The patriarch asked in surprise. Although it is noon now, it is generally not until dinner time that Quan Yu returns. The teacher gave me a holiday, I want to train myself, Quan Yu explained. Oh, it seems you performed well. The patriarch understood when he thought about it, and the courses at the ninja school were not difficult for Quan Yu at all. Well, I have also mastered chakra, I decided to start a new training, Quan Yu said thinking. Quan Yu went to find paper and pen and began to write and draw. The patriarch smiled and went to prepare meals. What is Quan Yu? The patriarch put down the food and saw the picture drawn by Quan Yu. On a frame there were some small wooden stakes hanging from it. Oh, this is used to train reflexes, Quan Yu said without raising his head. He also had a headache and he didn't know anything about it. I can only rely on my own imagination or the inspiration I found in other animations. Grandpa Patriarch, is there anyone in our clan who is good at traps? Quan Yu asked, raising his head. That's true. Some people who hunt for a living are better at it, the patriarch said, picking up Quan Yu's drawing paper. Oh, this way Quan Yu was relieved now. He stopped writing and started to eat. Quan Yu's appetite today was exceptionally large, and soon the food on the table was swept away. The successful extraction of chakra caused Quan Yu's physical energy to be consumed a lot, and training also caused part of the consumption. Therefore, Quan Yu's body urgently needs nutrition. After eating, Quan Yu asked the patriarch to help him fix the shelf he designed. Of course, the patriarch would not refuse and he set up the shelf after a few clicks. There are also wooden stakes hanging on it, and the arrangement is also very chaotic. The density of these stakes is not high, about the distance between two people. Then Quan Yu found his full-time coach Erksheng and he stood in the stakes. Erksheng, hit me with the wooden stakes around, Quan Yu said to Erksheng. Quan Yu, you are sure it hurts to be smashed? Erksheng didn't understand what Quan Yu was going to do. It's okay, just come. Quan Yu calmly waited for the attack. Erksheng glanced at the patriarch, and when he saw the patriarch nodded slightly, he didn't hesitate. Erksheng directly grabbed a wooden stake hung by a rope and smashed it towards Quan Yu. The stake was pulled by the rope, and it was about to hit Yu with an arc drawn. But immediately Quan Yu dodged away. The stakes hit other ropes, which also caused the other stakes to sway. The effect of second bear continue is okay, the rope has been adjusted and will not be entangled. Good. Urkshin began to circle around the shelf, and the piles of wooden stakes began to smash towards Quan Yu. This time it was not as easy as before. Ouch! Quan Yu squatted down holding his head. He just dodged one stake and was hit by another stake. Now the entire stake array is shaking, completely irregular. Quan Yu, or forget it, Urkshin said, it hurts to be hit. No, Urkshin, don't hit it so fast, I need to get used to it. Quan Yu grabbed the two stakes and said, blinding one eye still has a certain impact on Quan Yu's sight. Okay, I see. Urkshin can. Quan Yu insisted not to say anything. It's just that the pace has slowed down a lot. Quan Yu felt a little more relaxed this time. As the stakes swayed, Quan Yu began to evade, although occasionally he made mistakes, but Quan Yu also quickly adapted. Reactivity is a must for a ninja, and Quan Yu is also laying the foundation for subsequent training. After all, he doesn't want to die young. The long-term high concentration of energy has also brought a little pressure to Quan Yu, but fortunately his mental power can be maintained. Two bears speed up the rhythm. The impact speed of the stakes has increased significantly. What? Oops. It hurts. Urkshin, pay attention to the rhythm. Obviously Quan Yu is arrogant again, always thinking that he can do it, but the reality is often cruel. In the evening, Quan Yu, wrapped in a bag, returned home. Quan Yu's face was full of blue and purple marks which looked very funny. Let's take a shower, you can see that you made it. The patriarch's eyes were full of smiles. Quan Yu touched his head awkwardly and then climbed into the medicated bath prepared by the patriarch. There is not much injury on the body but on this head. The patriarch pressed Quan Yu's head into the water. Quan Yu was almost choked. Grandpa Patriarch, you say hello anyway, Quan Yu breathed loudly. More bubbles are good, the patriarch laughed. Grandpa Patriarch, there is something I want to ask. My eyes. Quan Yu touched his left eye. The patriarch's face immediately became gloomy. Wash it yourself. After talking about the patriarch, he left without looking back. I knew it was like this. Quan Yu buried his head in the medicated bath. He knew that the patriarch would not say, otherwise he would not hide it for so long. The gentle chakra was flowing on Quan Yu's wound and was gradually absorbed. With the effect of the medicated bath, the wound on his face didn't hurt so much. Chakra still has this effect. Quan Yu certainly felt his own changes. Inner vision saw this process directly. But think about it, there is physical energy in chakra, and it is not surprising that it can heal certain injuries. After soaking in the medicinal bath, Quan Yu cleaned up and went to bed. Quan Yu, what's wrong with your face? Tenten said curiously, staring at Quan Yu's face. It's okay, it may be a little swollen to sleep, Quan Yu slapped. Haha. The medicated bath and chakra are effective. The bruising on Quan Yu's face has disappeared, but it is still slightly swollen. I didn't expect to be spotted by the sharp-eyed Tenten. The morning was still a fun-free physical training. Once the training was completed, Quan Yu ran away again. Neji also left afterwards. I don't know what these two people are up to all day, Tenten said silently. Maybe undergoing special training, Xiao Li said with a serious face. Tenten was speechless when he thought of the two's exaggerated results, these two pervert. After returning home, Quan Yu started training again, and the situation was a little better than yesterday, but after the end he was still injured. After returning home, Quan Yu only saw the prepared medicinal bath and never saw the patriarch who was waiting before. It seems that Quan Yu's words yesterday angered the patriarch. Can't you really say it? I feel strong and can accept it, Quan Yu thought silently. But in the eyes of the patriarch, he is really still a child. Half a year has passed and Quan Yu's training has slowly started to get on track. A breeze blew by, bringing up Quan Yu's somewhat messy long hair. I saw Quan Yu also seemed to be swaying with the wind, one after another. The wooden stakes were swayed by Quan Yu. Hoo Quan Yu, let me rest. Urkshin sat down on the ground. Urkshin without chakra just smashed these stakes and made himself panting. Quan Yu let the wooden stake that was still swaying and walked out. I came back from school and bought the bones. It should be ready now, Quan Yu said with a smile. Urkshin's eyes lit up. Go, let's eat first. Quan Yu smiled and took the two bears home. On the way, Quan Yu was also thinking, and now the training has reached its limit. It's not that Quan Yu's reflexes are really strong, but Urkshin can't keep up. Quan Yu almost understood some of the characteristics of chakra, and his body slowly began to improve under the influence of chakra. This was also the result of Quan Yu's control. He did not dare to extract a large amount of physical energy. Can only do some training that does not consume chakra. It's time to start the next item. A tribe dressed as a hunter came out of the woods and nodded to the patriarch. Quan Yu, you should know the danger of your training, the patriarch said while looking at the mountain in front of him. I know, but these traps have already been dealt with, and I won't suffer too much injury, and it's better to bleed now than to die later, Quan Yu said seriously. Hey, the patriarch sighed, and since Quan Yu asked about his eyes, he knew that Quan Yu was a thoughtful child. It seems that he has realized something to train himself so desperately. Then be careful. The patriarch nodded to Orion and Urkshin next to him, and then left. He couldn't imagine what Quan Yu would look like when he got down from above. Quan Yu glanced at the patriarch who had left, nodded to Urkshin, and jumped towards the mountain. With Chakra's Quan Yu, his explosive power has been greatly enhanced, and he has become proficient in what this ninja can do. Of course, it's incomparable to the speed of a ninja. Quan Yu came to the top of the mountain and looked at a dense forest faintly walked by. From here to the foot of the mountain are all kinds of traps, and Quan Yu must pass this road. This training method was learned by Quan Yu from an animation. At least in Quan Yu's opinion, it is quite reasonable. Not only has the training of reaction ability, but also increased the adaptation to the environment, the judgment and perception of danger, and there are also requirements for physical strength. It is a very comprehensive training method, but it is also highly dangerous. Although some lethal traps have been dealt with and will not kill Quan Yu, the injury is definitely inevitable. But what kind of a ninja would you be afraid of being injured? After all, Quan Yu was just an ordinary person in his previous life. If you want to catch up with other elite ninjas, you can only use this method to force yourself to adapt. Quan Yu took a break, and the chakra in his body gradually became more abundant. Then he rushed to the path full of traps resolutely. Not long after being out there, Quan Yu felt that something was tripped under his feet and the trap was triggered. 3 bamboo arrows shot towards Quan Yu. Quan Yu turned over to avoid him, and a bamboo arrow flew in front of his eyes. The unflattened edge drew across Quan Yu's delicate face, bringing up a blood line. Then he hit a tree on the side and fell down. The tip of the arrow was smoothed, and even if it hit Quan Yu's body, it would not hurt much. Quan Yu ignored the injury on his face and continued to move forward. But immediately there was no space in his feet and he fell down. But one hand held tightly to the edge of the trap, which was full of blunt wooden stake tips. Quan Yu mobilized Chakra to turn over and jumped out of the trap. This is the effect I want. Quan Yu's face showed excitement, and the only remaining eye was also shining. After talking, Quan Yu walked forward again. What? With the sound of a rope brush, Quan Yu's legs were tied up, and then Quan Yu was hung up. After a while, the Orion tribe at the foot of the mountain just walked out of the woods. Then I saw the embarrassing Quan Yu. Don't hang upside down in the air. Uncle Kimura, let me down quickly. I said, Quan Yu, you were caught. Just how far you have gone. And I doubt you can really go down the mountain today, Kimura said with a smile, and walked aside to untie the rope. Did you not pay attention? It will definitely not happen next time. Quan Yu was slowly put down. Being hung upside down made Quan Yu feel very uncomfortable, but who told him to not pay attention? Uncle Kimura, you restore the trap. I want to continue. Quan Yu was still fighting spirit. Kimura shook his head. I don't know how to release water, so be careful. Quan Yu nodded and walked toward the top of the mountain again. The more unexpected the better. He knew the location of the trap and he also practiced a fur. Quan Yu took a break and saw Uncle Kimura coming out, knowing that the trap had been fixed. Continue to rush down the mountain. There are many traps along the way, and this time Quan Yu's spirit is highly concentrated. The bamboo raft bounced and hit Quan Yu's calf directly. Hiss. Quan Yu held back the pain and didn't pay attention to triggering a trap just now, but it was just a small injury. But if the trap is true, Quan Yu's leg must be almost scrapped. Keep going. Then there were the wooden stakes that kept hitting out. Quan Yu had trained before, but now he is advancing quickly, and the difficulty of avoiding it has greatly increased. The stakes are not thick, but they are still very powerful, as you can see from the howling airflow. Quan Yu dodges hard and has to maintain a certain speed. After all, if it is an enemy, it won't give you a chance to stop. The sky gradually darkened, and Quan Yu had already returned to the top of the mountain several times. Some traps are really unexpected, and once judged to lose the ability to move, Quan Yu will return to the top of the mountain. Uncle Kimura will set up traps again. After going back and forth, Quan Yu spent almost a whole day, and he hasn't eaten up till now. And this time is Quan Yu's closest approach to the foot of the mountain. But Quan Yu triggered the trap, and a wooden stick was shot out quickly. Quan Yu rushed to one side, but just as he fell to the ground, the trap was triggered, and a net was raised around it, and Quan Yu was caught in the net, and then hung to the sky. It failed again. It turned out to be a serial trap. Quan Yu was a little regretful. Quan Yu patiently waited for Uncle Kimura's arrival, and after a while, Kimura got out of the woods. Kimura put Quan Yu down. Quan Yu's face was dirty at this time, and his body was all stained and tattered. You can see that Quan Yu's hands are all cracked with blood, and it can be seen that there are no injuries on his body. That's not enough. Thank you, Uncle Kimura, today. I will do this kind of training for a long time in the future. I will make up for the delay of Uncle Kimura's time. Quan Yu still has some money, so I can afford it. Hahaha, no, the patriarch has already arranged. Kimura laughed, Quan Yu's special status, and he also hopes that Quan Yu can become an excellent ninja in the future. Judging from the current level of Quan Yu's efforts, it is still very promising. Quan Yu and Kimura began to walk towards the clan land. Quan Yu, seeing that the two came out, Urkshin ran over with a bag of things. This is the meal prepared by the patriarch for you. I have been practicing for a day, you should be hungry. Urkshin handed over the meal. Quan Yu felt his stomach really hungry. So I greeted Kimura and Urkshin to start eating. Anyway, it was already so late, and I didn't care about that time anymore. After returning home, Quan Yu took a medicated bath as usual. Looking at the large and small wounds on his body, Quan Yu was also a little helpless, who told him to have no plug-in, he can only rely on himself. Quan Yu, be careful in the future. Look at your injuries. The patriarch frowned. Quan Yu is only more than 7 years old now. Is this kind of training cruel? Although Quan Yu has never called pain before, it can be seen from his expression that these pains are still quite unbearable. Although the patriarch was very pleased with Quan Yu's persistence, he still felt a little distressed. After all, he brought him up. I see, Grandpa Patriarch. Quan Yu showed a smile. He knew that the patriarch was worried about him, but he couldn't help it. This kind of training injury would definitely be unavoidable. No, I seem to have a ninjutsu that I haven't practiced yet. Isn't that ninjutsu that can increase physical defense? Quan Yu suddenly thought of the ninjutsu his father had left him. After soaking in the medicinal bath, Quan Yu returned to his room and found the ninjutsu scroll that recorded the fixing technique. I haven't learned how to release ninjutsu. There will be no problems, right? Quan Yu carefully looked at the ninjutsu on the scroll and thought. It doesn't matter, it's just a little ninjutsu. It fails at most and consumes chakra. Anyway, Quan Yu hasn't seen anyone injured without ninjutsu. These 3 seals, Zai, Ugly, and Shen, are not difficult for me, but the principle is completely unclear. Try it first. Quan Yu decided to try one by one first. According to the teacher's explanation, the chakra in the body of the ninja will change when the ninja knots the seal. It should be this way to control the chakra to form ninjutsu. I'm sorry, I just forgot to write today. I thought I was updated. Quan Yu immediately felt the slight change in chakra after the Zai seal was formed. Under Quan Yu's inner view, chakra only fluctuated as if the state of flow had also changed. Quan Yu didn't care, there are still 2 seals. The word ugly was printed. The chakra in Quan Yu seemed to stagnate for a while and then return to flow. The word Shen was also nodded by Quan Yu. Then Quan Yu felt his body tremble and chakra seemed to expand outwards, and then there was no change. For this situation, Quan Yu was not surprised, and he was not a genius. How could it be possible to use ninjutsu for the first time? However, some ninjutsu techniques are mentioned on the ninjutsu scroll. Regardless of the speed of Jiyin, when the chakra in the body changes, the ninja must maintain that state until the next seal, when chakra's state changes again. In other words, the chakra change ninja formed by each seal must be maintained until the ninjutsu is released. This is also the reason why ninjas must be highly concentrated when using ninjutsu and even stop breathing. Of course, as long as you have formed a physical response, chakra can be perfectly mobilized and you can achieve the purpose of fast formation. Otherwise, no matter how fast the printing speed is, you will not be able to release ninjutsu. Quan Yu was not too far-sighted and began to seal one by one and tried to maintain the state of chakra. In fact, this is a very ideal operation. Quan Yu is not very clear about how chakra maintains that state. In the non-stop Jai Yin, as long as Quan Yu concentrates on trying to maintain the state of chakra will last longer. This may have something to do with the spiritual energy inside. It's really difficult, it's just ordinary knot printing. How did those monsters who can knot printing with one hand do it? Chakra's state can't be maintained for too long, and Quan Yu's knot printing speed is not fast. Attention will be distracted if you are too fast, and you will not be able to release ninjutsu even if you complete the seal. This is a process that requires cooperation and is indispensable. Fortunately, ninjutsu is useless, and chakra is not too expensive. Then Quan Yu continued to practice until Quan Yu couldn't control his tiredness and fell on the bed. In the morning, Quan Yu was eating frantically. It would be impossible for Quan Yu to maintain a good physical condition without a large amount of food. Quan Yu, during this period of time, don't stay in the village after school, just come back, the patriarch said when Quan Yu went out. Quan Yu was full of doubts, is there something going to happen? Suddenly, Quan Yu thought of something. I know the patriarch grandpa Quan Yu left to go to school after saying. Are you going to start? But it's none of my business now. Quan Yu walked along the road lightly. On the way, Quan Yu also discovered the difference in the village, and the number of ninjas he could see was obviously a little higher. A cold wind blew through, and Quan Yu couldn't help fighting a cold war. A figure floated by Quan Yu. The cold face was completely different from the gentleness that Quan Yu had seen before. This person is the Uchiha Itachi that I have seen before. At this time, he is completely dressed as a ninja. The black ninja sword is inserted behind him, and his footsteps have become heavier. The frowning brow seemed to have something on his mind, and a glance at him fixed Quan Yu in place. It turned out Itachi noticed Quan Yu's gaze. Without saying hello, Itachi glanced at Quan Yu, then looked back and left. This TM is too horrible. It took a long time for Quan Yu to return to his senses, and at the first glance, Quan Yu couldn't bear it. As if directly pulling Quan Yu into a dark space, even his thinking was stagnant. It seems that I'm still far away, I can't stand a look in my eyes. Quan Yu shook his head and smiled bitterly. But this is also because of Itachi's intensive illusion technique. However, this kind of uncontrollable dissemination of pressure should be about to start action. Quan Yu shook his head and continued to walk towards the ninja school. Time is still flowing slowly. News of Uchiha's extermination also spread throughout Konoha. Konoha officials only said that Uchiha was annihilated, but who did it is not disclosed. Ordinary people just marveled at the demise of a big family, and they didn't pay much attention for a long time. And Sasuke became the only living member of the Konoha Uchiha clan. Quan Yu had also seen Sasuke, and the kid who had been a bit bad-tempered was now silent and gloomy, and there was no brilliance in his eyes. Oh, the Uchiha clan has also disappeared. The patriarch took a sip of wine quietly, as if he was nostalgic for something. What can Quan Yu say? He is not even a ninja now. Thinking about the days when Uchiha was annihilated, the smell of blood in the sky made Quan Yu a little nauseous. It might be because Quan Yu was blind in one eye. His sense of smell became very sensitive, and ordinary people couldn't smell it. Grandpa Patriarch, I'm going to train. Quan Yu greeted the patriarch and left after eating. The patriarch looked at Quan Yu who was leaving, his expression moved slightly, but then he sighed. After going out, Quan Yu first found the two bears and came to a set of piling arrays. Now Quan Yu is doing this kind of training, obviously a lot easier. Then came to the mountain belonging to the Senju clan. Uncle Kimura was already waiting on the top of the mountain. On the fire, 2 roasted golden rabbits were taken down by Uncle Kimura. Try it, found it in the trap, Kimura said, handing over a rabbit. He has long been accustomed to Quan Yu's work and rest, knowing when he will come. The weather at this time has already had a hint of chill, and it will be some time before winter. The few flames made Quan Yu feel very comfortable. He laughed and roasted the rabbit before sitting and eating. Also talked about the trap with Uncle Kimura. After eating the roast rabbit, Quan Yu took a rest. So I started to practice Jai-Yin. This ninjutsu Quan Yu has been successfully released several times. The effect is of course not very satisfactory. However, Quan Yu also noticed the shortcomings of this ninjutsu. Once the fixation technique is completed, the body's defenses will increase, but the body will become a little heavier and the movements will become slower. As if to strengthen the defense, it is the same as sacrificing speed. But even so, Quan Yu did not give up the practice of ninjutsu. On certain occasions, this ninjutsu was still useful. For example, it is good for training. After Quan Yu's movements are restricted, these traps become more effective, which makes Quan Yu's spirit have to be highly concentrated. The heavier body also subtly strengthened Quan Yu's body, and the increase in defense power also made Quan Yu suffer a lot less injuries. Therefore, before each training, Quan Yu has to prepare a fixation technique. I don't know if it's because of the simplification. The duration of this ninjutsu is relatively long, although the effect is really not good. Quan Yu felt that even if he could release it perfectly, his defense would not increase much. At most, some sharp weapons could not pierce Quan Yu's skin without force, and blunt weapons could not cause damage on the surface. There are advantages, but there are also many disadvantages. Anyway, there is no other ninjutsu to learn, so you should practice ninjutsu in advance. Of course, ninjutsu can be released without chaotic knots. All kinds of ninjutsu are passed down after a lot of verification, but chaotic knots can cause serious consequences. As for the simplification of the seal, Quan Yu guessed that some chakra changes can be done directly under his own control after the ninja is familiar with it. No need for the aid of printing knots. Like some ninjutsu, it can be used directly with a seal. Of course, this is also the result of a lot of training, and the requirement for control of the ninja is relatively high. Quan Yu can't do this now, just such a simple ninjutsu is always ineffective, and it is a dream to simplify it. With the seal of Quan Yu, Chakra's status changed. Once the two seals of Zai and Ugly were completed, Quan Yu felt that Chakra had undergone a special change. As if Chakra became heavy and stable, Quan Yu knew that this was a change in the nature of Chakra. The fixation technique belongs to the Earth style, so it is natural to transform Chakra into an Earth attribute. Shen printed. Quan Yu's eyes flashed. The Chakra, which had completed the transformation of its nature, expanded outwards. Part of the Chakra was transported to the body through the meridians and covered Quan Yu's body. Good luck, I succeeded in one shot. Quan Yu moved his hands and feet and felt the changes in his body. I'm leaving Uncle Kimura. Quan Yu adjusted to a moment and rushed towards the woods. With the training, Quan Yu's reaction ability has improved a lot, and he has a certain sense of danger. Countless traps are constantly being reactivated, some of which are deliberately activated by Quan Yu, otherwise the training effect will not be achieved. Quan Yu evades flexibly, just like a swimming black fish. Stable movement and flexible rhythm, but this is just a warm-up, it's all simple traps. The difficulty of the second half will be greatly improved, which is also what Quan Yu requested. Simple traps are not difficult for Quan Yu now. Sure enough, Quan Yu accidentally activated a trap, and the surrounding traps were activated again and again. The bamboo arrows shot out continuously, giving Quan Yu a feeling of nowhere to hide. Quan Yu Chakra activated his leg muscles to jump up, but a giant wood hit him immediately. Quan Yu's eyes condensed, and he turned over and stepped on the bottom of the giant tree. After a few steps, Quan Yu turned to the ground and continued to rush forward. At the same time, his only right eye is constantly looking at the surrounding environment. Although he is familiar with it, the trap has changed. Birds kept flying out of the forest. It's not bad, kid. Kimura entered the woods looking at the startled bird. Quan Yu panted on the ground and panted. The trap behind was indeed a bit pervert, as if Quan Yu's reaction had been calculated, forcing Quan Yu to use Chakra a lot to avoid it. Kimura walked out of the woods. How about my trap, right? Kimura was a little proud. Uncle Kimura, do you know ninjas well? This is obviously not for hunting but more like a ninja design. Quan Yu sat up and said. Haha, you Uncle Kimura, I used to be a ninja, but after I was injured I can no longer be a ninja. Kimura looked a little depressed. That said, Uncle Kimura and my father are more familiar, Quan Yu said with a move. Kimura was taken aback. He realized only now that he had said something he shouldn't have said. Kimura hesitated and sighed when Quan Yu was staring at him. Yes, I know your father very well, including when he died I was not far away, Kimura said in a low voice. Then my father is not good, Quan Yu said softly, lowering his head. Awesome. Although I think he is more timid, he did a big thing and I have to admire him, Kimura said with a smile. What's the big deal? Quan Yu raised his head and looked a little surprised. It's hard to say, you only need to know that I admire him. The smile on Kimura's face has some meaning. Well, you go up and have a rest, I will recover from the trap. Kimura interrupted the topic, and there were some things he couldn't say. Hello? Quan Yu responded. He knew that these people would not tell him, nor did he know what happened that year. In the original book, there is not much about the Senju family at all, and it is estimated that his father is not even married to Kakuzu. As the cold winter approaches, the weather is getting colder, and even the school curriculum has slowed down a lot. Quan Yu, what are you going to do during your holiday? Tenten said to Quan Yu next to him. Training, what else can I do? Quan Yu didn't wear much. Quan Yu's body is much better now than before. Quan Yu, you really are serious, Zio Li said excitedly. Cut, boring, Tenten curled his lips in disdain. No way, someone like me always wants to surpass, which makes me very embarrassed, Quan Yu said with a smile. Too pervert, Tenten certainly knew who Quan Yu was talking about. Although both of them were in class in the morning, it was obvious that they were competing. From the current point of view, they are similar, but Tenten can only look up. Although Tenten's physical condition is also good, there is still a big gap between Hekwin Yu and the others. After all, he and Neji are both masters of Chakra. After more than a year, Quan Yu has also grown a little taller, and his appearance has not changed much, but the long-term training has made Quan Yu feel a little taller. What? Quan Yu said softly. Ten also noticed Quan Yu's changes and then followed Quan Yu's gaze. I saw a little girl hiding behind a tree watching something furtively. Quan Yu looked forward. Isn't that the Naruto who walked forward carelessly? It goes without saying who this little girl is. Naruto, Quan Yu exclaimed. The little girl was taken aback. Naruto looked back and a smile suddenly appeared on his face. Quan Yu, why are you here? Naruto ran towards Quan Yu directly. When Naruto passed by the little girl, her eyes became a little strange. You are. Hinata. Naruto stopped and stared at Hinata closely. It took him a long time to remember that this was his classmate Hinata. Naruto-kun, you, okay? Hinata's face flushed and the side of her body avoided Naruto's gaze. Naruto, it's very rude to stare at a girl like this. Quan Yu walked over with Tent and Zio-Li. Ah, I'm sorry, Naruto said with a grin, touching his head. It's okay, Naruto-kun, I'll leave if I have something else. Hinata saw Quan Yu and the others coming and ran away with their heads down. Strange, Naruto was puzzled. Quan Yu saw this scene and smiled. Naruto heard that you have also entered the ninja school. Yes, yeah, we will be classmates in the future, Naruto said triumphantly. Then study hard, don't be the tail of a crane. This is Tent and Zio-Li and I are in the same class, Quan Yu introduced. Hello, I'm Uzumaki Naruto, please advise. Quan Yu, you are looking for a little brother there. It's very unusual, Tenten teased. Hello, I am Zio-Li. I am glad to meet you, Zio-Li said seriously. Okay, we don't want to be here anymore. I invite you to dinner, Quan Yu smiled. Yeah, Naruto was happy at once. A few people just left here talking and laughing. Quan Yu's training continues. Even if the weather is bad, Quan Yu must train. If you are either running traps or practicing ninjutsu, Quan Yu has maintained a good habit through long-term training. However, there was still a bottleneck in his body. Even with Chakra's help, Quan Yu's body had reached its limit. But for now, Quan Yu has already surpassed many classmates in the same period. This situation has also caused some concern. A hard-working little guy, Sarutobi Hiruzen, put down the file in his hand and said, Yes, it is indeed determined to be able to withstand such training at this age, said the ninja opposite Sarutobi Hiruzen. Hey Feng, have you considered accepting a disciple after all your body? Sarutobi sighed and said. Not yet, he is almost. The ninja named Hate was pale, a little thin and looked sick. Well, this is your business, but such a good kid is hard to find. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a cigarette quietly and then watched the wind. I understand what you mean. Time passed slowly. Quan Yu's hand fastened the seal of the fixing technique. I'm finally proficient, even if I can use it in battle. Quan Yu breathed a sigh of relief. Quan Yu used the 3 seals for more than a second, which can already be used in battle. And Trap Mountain's training also met Quan Yu's expectations, and basically passed in a period of time, which greatly improved Quan Yu's responsiveness and insight ability. But Quan Yu felt that it was not enough. He had to challenge higher difficulty, for example. Quan Yu walked into the stake array, then took out a bandage and blindfolded his eyes. Second bear, slow down. Bang! Before Quan Yu finished speaking, he was hit by a wooden stake and fell down. Fortunately, Quan Yu blessed himself with a body-fixing technique, but his head was a little dizzy, but he didn't suffer any injuries. Didn't I tell you to slow down? Quan Yu slowly stood up. However, he immediately received a blow to the back of the head. Fortunately, his strength was not strong and Quan Yu resisted it. It's not me this time, Erkshing looked innocent. Quan Yu held on to the swaying wooden stake. I can't see it now, first use one to practice slowly, Quan Yu said helplessly. Hello? Then the training ground continued to hear the sound of collision. The patriarch who watched from a distance was also shocked and saw Quan Yu's head being constantly hit. Fortunately, he knew that Quan Yu learned a ninjutsu to increase his defense, otherwise he was really worried that Quan Yu would be knocked down. Idiot. Stop. Quan Yu sat on the ground and pulled down the blindfold. It's time for the fixation technique. Quan Yu didn't dare to be hit like this directly, otherwise he might really become an idiot. In order to strengthen the perception ability, Quan Yu is also good enough. Although he knows that some ninjutsu can achieve the effect of perceiving the surrounding things, but his own perception ability must be strong, otherwise, who is waiting for you to use ninjutsu? But this is really too difficult. If there is Byakugan who would train this, it is a pity that his Byakugan is crippled. Come slowly, Quan Yu once again blessed himself with the fixation technique and then proceeded to training. However, the effect was still not very good. After being hit, Quan Yu's head became dizzy and what else could he feel? But Quan Yu has no other training methods, so he can only strengthen the previous training. However, this training is also divided into levels. The first step is to avoid the stakes through perception. The second step is to sense changes in the outside world through the body, and the third step is exaggerated. The body forms a natural response. Even if Quan Yu loses consciousness, it can attack. Respond. Of course, this is what Quan Yu imagined, and I don't know if it can be achieved, but the first step is still very possible. So Quan Yu always felt groggy during this period, and then it was time for school to start, and Quan Yu also entered the 3rd school year. Inside a dojo. Students, after a year, your body has gone through a lot of exercise and has been greatly strengthened, and we will also enter a new stage of ninja learning. Xiahua said, looking at the students sitting cross-legged in the dojo. Quan Yu's expression moved. Now I am afraid that I should learn to extract chakra. Maybe some classmates have already guessed something. What we studied this year is chakra. Xiahua glanced at Quan Yu. First of all, let me tell you what chakra is. Chakra is a combination of spiritual energy and physical energy. Humans digest food and obtain physical energy. This energy can restore human physical strength, but it is difficult to control oneself, so it is necessary to add spiritual energy to make it more controllable. Oh, this is a new theory. Quan Yu became interested in listening to the class. You can also think that the main source of energy for ninjas to release ninjutsu is our physical energy, and the role of mental energy in it is to change the nature of physical energy so that various ninjutsu can be formed, said Zhao Hua. Zhao Hua's words made Quan Yu startled. When it did change the nature, it was the spiritual energy that was at work. But Quan Yu has more ideas about physical energy. This definition of physical energy can be used in many animations. For example, the chi in Dragon Ball is very similar to physical energy. It is difficult to control and has a lot of energy. In other words, the source of ninjutsu's power is still physical energy, except for illusions, which is obviously mental power playing a major role. And isn't the pure physical energy just Yang Dun? No, even Yang Dun needs the control of mental power. Quan Yu guessed that the ratio of the two energies may be different, and mental power only occupies a small part, so it is difficult to control. Even the expansion jutsu of the Akamichi clan is just a crude application of Yang Dun. A more refined application is medical ninjutsu, which uses physical energy to precisely accelerate the recovery of important positions. Of course, this situation also loses the ability to change attributes because it is too difficult to control. Yin Dun is different. It is obviously much more flexible and can create illusions. There is also the shadow imitation technique of the Nara clan, which may have different proportions. So it shows different forms, but it is obviously much more flexible than Yang Dun. But even if he knew this was the case, Quan Yu still couldn't understand Yin-Yang escape. Yin-Yang escape was obviously not that simple, otherwise it would not have such a magical effect. The yin and yang escape used by Sage of Six Paths is obviously not a combination of ordinary physical energy and spiritual energy. The combination of the two forms chakra, the yin and yang escape from there. I seem to be thinking too much. It's too early to think about this now. At this time, Zayahyo waited for everyone to digest it and continued. Illusory art is different. It is led by mental power and assisted by physical energy to have an effect on the ninja. You may not understand it. These will be discussed later. The purpose of our school year is to enable you to open chakra. Everyone please follow me. Then there is the chakra extraction method taught to Quan Yu by the teacher Zayahua before. It is no different. Of course, other students wanting to extract chakra is not as easy as Quan Yu. Lack of mental power, physical energy is not high, but barely meet the extraction standard. However, within 1 year the extraction of chakra should be completed. One morning, Quan Yu has been in a state of boredom. Obviously, it is impossible to ask for leave, otherwise it would mean that Quan Yu has been absent from school for a long time. It seems to have something to do. Quan Yu wandered around the village after school and soon he found his goal. Ninja store. Oh, it's Quan Yu, why come to me in time? The owner of the ninjutsu shop is Tenten's father, and Quan Yu has seen Tenten's house several times. Uncle, let me buy something, Quan Yu said with a smile. Oh, even if you buy it, Uncle will give you a discount. The customers of the ninja shop are generally ninjas, and civilians are restricted to purchase. Students of ninja schools such as Quan Yu are also eligible to buy. I want to buy chakra test strips. Tenten's father moved with a look. Well, I'm looking for it. There are very few ninjas who buy this thing, and I don't have much stock. Quan Yu waited for a while and Tenten's father found a white piece of paper. Quan Yu, is this too early for you? Tenten's father clearly understood what Quan Yu wanted to do. Let's see what attributes I am. I still know that there is such a thing in the book, Uncle. How much money? Quan Yu smiled and lied. What is the money for this little thing? I will give it to you. Thank you, Uncle, then I will leave first. Come to play often when you have times. Quan Yu came to a place where there was no one, playing with chakra test paper in his hand, and then chakra was injected into it. The test paper quickly responded and Quan Yu looked at it. It turns out that I have these two attributes. It seems that the identity of my Senju clan has been confirmed. Quan Yu smiled and then crushed the test paper. After class time, when other students were working hard to get the seal, Quan Yu sat cross-legged on the ground. He also deliberately wore a relatively large dress, and his hands were also covered by some long sleeves. His expression was serious, and his brows were slightly frowned. If you can see Quan Yu's hands, you can see that he is holding a piece of white paper in his hand, and his hands are closed on the white paper. It took a long time for Quan Yu to breathe out lightly and then peeked at the white paper in his hand. There is no change at all on the white paper. It's more difficult than I thought. Anyone who has seen Hokage will understand that Quan Yu is cultivating the attributes of Chakra. Since Quan Yu knows his attributes, he is ready to practice. But even if Quan Yu possesses those two attributes, it is still very difficult to cultivate. Quan Yu, what are you doing without giving us guidance? Tenon asked Quan Yu as he opened his eyes. I can't guide this, the teacher has made it clear enough. If it doesn't work, exercise more to make it easier to perceive. Quan Yu glanced at Tenon and said, It turned out to be so, I understand. Tenon was still complaining about Quan Yu's stinginess, and Xiao Li next to him said excitedly. Tenon pursed his mouth and started to seal again. The school life is boring and boring. Sometimes Xiahua will talk about chakra applications, but Quan Yu has already mastered these in constant training, which is not very useful. In the afternoon, Quan Yu still does some training. After all, his body is growing every day. In order to maintain his state, he still needs a certain amount of training. At other times, Quan Yu was feeling the transformation of Chakra's attributes. Finally, one day, the white paper Quan Yu used for practice changed, and the top corner was shattered by Quan Yu's chakra. Quan Yu was a little excited looking at the white paper that had changed and finally made some progress. But he immediately became frustrated again. It took so long to improve at this point, so when will he be able to become a master? This is the soil attribute that he is more familiar with, and the water attribute that he hasn't practiced much. That's right, the properties tested by Quan Yu with chakra test paper are water and soil, which fits the style of the Senju family. However, Quan Yu thought about the changes in chakra just now and felt a little familiar. Suddenly Quan Yu's heart was shocked. Isn't this the change of chakra when he used the fixation technique? That's right, the solid body technique is earth style, and of course there will be changes in the nature of the soil attributes. Can I? Quan Yu did it as soon as he thought of it, and the two seals of Zai and Ugly were quickly formed in his hands. Chakra's state immediately changed. Quan Yu had practiced this process countless times, and he couldn't be more familiar. Taking this opportunity, Quan Yu put chakra into his hands, but chakra in this state is somewhat difficult to control. Quan Yu relied on his relatively strong control ability to reluctantly put chakra into his hands. Quan Yu's fingertips touched the white paper that was shattered just now, and saw that the place where the white paper was touched immediately turned into pieces. Sure enough, Quan Yu's eyes lit up. Then Quan Yu loosened the seal and began to think. Although the attribute transformation of chakra can be completed through the seal, this is not what Quan Yu wants. Quan Yu wanted to complete the transformation of chakra directly, without the need for seals, so that his fixation technique could be released with a single seal. Of course, this is not the most important thing. When Quan Yu completely changed the nature of the master's soil attributes, most of the ninjutsu could be simplified. This is not a question of missing one or two seals. Quan Yu can do more things by saving this time. This is not the end of soil attribute cultivation, and there is also a change in form. Once he is fully master, Quan Yu can use the earth attribute chakra as he wants. Various types of ninjutsu can also be greatly simplified. Only a small amount of seals can be used to complete powerful ninjutsu. This is the meaning of attribute cultivation. Moreover, attribute cultivation also has strengths and weaknesses. As the cultivation deepens, the nature of the soil attributes changes more completely, and the power of ninjutsu will increase. Just like Quan Yu's solid body technique, with Quan Yu's practice, the intensity is slowly increasing. But how to cultivate the attributes of the soil is still a problem. Quan Yu thought for a while, could he speed up the process of getting acquainted with the soil properties by maintaining the state of soil properties all the time? It seems okay. As long as you are fully familiar with the chakra nature of the earth attribute, doesn't it mean that you have successfully cultivated? Zai, Ugly. Quan Yu was fully absorbed, and as the seal was completed, the nature of chakra in his body changed. Then Quan Yu held his breath because chakra fluctuates with his breathing, and this interference must be removed. As time passed, Quan Yu was highly concentrated, and long-term practice made it easier for Quan Yu to maintain this state. But who was spit out by Quan Yu, the state of the earth attribute chakra was disturbed, and the original state was immediately restored. This time is not long, and the concentration is high, which consumes a lot of oxygen in the body. And the consumption of a large amount of oxygen will also affect Quan Yu's spirit, which will also lead to a significant reduction in the time of maintaining the state. It can be, but this time is too short, right? Quan Yu was a little helpless. No way, the cultivation of attributes can't be done overnight. Otherwise, too many ninjas can complete the cultivation of the 5 attributes. It's not that Sarutobi Hiruzen alone will become a doctor of ninjutsu. If he can get his guidance, he might practice faster. But Quan Yu is not his disciple, so why should others teach him? But this kind of practice is still meaningful. At least Quan Yu feels a little more familiar with the control of soil attributes. In the next time, Quan Yu began to practice continuously using this method. But when you are in class, you still use the old methods to practice, otherwise it won't be good if you get noticed. Huh? Quan Yu gasped. This method of holding his breath for a long time has improved Quan Yu's breath time a lot, and Quan Yu felt that his lung capacity had become stronger. This is also because his physical fitness is relatively good, and his lungs may be exploded in his previous life. It would be nice if you could maintain this change when you breathe, so that you can practice for a long time and perceive the attributes of the earth more quickly. Quan Yu looked at the ceiling of his room and thought, yes, why can't I develop this method to become my unique move? Quan Yu looked excited, and some ninjas develop their own unique ninjutsu, so why can't I develop it? Once the development is completed, I have a huge advantage in attribute cultivation. It can also play a great role in battle, and there is no need to physically stop and be easily interrupted when using ninjutsu like other ninjas. But there are still some problems with the specific cultivation, but it's okay to try it in case it succeeds. Thinking of Quan Yu, he stood up directly. The knot was formed, the nature of chakra was changed, and Quan Yu began to work hard to maintain the state of chakra. At the same time, he began to inhale slowly. In an instant, chakra fluctuated, and it was clear through the inner vision Quan Yu that chakra's state was maintained for a short period of time, and it was interrupted by the fluctuation caused by breathing. It works. Although the duration is short, it proves that Quan Yu's idea still has the possibility of success. Seeing the possibility of success, Quan Yu single-eyed, as if seeing his own plug-in right in front of him. So he began to practice in this direction. And when Quan Yu was in school the next day, he discovered that when he didn't make chakra slightly change to the soil attribute through the knot printing method, it was more difficult to interrupt chakra's state with breathing. So Quan Yu practiced in this way in the morning and continued to practice attribute transformation in the afternoon. Time passed in Quan Yu's practice slowly, and after a winter vacation, Quan Yu finally made a big progress. Quan Yu was able to breathe while chakra's low-level soil attributes changed in his body. Although the process was a bit difficult, it was not the case. This undoubtedly made Quan Yu a little excited, but his next choice made Quan Yu a little bit difficult. Should we continue to practice to make this method easier, or should we directly transform the soil attributes through Jai Yin and then add breathing to practice? There is no doubt that the latter is more efficient, and the former is too gradual and does not meet Quan Yu's requirements for rapid progress. Quan Yu decided to choose the latter. Together with the seal, the chakra in Quan Yu's body is transformed into an earth attribute. After so long of practice, the attributes of Quan Yu's seal have been transformed more perfect. Even if Quan Yu didn't have a body-fixing technique, he knew that the defensive power of this ninjutsu had become stronger. Maintaining the state and beginning to breathe, Quan Yu is already very familiar with these processes. The soil attribute chakra in the body was stabilized by Quan Yu and began to flow slowly with breathing. But in a short period of time, Quan Yu's face became flushed. Not good. Quan Yu didn't even have time to restore chakra, just vomiting a bite of blood and suddenly fell to the ground. The blood was dazzling, and no one knew what Quan Yu had experienced. Quan Yu, it's time to go to school. Seeing that Quan Yu hadn't been out to eat for a long time, the patriarch who got up earlier came to the door of Quan Yu's room. Quan Yu, there was no response for a long time, and the patriarch was a little unhappy. According to the theory, Quan Yu seems to have no habit of sleeping late while he still gets up. Boom, boom, boom. The patriarch knocked on the door but still did not respond. Could it be? When the patriarch thought of anything, he didn't wait anymore and just started hitting the door. Quan Yu, can you hear me? There was no response, which undoubtedly made the patriarch even more crazy, and he began to rush against the door of the room regardless of his old body. Patriarch's a figure flashed out. Kimura, hurry up, open the room. Oh yes. Bang. The sound of wood cracking sounded. This figure was exactly the Kimura who helped Quan Yu set up traps before, and saw Kimura kicking the door open with a single kick. The patriarch rushed directly into the room. Quan Yu, who fainted on the ground, did not respond. The blood on the side also turned dark red at this time, and the eyes of the patriarch Wang also turned red. Quan Yu! Little master, Kimura exclaimed and immediately went up to check. What's wrong with Quan Yu? Is there anything? The patriarch's breathing was a little short. I'm still alive, there is no trauma, but the specifics are still unclear. I must take it to check it out, Kimura said solemnly. Take Quan Yu to check it secretly. At this time, the patriarch heard that Quan Yu was still alive and let go of his heart. Oh yes. Kimura hugged Quan Yu and disappeared after a flash. It seemed that Kimura did not lose his strength as he said. Then the patriarch also hurried out and soon came to a big tree, and when he pressed it in a hidden place, a wooden door was opened on the big tree. The patriarch quickly walked into the wooden door and then the wooden door closed. How is Quan Yu? The patriarch looked at Quan Yu, who was connected to a ventilator, and there were two ninjas in white clothes who seemed to be checking. There should be no life-threatening, but there is a large area of bleeding in the body. I am afraid that it will take a while to recover, Kimura said hesitantly. Can you recover completely? The patriarch's face turned cold. Yes, Kimura nodded and said, Send a ninja, I must know everything about Quan Yu's recent situation. The patriarch's face was gloomy and terrifying. The patriarch. A look of shock appeared on Kimura's face. Do you want to disobey the order? The patriarch looked at Kimura with no expression on his face. I understand. Kimura left in a hurry after speaking. The patriarch looked at Quan Yu, who was unconscious. His face no longer looked like before, and some of them were only deeply sad. Quan Yu, you can't have an accident. The ninjas of the brigade began to appear in Kanoha. They brought Konoha's forehead protector, but many of Konoha's ninjas didn't know them. A large number of personnel were questioned, and even the ninja school was not let go. The news soon reached Sarutobi Hiruzen's ears. Bang. What the old guy is going to do when I don't exist? Sarutobi Hiruzen furiously slapped his hand on the desk. Hiruzen, what shall we do now? Do you want to do it? Uchiha Koharu said solemnly. No, we just dealt with the Uchiha family. If we deal with the Senju family again, the other families will be upset, Minato Namikaze said excitedly. Then what shall we do? They are so blatant. Uchiha Koharu was also excited. Did you find out their purpose? Sarutobi Hiruzen also calmed down at this time, sitting in the chair and smoking a cigarette. It should have something to do with a student named Quan Yu. The most inquired is his class, and he didn't come to class today, said a ninja wearing an Anbu costume and a mask. It's him, Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart moved. No wonder the old guy was so excited. I see, everything remains the same. As long as the other party doesn't act aggressively, don't worry about them. Go downs. Oh yes. The Anbu ninja disappeared into an afterimage. It seems that there is something wrong with that guy's baby. I didn't expect to find me here. Sarutobi Hiruzen spit out a cigarette. Uchiha Koharu and Minato Namikaze looked at each other and wanted to speak. You go to comfort the other ninjas, don't worry about this, there should be no major problems, otherwise it will not be the current situation. Sarutobi Hiruzen knew what they wanted to say, so he directly decided how to deal with the matter. The two elders couldn't say anything. In a dark room, an old man with a walking stick was holding a glass container and was admiring something. I saw that he also only had one eye, and the other eye seemed to be injured and was wrapped in a bandage. I still wanted to touch it, but now it seems that it's better not to touch it. Go down. Oh yes. A figure flashed away in the darkness. Haha, the Senju clan. You are nothing if you lose him, and I have gained his power. The glass container in the old man's hand turned, and there was a trace of reflection in it, as if there was a red eye floating in it. The incident of a large number of ninjas entering the village soon ended, and other ninjas came out to explain later, saying that it was an exercise, please don't be nervous. A storm was pressed down, Kanoha quickly returned to calm. However, Konoha's families understand that things are not that simple. They know more or less about the situation, but there is no more information about this matter, and they slowly let go of their vigilance. Sorry, I forgot to update it, and today's is also served. Thank you for your reminder. Dear students, don't be too nervous about what happened before. It's just an exercise, just like an evacuation exercise. Zayahua didn't know the inside information at all, but received the notice from the above that it was an assault exercise. In addition, Quan Yu needs long-term leave due to physical discomfort, so don't worry too much. No, that guy is as strong as a cow and he will get sick too. It wouldn't be a pretense, right? Tenen obviously didn't believe it. Tenen, how can you say that about Quan Yu? Let's go see him sometime, Zio Li said from the side. Then do you know where his house is? Tenten said with a curled mouth. Zio Li touched his head as if Quan Yu never said where his home is. On one side, Neji's eyes flickered, and he vaguely felt that Quan Yu should be related to this exercise. It was a coincidence. How could he suddenly get sick, let alone he still has chakra? It is generally impossible to get sick. Neji was asked the most times during the exercise, and he didn't understand why. However, even if you are really sick, I will not relax. I am waiting for the day I beat you to see if you will be so confident. Quan Yu opened his eyes blindly. Where am I? Quan Yu, you are awake. An old face with bloodshot eyes came into Quan Yu's eyes. Patriarch. Don't talk, take a good rest. After talking about the drowsiness, Quan Yu fell asleep again. The medical ninja on the side drew the needle into the infusion tube and nodded to the patriarch. It's okay. The patriarch's face became serious. I have been out of danger, but the meridians throughout the body have been damaged a lot, and I need to rest for a while, the medical ninja said. I have not found out the cause, the patriarch then asked. No, there is no trace of chakra intrusion in his body, and there is no trauma. It is preliminarily determined that it should be caused by self-cultivation, the medical ninja said hesitantly. He hasn't become a ninja yet. You actually told me that it was caused by cultivation. The patriarch was furious. Maybe it was really caused by cultivation. I checked the recent movements of the young master and found that the young master seemed to be cultivating something, and he didn't have any other unusual behaviors. Kimura walked in and said. Kimura has always known that Quan Yu is a very thoughtful kid, otherwise it is impossible to think of using traps to train himself. This time it may be that he thought of something and wanted to experiment, but it turned out like this. Well, I don't understand ninja things, but I don't want any more accidents, understand, Kimura the patriarch said majestically. Yes. When Quan Yu's situation is stable, I will take it back to recuperate. I can't let him know about the things here, the patriarch glanced at Quan Yu and said. Kimura wanted to say something, but the words turned into his lips. I see. The vegetation sprouted, the time came to spring, and a faint fragrance of flowers began to float in the air. It's so boring. Quan Yu was pushed by Urxing for a walk while sitting in a wheelchair. You are still uncomfortable sitting, my pusher hasn't spoken yet, Urxing said uncomfortably. You have the ability to talk to the patriarch, see if he can spank you, Quan Yu said with a smile. In other words, what's wrong with you? Why are you suddenly sick and still so serious? Urxing said in a puzzled way that the patriarch had not allowed him to see Quan Yu before, but he had not seen Quan Yu until recently. Why do you ask so much? Find me a place with good scenery. I want to take a rest, Quan Yu stretched out and said. Got it, Urxing said weakly and then pushed Quan Yu slowly forward. In fact, Quan Yu didn't expect that the practice was so dangerous. After the chakra of the earth attribute was pushed, it actually directly began to impact the meridians. Just when the breath is connected to the exhalation, chakra has a tendency to expand outward. At that time, Quan Yu was too late to stop, and the heavy earth attribute chakra directly broke through the meridians, causing damage to Quan Yu's body. Fortunately, after losing Quan Yu's control, chakra quickly returned to his normal state, without causing any more damage to Quan Yu. But this injury is enough for Quan Yu to recover for a while. The patriarch didn't ask him what was going on. Knowing that Quan Yu accidentally had a problem with his cultivation, he asked him to pay more attention to it in the future. But it also depends on Quan Yu's health, otherwise he would be beaten again. Afterwards, Quan Yu also pondered for a while, why did the soil attribute chakra appear in this way? One of them must be the reason that the soil properties are too heavy. At that time, Quan Yu's driving speed was very slow and difficult, just like a child's grinding. In the case of out of control, the heavy soil attribute chakra will definitely cause damage to the body. The second is the relationship between breathing. When Quan Yu breathes, some of the low-level earth attribute chakra will break through the meridians and enter the meridians, but the amount is not large. They all return to the meridians. This is actually when breathing. Chakra is normal. Breathing allows chakra to flow. At the same time, a part of chakra will flow into the body and then flow back and so on. But when Quan Yu's body contains a relatively high degree of chakra, it is different. These earth attributes chakra, which enters the body with the breath, are too heavy to cause direct damage to Quan Yu's body. His body simply cannot withstand such a chakra attack. But it's not that there is no other way to continue cultivation, that is the gradual approach that he thought of before. That way is much safer. However, it seems difficult for soil attributes to be driven by breathing. Why don't you try the water properties? Quan Yu thought of something, his expression moved slightly, and he wanted to stand up. Don't move or the patriarch will scold me again. Urxing directly held Quan Yu down. Quan Yu suppressed his mood and began to think again. Urxing was a little confused. What kind of wind was this? He was quiet and excited. It takes time to increase physical strength, and Quan Yu doesn't know how long it will take him to increase to that level. However, since the soil attribute can be cultivated in this way, the water attribute can also be used, and the water attribute is softer. It seems that there are ninjutsu such as hydrotherapy in the original book. Isn't it more appropriate to choose the water attribute? When the strength of the body is reached, it is enough to cultivate the soil attributes. These are all Quan Yu's imaginations. He is still a patient and there is nothing he can do to experiment. Quan Yu looked into his body and most of the damage had been almost recovered, but it would take some time to fully recover. I only waited slowly, And the cultivation of water attributes is also very difficult. Quan Yu hasn't touched his head until now. The main reason is that he doesn't have ninjutsu with the water attribute, otherwise the progress may be faster. Quan Yu smelled the scent of flowers and fell asleep like this, and the chakra in his body was slowly recovering from his injury. Quan Yu fell asleep, so he stopped, fixed the wheelchair and fell asleep leaning on the wheelchair. But in the distance there was always a gaze paying attention to them. The wind blew across the field, swaying the black hair on Quan Yu's forehead, his eyelids beating lightly as if he was enjoying his dreams. Quan Yu, you are finally willing to come to class. If you don't come again, we will have a vacation again. Tent leaned close to Quan Yu and kept his eyes on him. Isn't your body just right? Just come and see the little friend who cares about me, Quan Yu said with a smile. HMPH, I can tell you I have extracted chakra. Be careful to be overtaken by me. Tenton glanced at Neji next to him and said, Tenton, Quan Yu is in good health. Why are you talking about this? Xiao Li walked over and said, It's been a long time, Quan Yu. We don't know where you live and we haven't visited you. Please don't mind. Xiao Li was a little embarrassed. It's okay, I'm fine. Tenton is sleeping. I'm tired of it, Quan Yu said nonchalantly. This is good, this is good. Hi Neji, did you miss me when I was away? Quan Yu smiled and greeted Neji who was sitting on the ground. No, Neji opened his eyes and glanced at Quan Yu before closing them again. It's disappointing. Quan Yu found a place and sat down too. Okay, classmates, listen to me first. This semester is about to end. Let's review it again and make a summary of what we learned before. Zhao Hua looked at Quan Yu and said loudly. Quan Yu knew that this was the teacher from Xiaohua who was giving him a makeup lesson, so he didn't practice anymore and didn't miss the time, so he listened to the lesson seriously. When class was over, Quan Yu found Teacher Xiaohua. Teacher Xiaohua, I want to ask you something. Do you know how to use water attribute ninjutsu? Quan Yu said expectantly. Quan Yu, why are you asking about this? Zhao Hua looked blank, completely wondering what Quan Yu was going to do. I'll just ask. Quan Yu touched his head and said, I am a ninjutsu with water attributes, but I can't teach you this. Xiaohua might have guessed something. He still doesn't know what the temper of this kid, Quan Yu, is probably playing his ninjutsu idea. Although Quan Yu has chakra, ninjutsu cannot be spread casually. No, how could I let the teacher teach me ninjutsu? I just asked, can you tell me the seal of transforming water attributes? Quan Yu said embarrassedly. Why do you want this? Chaos Jian is very dangerous. I won't teach it to you, Zhao Hua said with a serious face. This is still early for you. You have to learn ninjutsu. You will have a chance in the future, Xiaohua continued. I see. Seeing Xiaohua refuse to teach herself, Quan Yu looked disappointed. Should she rely on her own? But this is already the only ninja he can come into contact with, and he still knows water attribute ninjutsu. No way, Quan Yu can only cultivate water attributes by himself. Quan Yu opened his eyes and looked at the blank paper in his hand, a little depressed, which was even more difficult than soil attributes. Because before cultivating the soil properties, Quan Yu had used a lot of solidification techniques to learn a lot about soil properties. But now I want to cultivate the water attribute out of thin air, the difficulty of which is simply heavenly. Must find a way to speed up. Quan Yu looked at the classmates around him, and the third academic year was about to end, and the school was about to have summer vacation. Taking advantage of this summer vacation, Quan Yu wants to restore his body's state and initially cultivate the water attributes. He doesn't know what the next semester course is, in case he doesn't give himself a holiday. Quan Yu, how do you plan to play during the holiday? Tenton asked. I am going to practice, but you can come to my house to have fun. The scenery there is good, Quan Yu said, looking at Xiao Li next to him. Really? Then I can practice with you, Xiao Li said excitedly. He had long been curious about how Quan Yu practiced. I know about cultivation, but for the sake of your sincere invitation, this lady decided to give you this face, Tenton also said happily. Cultivation must also combine work and rest, and Quan Yu also cherishes this kind of enjoyment of childhood. Wow. A lot of water splashed, and a lot of ripples appeared on the gentle river surface. Tenton, come down and play. Quan Yu popped his head out of the water and waved to Tent. I don't want it. Who wants to wear no clothes like you boys? Erkshing, don't lose your lesson, Tenton said while looking at Erkshing who was preparing to have a barbecue next to him. I've been playing enough for a long time and I'm not interested in playing with water, Erkshing said, drooling at the large pieces of meat on the grill. Tenton was speechless. Wow, Quan Yu, you are right. You can also train in the water. Xiao Li by the river showed his head. Xiao Li seemed to be making movements in the water and ripples appeared on the surface of the water. Ah, I don't. Can swim. Xiao Li suddenly sank into the water. It turned out that Quan Yu swam to Xiao Li's side and teased him. Don't be so serious, come and I will teach you how to swim. Then Quan Yu began to learn to swim with Xiao. On the shore, Tent was fanning the wind with his hands, looking enviously at the two people in the water. It's summer, and there is a barbecue grill next to it, and the hot heat is constantly radiating. Urkshin didn't seem to feel anything, so he stared at the barbecue. Tenton stood aside, but still couldn't stop the heat wave. It doesn't matter, I'm coming too, I'm coming. Tenton put down his restraint and pulled up the trousers, and ran to the river, hitting water with his hands, splashing towards Quan Yu and the others. Okay, you actually attacked. A water battle began. After the meal, the two bears were full and fell asleep in a cool place. Tenton and Xiao were also a little drowsy. Quan Yu came to the river by himself, looked at the river, and then walked up. Quan Yu, what are you doing? Tenton rubbed his eyes, puzzled. Quan Yu didn't speak, his face was full of serious expressions. He wore special ninja shoes on his feet and stepped on the water. The footsteps sink and rise as if Quan Yu is playing something, but his expression is completely different. Quan Yu frowned as if this movement was difficult. As time passed, Quan Yu's shaky body slowly stabilized. Then the other foot also lifted up slowly. At this time, his body was shaking more violently, but he was already standing on the water with one foot. When both of Quan Yu's feet fell on the surface of the water, she barely stabilized again. With one step and two steps, Quan Yu slowly walked towards the center of the river, becoming more and more proficient, and his figure became more stable. Xiao Li and Tent on the shore had no pajamas for a long time, and they were looking at Quan Yu dumbfounded. In the end, Quan Yu ran directly on the surface of the water, and after a while, Quan Yu ran back to the shore, breathing heavily. This level of practice is still a bit difficult for Quan Yu's age, and Chakra can't keep up. Quan Yu decided to practice this because he felt that his chakra control had become stronger unknowingly. I don't know if it is the reason for natural growth, or Quan Yu's practice attribute transformation has improved his control. Quan Yu, you can step on water. It is said that this is something that an official ninja can learn, Tenton said with bright eyes. Treading water, what is it? But Quan Yu, you are really good, Xiao Li also said enviously. Haha, this is my first practice and you can learn it later, Quan Yu said with a big smile. In the distance, Kimura was full of doubts. How could the young master know about this kind of chakra application? Ninja school doesn't seem to teach this kind of movement. But at this age can have such control, the young master is also quite talented. Tenton and Xiao Li went back after playing by the river for a while, leaving Quan Yu and the two bears who had just woke up. Quan Yu is about to start his own practice too. Coming here to play is also Quan Yu's long-awaited idea to cultivate the water attribute chakra. How can I do without water? Quan Yu jumped into the water and found a big rock closer to the water surface in the river, then sat cross-legged, exposing his upper body to the surface of the water. Then I began to feel the changes in water properties wholeheartedly. Although this is natural water, it is a little different from the water made by ninjas, but it's all water. Quan Yu hopes to feel the changes in water properties in this way. The river water slowly flowed, bringing bursts of coldness on Quan Yu's body, and the surrounding air was a bit sultry, which made him a little uncomfortable. Quan Yu can feel the buoyancy of the river water on him, and can also clearly feel the flow of the river water. But he still didn't understand what water properties were. I can only imagine my chakra becoming water over and over again. In the sunset, Quan Yu came ashore, tried it, and found that he still couldn't wet the paper. But he didn't take it too seriously, he still had time. In the following days, Quan Yu performed physical training in the morning and evening, soaking in the river in the afternoon, and his life was very regular. But some people are more worried. You mean Quan Yu is soaking in the river every day? What is he doing? His body is just right, the patriarch asked worriedly. I think Quan Yu should be Chakra who wants to cultivate water attributes, but this shouldn't be something he can reach, Kimura thought for a while and said. But thinking of Quan Yu's treading water before, Kimura estimated that Quan Yu learned some ninja training methods from other places. Is there any danger? The patriarch asked. There is no danger, but it is estimated that the effect of practicing like this will not be too great, Kimura said. Is there a way to help him? The patriarch was obviously worried that Quan Yu would be messing up again, and his heart was about to jump out of fright last time. Yes, give him a water-style ninjutsu, Kimura nodded and said. Then give it to him, but be safe. You can't let him find anything yet, understand? The patriarch said. I see. Quan Yu slowly walked towards the river with an unknown tune in his mouth, looking very happy. After his body got better, he exercised to the limit again, and he was obviously much stronger than before. The practice in the water also yielded results, and at least it was able to slightly wet the paper. Although the school is about to start and the expected goal is not reached, it has the effect of some water attributes anyway, and it is enough to work hard in the future. A voice came from Quan Yu. The voice was familiar. Quan Yu looked to the side. It's Uncle Kimura, why are you here? Kimura walked towards Quan Yu. I just came back from hunting and passing by here, what are you going to do? There are a few rabbits hanging from Kimura's waist, with bows and arrows on his back. Hunt. Quan Yu looked at the sun in the sky hunting at this time, but Uncle Kimura did a good job of trapping. Maybe he went to the trap to collect prey and he was only returning now. I'm going to take a bath in the river, do you want to be together? Quan Yu said, looking at the sweat on Kimura's forehead. Really, I just want to go to wash, it's really too hot this day, hahaha, Kimura said with a laugh. It's not easy to find an excuse, Kimura thought helplessly. Okay, Quan Yu was a little bit puzzled, he was just talking about it, he didn't really go to take a bath, besides shouldn't he go back to eat at this time? Quan Yu and Kimura came to the river. Quan Yu took off his clothes, leaving only a pair of pants and jumped into the river. Kimura also took off his clothes and saw that his bronze-colored body was full of muscles, as well as various large and small wounds, some of which were obviously cuts from stabs which looked very wild and charming. Uncle Kimura, the muscles are good, Quan Yu said with a smile. Kimura smiled and jumped into the river. After Quan Yu washed for a while, he found a rock and leaned on it and his body floated directly. Then he closed his eyes, it looked like he was sleeping, but he was still cultivating the water attribute chakra. Quan Yu, don't soak for a long time, it's not good for your health. I'll go up and make some food first. Kimura stood up from the river and said to Quan Yu. I see, Uncle Quan Yu still closed his eyes, but how could Quan Yu's little trick be kept from Kimura? After Kimura went ashore, he took 2 rabbits and stripped them and washed them by the river, and a bonfire was raised. Then I roasted the rabbit, and at the same time, I wanted to wait for how to pass the ninjutsu to Quan Yu without arousing suspicion. After a while, Quan Yu is coming up, the water is cold, come up and eat something. Kimura greeted him from the shore. Quan Yu didn't want to arouse suspicion, so he climbed onto the shore. After Quan Yu sat down by the fire, Kimura came behind Quan Yu. I have been soaking for so long and my body is soaked white. Let the uncle give you a massage to dehumidify you. After Kimura finished speaking, regardless of Quan Yu's reaction, he pressed directly on Quan Yu's body and then rubbed his big hands. Fortunately, Quan Yu has been soaking in water recently, otherwise the plaster will be rubbed out for you. Quan Yu didn't know what to say, he always felt that Uncle Kimura was too enthusiastic today. But this technique is really cool. It didn't take long for Quan Yu's body to sweat, and the white skin that had been soaked returned to its normal color. Uncle Kimura, are you using chakra? Quan Yu clearly felt that his meridians were being stimulated, and looking inside, he found that chakra was stimulating Quan Yu's acupoints. Yes, the uncle is also a ninja anyway, although he is injured, but chakra still has it. Kimura smiled and took his hand back. Quan Yu's heart moved. Yes, Uncle Kimura used to be a ninja, and the ninja of the Senju clan obviously has the most water and soil attributes, isn't it? Uncle, what kind of ninjutsu do you know? I heard that some ninjutsu can spit out fireballs. Quan Yu didn't ask directly but went around in a circle. Haha, I don't know that I can water-style ninjutsu. Kimura laughed. What he really wanted to do, he was still thinking about how to guide Quan Yu, but he didn't expect it to be delivered directly to the door. Wow, that's amazing, Quan Yu said, pretending to be worshipping. Can you teach me a ninjutsu, Uncle Kimura? Kimura pretended to think it's done. In principle, it is not possible. Ninjutsu cannot be passed on randomly, but the uncle has previously received ninjutsu from an outer village. But he can pass it to you, but it has no power, just an ordinary ninjutsu. Kimura touched his chin and said, Really? Quan Yu said happily. Of course, I feel a little embarrassed to receive the payment that the patriarch gave before, and I will give you the little ninjutsu, hahaha. Quan Yu looked at the open-minded Uncle Kimura and laughed, but the laughter did have other meanings. 2 guys with ghosts in their hearts just ate the rabbits and talked very vigorously. I don't know who is calculating who. After the meal, Quan Yu went home happily. Kimura also tidied up, ready to report back. Quan Yu walked very slowly, thinking of Kimura's ninjutsu in his mind. Ninjutsu is not very difficult, as Kimura said, but what Quan Yu didn't expect was that it was actually ninjutsu. Hydrotherapy. It was the ninjutsu that Quan Yu had thought about before. Hearing the name, he knew that he didn't have much offensive ability. This is a water-style ninjutsu that can slowly heal injuries. Kimura also found it in the hidden place after looking for a long time, or it was left by the former Tsunade-sama. It fully meets the requirements of no danger, simple practice, and can heal injuries. It's perfect. It was picked by Kimura in one fell swoop. When Quan Yu returned home, he directly greeted the patriarch and said that he would not eat anymore. Anyway, the rabbit he had eaten before hadn't digested. Then he hurried back to his room. The patriarch nodded, he had heard from Kimura long ago. Moreover, his efforts towards Quan Yu are also in his eyes. If he were not afraid that Quan Yu would know some radical actions afterwards, he would still be able to provide a better environment for cultivation. Hey, let's wait until he grows up a bit. The patriarch sighed with a complex expression on his face. Quan Yu returned to his room and was about to learn hydrotherapy first. After all, using ninjutsu is also a way of cultivating attribute chakra, just like body fixing. The same is also the Three Seals, and has experience in cultivating solid body art. This time it was too easy to practice hydrotherapy, and Quan Yu used it only a few times in Jai Yin. Seeing the vapor faintly emerging from his hands, Quan Yu's excitement was beyond words. However, the knot printing still needs practice, otherwise Quan Yu himself can't stand the slow knot printing. Anyway, this ninjutsu is quite useful, and it can speed up the injuries that Quan Yu suffered when he recovered from training. The next step is the cultivation of water attributes. It happens to be familiar with the transformation of chakra's nature by practicing hydrotherapy. Quan Yu didn't stop until chakra in Quan Yu's body was used up. Although it could be extracted from the body, excessive squeezing was not a good thing. Teacher Zayahua has already talked about this. So now Quan Yu hasn't even seen the shadow of three-body technique, and the ninja school does not allow children like them to be exposed to ninjutsu in advance. Students, we have completed the ninja knowledge study in the first 3 academic years, and most of the students have already mastered chakra. The following is the practical course. Teacher Zayahua stood on the podium and said loudly, "Later, what we are going to learn is physique, ninja, and ninjutsu, and start formal ninja learning." Neji opened his eyes suddenly. "Finally, I will let you know what true power is." At the same time, his eyes glanced at the somewhat lazy Quan Yu beside him. Quan Yu obviously felt something and looked back at the past. At this time, Neji had already turned his head to look at the teacher Zayahua on the podium. Quan Yu has some doubts, but what Mr. Zayahua said is also of interest to him. Although Quan Yu has advanced knowledge as the master, he is completely weak in actual combat. Apart from his good health and quick response, he has no idea how to fight. This is not something that can be exercised by imagination alone, it must be systematically educated. Teacher Zayahua said for a while and then left the classroom, saying that he was going to prepare something. After Mr. Zayahua left, the classroom became chaotic. "Zio Li, don't be sad, isn't it just that you haven't refined chakra? It will succeed in the future," Tenten comforted Zio Li next to him. At this time, after the teacher Zayahua left, Zio Li's tears kept streaming out. For most of what Mr. Zayahua said before, there is no Zio Li among them. "Zio Li, a masculine man can't shed tears. I believe you will succeed. After all, God will not let down a hardworking person." Quan Yu also came to comfort Zio Li. "I don't know what the reason is for Zio Li, he just can't extract chakra, and Zio Li is also very serious in his usual practice, as long as the teacher says he does not compromise it." Quan Yu guessed that it might be that Zio Li's body is special, otherwise it would be impossible to open 5th gate in the Chunin exam. This is quite an amazing talent. Of course, this also has something to do with his usual assiduous practice. Quan Yu is guessing whether Zio Li's body has no limits, unlike Quan Yu's limitlessness. "Some things can't be done with hard work," Neji said lightly. "Little Li, don't listen to him." Tenten gave Neji a stern look. Zio Li didn't want Quan Yu and Tenten to worry, so he wiped away his tears and nodded. "Oh, I don't believe it. Do you want to make a bet?" "I bet that Zio Li will surpass you in 5 years. If you lose, you will be my subordinate," Quan Yu said with a smile. Now Tenten and Zio Li are both shocked. How is this possible? Who in the ninja school doesn't know that Quan Yu and Neji are 2 perverts? Let Zio Li go over Neji. Is Quan Yu sleeping confused? Boring, Neji said coldly and closed his eyes. "Zio Li, you have to believe in yourself. Your hard work will succeed. Don't give up." Quan Yu continued to cheer up Zio Li. Zio Li saw that Quan Yu had such confidence in him, and his heart suddenly ignited hope. After that, Mr. Zayahua came to the classroom and took everyone out. Then Quan Yu and the others saw rows of wooden piles standing in a clearing. "Look at my demonstration. What we have to learn now is physical exercises. There are no shortcuts to physical exercises. You must exercise hard to achieve success." After talking about Zayahua, he started to attack a wooden stake. Forehand punches, swing punches, uppercuts, side kicks, and other techniques were used without any modification. The stakes were also banged by Teacher Zayahua and sawdust splashed out. Teacher Zayahua drilled a total of 3 times before stopping. "This is the basis of physical exercises, and now I stand in front of the stakes." The Zayahua teacher will become very serious when he arrives in this class. Quan Yu and the others stood in front of the stakes honestly. "Follow me and punch." Teacher Zayahua squatted and hit the stake with 1 punch. The The classmates around you look at me and I look at you. It took a long time to pose and then they hit the stakes one after another. It hurts. Screams rang out. Listen to my command and continue to drive the stakes one. Teacher Zayahua scanned the audience with majestic gaze. How could the students below dare to resist? Quan Yu frowned and he also felt pain. But how can you become stronger if you don't flatten your fist? Quan Yu followed Zhao Hua's command and continued to swing his fists, using all his strength for every blow. Of course, severe pain was inevitable. But after anyway, Quan Yu had gone through so much training this pain can still persist. Cheeky asking for referral ticket. Quan Yu took a moment to look at Neji and found that he seemed to be very used to this practice, and there was no expression on his face. Zio Li next to him also has firm eyes. Even if his hands become red, he is still trying hard to punch his fist. Tenten was a little bit horrible, and Kakuzu burst into tears when he was wronged. After Zayahua, he stopped leading and began to correct their posture, but the slogan in his mouth never stopped. Quan Yu did a very standard job. Zayahua nodded and looked at Neji again. Sure enough, it was from a big family, and the movements were quite coordinated. After a while, some classmates couldn't hold on, but after any physical training, no one was crying. They knew clearly that if Mr. Zayahua was upset, the consequences would be serious. Resting in place, forget it this time. If I find out that someone is using chakra secretly, I will stay alone after school. I will educate it well, and now I will use chakra to recover. Teacher Zayahua said without any emotion. Tenten stuck out her tongue. She was using one of chakra. Chakra can indeed strengthen the body's defenses, and it can also recover certain injuries. This is what Zayahua said before, and these guys who are afraid of pain will of course use it. Come here, Zio Li, I'll help you recover. Quan Yu beckoned to Zio Li. Zio Li doesn't have chakra, and it is difficult to recover. It happened that Quan Yu learned the hydrotherapy technique and regarded it as a practice. The drenched water vapor wrapped Zio Li's hands, and Zio Li immediately felt that his hot hands became cool. Quan Yu, I didn't expect you to know how to ninjutsu, Zio Li said in surprise, but also a little embarrassed. He couldn't reply by himself and had to rely on Quan Yu's help. Little ninjutsu only. Quan Yu smiled. Zayahua also noticed Quan Yu jian and used ninjutsu, but he didn't care too much. Of course, with Quan Yu's talent, he could learn some simple ninjutsu. As for how ninjutsu came, it is beyond his control. He also knew that Quan Yu wanted to learn ninjutsu, and some families did retain ninjutsu. They were accidentally obtained by seniors or left behind by their own creation. Ninjutsu in the village is afraid that not many people dare to spread it indiscriminately. Quan Yu. Tenten stretched out his hands pitifully. You didn't get hurt either, you just became a little red. Quan Yu was speechless. I don't care, Tenten said coquettishly. Okay, I get it. Neji saw Quan Yu using ninjutsu, but he found that it was a healing ninjutsu that had no offensive ability, and he left it, and continued to close his eyes and rest. The other classmates had a poor relationship with Quan Yu and were not embarrassed to ask Quan Yu to heal, so they used chakra to recover. They are also quite envious of Quan Yu's ninjutsu. Next is the leg exercises. Kicking directly after practicing one leg, change to the other one. Some students can't stand up directly. Finally, after school was over, they helped each other and left the school. Besides, Quan Yu felt a little painful, but nothing happened, thanks to the effect of hydrotherapy. However, there is still Tenten Zayali who wants to heal, and he also consumes Quan Yu's chakra. Quan Yu also lamented that there are too few chakras, completely inconsistent with his identity as the Senju Clan, and he dared not continue to extract it from the body for fear of affecting his state. Quan Yu returned home and had a meal, and chakra slowly recovered at this time. Quan Yu practiced the transformation of water attributes, went out to find a big tree, and began to practice the moves taught by the teacher Zayahua. Quan Yu's movements are very slow, trying to be precise in every move, but every move is full. It is no longer an action, but a complete rehearsal of the set of actions taught in early Daxia. The pain gradually increased, constantly stimulating Quan Yu's nerves. Sweat dripped down Quan Yu's cheeks slowly to the ground, but Quan Yu's movements were still stable, only painful. This exercise has not reached Quan Yu's physical limit. The tree was also banged by Quan Yu. The patriarch in the room looked at Quan Yu, who was practicing desperately and constantly frowned. The young master is really hard. It seems that he will be an excellent ninja in the future. Kimura appeared behind the patriarch. The good ninjas are dead, the patriarch said coldly. Kimura's eyes darkened. Maybe young master is different, Kimura said, looking at Quan Yu, who was sweating like rain. How is my arrangement? The patriarch asked suddenly. The adult is very satisfied with what we gave and has agreed. After the young master graduates. The night is dense, and only the bright moon in the sky shines on the earth with shining starlight. Under the big tree, a small figure was slowly dancing. The B***G sound had faded, and then it slowly disappeared. Quan Yu walked out of the shadow of the big tree, and the moonlight shone on him. All he could see was his sweat-drenched clothes and a faint bright red. Quan Yu opened the door. There was still a hot medicated bath in the room, and the patriarch should have gone to sleep at this time. Quan Yu stepped into the wooden barrel gently, immersing his whole body in the medicated bath. Without speaking, Quan Yu could only feel the warmth pouring into his body. As the practice continued, Quan Yu's daily training volume continued to increase, and their progress with Chakra's recovery was also obvious. However, Xiao Li had more bandages on his hands. Teacher Xiahua saw it and didn't say anything, still instructing everyone to train non-stop. At night, Quan Yu quickly attacked the tree, only to see that his eyes were closed, but every punch was steady, and the location of the attack did not change at all. There were also a few pits on the tree. The bark on it was gone, and only a layer of debris was visible in the pits. Not enough, I'm not strong enough. I saw Quan Yu's attack speed increased again. The sawdust on the tree fluttered, which obviously used chakra to increase the strength of his attack. But the ensuing consequences are also disastrous. Dripping blood appeared on Quan Yu's hands and feet, and even the sawdust splashing on the tree turned bright red. Until Quan Yu's hand was empty, Quan Yu pounced on the ground. This big tree, almost as thick as Quan Yu, was broken, and the smoke splashed. Quan Yu got up and opened his eyes. He didn't have any pride in breaking the tree, only a slight indifference on his face. In the only physical fight before he lost to Neji, he suffered a terrible defeat. He was beaten by Neji throughout the whole process, and there was no room for resistance. This made Quan Yu soberly aware of his own shortcomings. No matter how fast he could react, and how his body was not worse than him, the ninja relied on actual combat, not these basic things. Although Quan Yu knows that Neji uses Gentle Fist, which is an advanced physical skill, the hostile ninja doesn't care if you only know basic physical skills. Quan Yu didn't use ninjutsu, and he wouldn't lose so badly if he used the fixation technique, but it didn't make any sense. What Quan Yu needs is comprehensive power, not superficial power. Since that time, Quan Yu has trained even harder, and even the patriarch hiding in the dark has been frightened and tried to stop it several times. But in the end, he still didn't come out. He knew that Quan Yu was transforming, truly transforming to a ninja. Quan Yu also really washed away the influence of his previous life and began to face his own shortcomings squarely. A mark was formed on Quan Yu's hands, and the entangled water vapor emerged from Quan Yu's wound, constantly recovering from Quan Yu's injury. In order to train, Quan Yu constantly uses hydrotherapy and has become very proficient in the control of this ninjutsu. Chakra, which can accurately control these qualitative changes, treats a certain part of the body. And to benefit from this, Quan Yu's water attribute chakra's cultivation has also greatly improved, so even Quan Yu can use hydrotherapy even with one seal. And more importantly, Quan Yu's spiritual power has actually begun to grow rapidly, as if entering an explosive period. Although the daily increase is not obvious, Quan Yu can still feel that he uses ninjutsu more and more easily. However, his breathing training progressed slowly. When Quan Yu increased the transformation of water attributes to a certain level, his breathing could not keep up with the rhythm. The water-attributed chakra has not completed the cycle like the ordinary chakra, and the next breath will begin. This directly led to the chaos of Quan Yu's chakra, and the state of the water attribute could no longer be maintained, even if it was not the full state of the water attribute chakra. Fortunately for this reason, Quan Yu's meridians were not affected, but after feeling a little discomfort, there was no problem. Quan Yu summed it up. It should be the reason why his breathing intensity is not enough, and he can't bring the water attribute chakra anymore. Quan Yu has no way to exercise breathing. But Quan Yu found a stupid way, that is, diving through the pressure of water to exercise his lung capacity. So every time after school, Quan Yu would come to the river to find a stone, and then jump into the water with the stone in his arms, wait until he could not hold on to it, and then float up. I have to say that this method is really effective. After practicing for a period of time, the previous bottleneck was completely broken, and Quan Yu was able to improve again. "Come on, Quan Yu," Kill Neji Tenten yelled.
Come on.
The sound of shouting came one after another. In an open space surrounded by everyone, Neji and Quan Yu stood opposite each other, with Xiahua standing in the middle. Xiahua glanced at the two of them and shouted, "Not the seal of opposition." All around suddenly became quiet. Quan Yu's face was serious and he made a knot with one hand. The same is true for Neji.
Start.
Xiahua raised his hand and waved it down before jumping back. Quan Yu and Neji rushed out at the same time and ran into each other. "I won't lose so easily this time," Quan Yu said while looking at Neji on the opposite side. "I'm waiting," Neji said lightly. Quan Yu took a deep breath, which was so long thanks to Quan Yu's powerful lung capacity. "Drink." Quan Yu waved Neji away with his arm, and then he waved his rain-like fist towards Neji. "So fast." Neji was startled, and the gentle fist in his hand unfolded, constantly blocking Quan Yu's attack. Even if Quan Yu's fist is fast, Neji can smoothly take it with gentle fist, but Neji still frowns. Such a strong power, you can maintain such a power at such a fast speed, and you have improved. But you are not the only one who has improved. Neji spotted a gap and hit Quan Yu's abdomen with his palm. "It's not that easy." Quan Yu raised his leg and blocked Neji's attack. Immediately after the body turned, the other leg fell from the air and kicked Neji from top to bottom. The whistling voice reminded Neji that his attack power was definitely not weak this time. But Neji didn't retreat but moved forward, facing Quan Yu with a palm on his thigh. So strong, even if Neji is not blocking the strongest part of the attack, he can still feel the strength in it. Neji's arm was slightly bent, and then he supported it with his other hand. But it was still repelled by Quan Yu. Quan Yu fell and he felt a little pain in his thigh, but Neji didn't feel well and his wrist became a little sore. The two looked at each other and rushed out again. The sound of the beating continued to be heard, and everyone was intently watching. Xiahua also nodded. Both body techniques were quite good, and Quan Yu's attack was heavy and continuous. Neji's moves are very coherent, smooth, and to the point. From his eyes, the two of them are half-hearted. "Hee, I have seen you through, your breath has exposed your behavior, and the time you breathe is when you are at your weakest," Neji said during an attack interval. "Know what can be done, don't let me catch you," Quan Yu said disdainfully. How could he not know his own situation? My lung capacity is good, he wants to attack me, let's survive my attack first. The two struggled together again when Quan Yu took another breath. Neji's eyes suddenly lit up, and his moves suddenly became extremely violent. It was no longer like the previous style of play. It was for this time that he persisted for so long. Quan Yu smiled slightly, took a sudden breath, and greeted him again. "It's impossible." Neji's eyes widened. "I clearly calculated the time, why could he still breathe in again? But now is not the time to think about this, the attack of the two has burst. You punch, I punch each other non-stop." And Quan Yu didn't give Neji a chance to escape at all, so he was beaten. Who was afraid of whom? Quan Yu had seen Neji's handsome face a long time ago, even though he thought he was not bad. Bang, 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 bang. Neji's face was already bluish-purple. Izumi Yu was unhappy, and Kakuzu's mouth was broken. "Xiahua can't stand it anymore. Stop." Quan Yu and Neji collided, looked at each other, and then retreated with each other's strength. Not seal of reconciliation. Quan Yu walked to the middle with an unhappy face. Neji also had a similar expression, and then their two hands came together, forming a mark of reconciliation. Then they turned away in disgust. "Xiahua is full of black lines. Well, the 4th school year is over. Don't relax after the holiday, and the next school year will not be easy." "Yeah, it's a holiday." The surrounding students suddenly dispersed. Xiahua alone stays messy in the wind. Xiahua's mouth twitched, but fortunately Quan Yu and Neji were still there, which gave him some comfort. He was just about to speak. "What's the matter with your breathing? I like swimming, but my lung capacity is strong." Humph and the two looked at each other, then turned their faces away. Regardless of the morning, they got up and jumped away. Xiahua felt that his life was extremely gloomy at this moment. At this moment, Xiao Li ran over quickly. Xiahua was taken aback for a moment and was immediately moved. "Teacher Xiahua, I will work hard." After saying that, Xiao Li bowed and ran away. Xiahua is immediately as stiff as a stone statue. Doesn't anyone care about him as a teacher? Regardless of how messy Xiahua was, Quan Yu was thinking about future cultivation on the way home. Of course, physical exercises must continue to be practiced, and Quan Yu obviously felt that practicing physical exercises would actually make his body continue to improve. Quan Yu has improved in strength, explosive power, and even endurance. Coupled with the vital capacity that Quan Yu specially exercises, this gives Quan Yu the physical strength that rivals Neji. During this practice, Quan Yu didn't hold the rock to dive anymore. Before the river was not deep, holding a stone can stabilize his body at the bottom of the lake, allowing him to better adapt to the pressure of the bottom. But this time is different, the pool is too deep. Holding this stone down, Quan Yu was afraid that he would not be able to withstand the pressure. So he chose another way, which is to dive by resisting buoyancy. This requires him to swim continuously to maintain the depth of the dive, so that Quan Yu's oxygen consumption is faster. The strenuous exercise also made Quan Yu's lungs feel more pressure than before, which shows that it is still very effective, although Quan Yu does not know that this is the aspect of exercise. After Quan Yu surfaced, he took a breath. When his lungs were exposed to oxygen again, Quan Yu clearly felt his lungs become more active. Quan Yu nodded. The effect was good. Then I swam to the bottom of the waterfall, found a relatively flat rock that was close to the water, sat cross-legged on it, and then closed my eyes and started breathing slowly. Vital capacity exercise does not happen overnight. Excessive exercise will damage the function of the lungs, so every once in a while Quan Yu will come up to practice breathing. The chakra in Quan Yu's body also slowly changed to the water attribute with his breathing, until it reached the limit that his breathing could bear. Quan Yu stopped.
Breathe.
Quan Yu's chest fell together. If you come to Quan Yu and take a closer look, you will find that the water beside him is also gently fluctuating with Quan Yu's breathing. But no one saw it, and the waterfall also hides this peculiar phenomenon. Quan Yu had also discovered this phenomenon before. He knew that it might be caused by some of the water attribute chakra overflowing from his body, and he didn't pay much attention to it. Sasuke can't understand it a bit. What is this practice? Physical exercises are not physical exercises and ninjutsu is not ninjutsu. What's the use? Hey, you let me down, Sasuke shouted. Quan Yu's ears only heard the sound of waterfalls hitting rocks, and Sasuke's voice was almost inaudible. But Quan Yu heard it anyway, but didn't care about it and continued to practice. Sasuke yelled for a long time and gave up without responding. It wasn't until dark that Quan Yu opened his eyes and stood up. I jumped on the rock, stepped on the water in the middle and jumped to the shore. After getting dressed and removing the kuna from the tree, Quan Yu came to Sasuke's side. Today is to teach you a lesson. Remember next time, others don't have my good temper. Quan Yu held Kuwu without a wave, and Sasuke couldn't help closing his eyes.
Ouch.
The bandage was cut and Sasuke fell to the ground. After being hanged upside down for a long time, Sasuke felt dizzy at once. Don't come next time, Kuwu inserted in front of Sasuke, making his body slightly stiff. When I looked up, I saw a dark figure jumped onto the tree, several ups and downs, and then disappeared. Sasuke looked at the kunai on the ground, a little confused. After a long time, he got up and came to the pond. With a mark on his hand, he raised his foot and stepped on the water. There was a crash. Sasuke fell directly into the water, and then Sasuke fluttered a few times before climbing up to the shore, gasping for breath. How did it do it? Sasuke was a little at a loss. He also saw that it was probably Chakra's role, but why couldn't he do it? Damn, I won't give up, I must kick you out of here. Sasuke gave a fierce blow and stood up again. But this time he got smarter, went to the place where the pool water flowed and tried it there. As a result, the sound of falling into the water continued to be heard that night. If Quan Yu found out, he might have to laugh again. I haven't learned how to climb trees. Want to learn this? I'm afraid I'm thinking too much. Although he has never practiced climbing trees is too easy for him after treading water. Of course, if Sasuke persists, there is still hope for success. Time passed slowly and Sasuke never came to the waterfall again, but Quan Yu was cleaned up a lot. It's time to start school soon. Miss Uruka, I'm asking you for someone. Sasuke saw that most of the people had left, and only Mr. Uruka was still supervising Naruto, who was doing the cleaning. So he walked up and said, who do you want to ask, Sasuke? Uruka was also puzzled. Sasuke, who usually doesn't speak much, asked him to ask someone. Naruto, who was punished for cleaning next to him, also pricked his ears. He should be from the ninja school, with long black hair and only one eye. Sasuke described the characteristics of Quan Yu. Isn't this Quan Yu? You can ask me if you ask him. Naruto leaned over and said. Go to work. Uruka pressed Naruto's head back. Sasuke also glanced at Naruto. I know this person, he is one level higher than you, but their courses are different from ours. You may not have seen it before, Uruka said with a smile. Is he quite famous? Sasuke didn't believe that any student would be remembered by Mr. Uruka. Of course, he is quite famous at the ninja school teacher, but he is the only genius who has consistently passed 100 points in the theory test. Uruka recalled the comments made by his colleagues in the office. He had also read Quan Yu's examination papers, and it was indeed impeccable. Wow, Quan Yu is amazing. Naruto leaned over again. What about his strength? Sasuke ignored Naruto but continued. His classmate Hyuga Neji is a recognized genius at their age. I heard from their head teacher Zayahua that their physical skills already have General Genin's strength. Uruka explained he really envied Zayahua. He could teach such students the first time he was a teacher. Sasuke, why are you asking about this? Uruka was puzzled. Is that right? I met him once. It was very special, so I came to ask the teacher. Sasuke said with blinking eyes. Really? Then you have to work hard and learn from him. Especially you, Naruto. Don't mess with me anymore. Uruka stared at Naruto and said. Ahaha, I see, Mr. Uruka, Naruto said, touching his head. It turns out that your name is Quan Yu, theory first Genin. Is this all your strength? Sasuke thought of Quan Yu's movements. The physical skills are quite powerful, no, I'm afraid it's more than that. Maybe that guy could do other things, that kind of special cultivation is too eye-catching. You must know that soaking in water for a long time is uncomfortable. Sasuke has also experienced this process. He doesn't believe that such a genius can do useless work. But what about genius? Wait for me. Sasuke touched his eyes. Thank you, Mr. Uruka, I have left beforehand. Uruka is still educating Naruto, listen to Sasuke say so. Okay, be careful on the roads. Quan Yu was throwing kunai in boredom at this time. Quan Yu, why are you not serious at all? This is not in line with your title of genius, Tenten sneered. As Tenten, the little rich woman who runs a ninja shop at home, she is full of ninja throwing skills. After school, Tenten invited Quan Yu and Xiao Li to come to her house as guests and be prepared to show off. I also deliberately found 2 large boxes of kunai. Let them practice casually. The school will not provide so many kunai for students to consume, and they will pick it up when they are used up. Tenten has an unlimited supply here, but Quan Yu is actually out of breath. Tenten fought kunai and threw it out, all hitting the bulls. I have no love for this, I can just throw it away, Quan Yu said helplessly. How can this be? Ninja is also a compulsory course for ninjas. You see how serious Xiao Li is. Tenten pointed to Xiao Li, who was practicing seriously next to him. Xiao Li turned his head and gave Tenten a big smile. Well, since you want to take me seriously, I'll take it seriously. Quan Yu looked at the perfunctory and became serious. Swiss, the 3 kunai also hit the bulls. When did you practice? Why didn't I know? Tenten said in surprise. Quan Yu pointed to his eyes. This is a talent. Didn't you see that I only have one eye? God is fair, I don't even need to aim. Quan Yu said with a smile. Tenten, haven't you noticed that Quan Yu's kunai is very neat? Xiao Li said, pointing to Quan Yu's target. Tenten took a closer look, and it was true that he was drawing circles, crosses, or other symbols. Tenten was also speechless, and she was finally proud of it. I'm not as good as Xiao Li said, I would be useless. Why did his father only leave him with kunai? When he was okay, he shot and played. As for the skills, the teacher had talked about it before. Well, let's watch me perform a goddess dispersing flowers. Tenten thought she was fine again, grabbed a shuriken and shot it at the target. Quan Yu shook his head. Throwing ninjas emphasized breathing stability and a stable posture. Quan Yu is a big man who practices breathing, which is no problem for him. As for the stability of the movement, Quan Yu can accurately hit the same position with his eyes closed. You said that it is stable and unstable. The rest is to practice finding the feel and judging the direction, which is not difficult for Quan Yu. Just practice it at will. As for the higher and deeper ones like turning or pulling a wire, you can't play Sharingan no matter what. Quan Yu felt unnecessary. After all, a ninja couldn't require all his skills to be Grandmaster, and he didn't have so much energy. The bored Quan Yu watched Tenten's performance and became interested in the other ninjas in the room. Quan Yu picked up a shinobi sword from the wall. Zhang. The sharp light of the knife flashed, and the shinobi was pulled out by Quan Yu. The straight blade shone in the cold and the length was not long. Quan Yu was also suitable for holding it. Quan Yu tried to wave it twice. Why, Quan Yu, you are interested in shinobi? Tenten also noticed Quan Yu's actions. How should I say, it seems to be an extended version of Kuwu. Quan Yu frowned. This was originally used by the ninja to increase the attack distance, and the method of use is similar to that of kunai. Of course it looks a bit like. Tenten showed off her knowledge of ninja. It's not good for hacking. Quan Yu retracted the shinobi sword into its sheath. Although Quan Yu thinks that using this straight ninja is very handsome, ninjas rely on their strength and there is a shame in being handsome. Then I suggest you choose a samurai sword, but there are very few ninjas who practice knives, and no one teaches you. Tenten pointed to another sword with a sharp edge on the wall. Quan Yu jumped up and took the katana that was placed relatively high and then pulled out a section of the blade. Quan Yu took a few glances and took it back. It's too long, it's difficult for me to extract it completely. Quan Yu shook his head. Quan Yu, come and try this one. A knife that was obviously shorter than the katana in Quan Yu's hand was thrown over, and this knife was also wide. Quan Yu took the knife in his hand. Water cut. Tenten was surprised. Dad, why did you take out this knife? Tenten's father came over. It's rare that Quan Yu likes samurai swords, it's not appropriate for him to try. Quan Yu put the previous katana aside, and then drew out the katana called Kansui. It's easy, and it's fully in line with Quan Yu's body height. The slightly reflective knife body is faintly covered with patterns left by forging, which looks very gorgeous, but Quan Yu knows that this is a more, which is a special pattern formed by the forger many times. Due to the special technology, the weapons produced in this way are both rigid and flexible. From this, it can be seen that this is a rare good knife. And there is a wave-like mark left by quenching on the blade, no wonder it is called water cut. The entire blade is not shiny or even a bit dark, but Quan Yu touched it carefully but felt extremely smooth, just like a girl's skin. Of course, this is Quan Yu's guess. Where did he touch the girl's skin, the old virgin? The weight is also good, the blade is not long, the thickness is moderate, and the range makes Quan Yu feel very comfortable. Quan Yu looked at it carefully, and the cutting edge was also carefully polished, which looked very sharp. Simple or even quaint handguards. The handle is carefully woven with specially treated threads. You can feel a sense of friction when you hold it in your hand, but you don't need to pierce your hand. The whole knife is not decorated too much, giving people a comfortable feeling. Good knife. Quan Yu praised. How about Quan Yu, do you like it very much? Tenten's father laughed. Well, I like it. Can I ask how much money? Quan Yu hesitated. He didn't know if his money was enough. How much do you have? Tenten's father didn't say the price, so he asked directly. Quan Yu calculated it carefully. The pocket money given by the patriarch was pretty generous, and he hadn't used it much. It's about 500,000 taels. I'll prepare if it's not enough. Quan Yu thought that the money might not be enough and asked the patriarch if he could get some. Oh, it's quite rich, I'll count it if it's a 20% discount. Well, it's exactly 500,000 taels. Tenten's father thought for a while and said. Tenten hesitated and stopped. Quan Yu was also stunned. Is that enough? You and Tenten are friends, this is a discount from me, Tenten's father said with a smile. Quan Yu doesn't thank me yet. This is a rare offer, Tenten said, patting Quan Yu's shoulder even though she didn't understand why Dad did it. Only then did Quan Yu wake up. Thank you, uncle, you are so polite. I will give the money to Tenten tomorrow, Quan Yu said seriously. Okay, I'll find a box to help you pack it up. You guys go eat quickly, Dad, Tenten said nonchalantly. Go, my mother's cooking is delicious. Tenten grabbed the water from Quan Yu's hand and handed it to her father, and then took Quan Yu and Xiao Li to eat. Tenten's father glanced at the broken water in his hand and sighed. It's been so long, so I can still find a way to repay my gratitude. Then he took the katana and left. At night, Quan Yu returned home holding a box. Quan Yu, why did you come back so late? What are you holding? The patriarch asked. Oh, this is the samurai sword I bought from Dad Tenten. The patriarch met Tenten and knew who Quan Yu was talking about. Well, it seems that you are taking advantage, the patriarch laughed. Quan Yu was a little embarrassed. I bought it all and use it later, go to bed, the patriarch waved his hand and said. Got it. Quan Yu immediately ran back to his room holding the box. Are you descendants of the man who lived on the iron mine, Kimura? You can go back, the patriarch said softly. Yes. A black shadow flashed outside the house. After returning to the room, Quan Yu couldn't wait to open the box. She was embarrassed to watch it at Tenten's house before. I saw not only the water cut off in the box but also a booklet. Quan Yu picked up the booklet, Basic Swordsmanship. He is a little puzzled. Is this a gift? Quan Yu opened the booklet and looked at it. It recorded some basic routines for using katana. It didn't seem to be advanced. He could understand it completely. It was really basic. Quan Yu let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it looks like a popular product, otherwise the favor would be bad. What Quan Yu didn't know was that even if it seemed simple, it was already a whole set of swordsmanship. Like some wandering warriors, they only have 1 or 2 hands, and their posture is not standard. And this kind of sword technique is used to lay the foundation for the orthodox samurai. Even if you learn later, most of them are genre skills evolved from it. Of course, there are more advanced applications of chakra, as well as the sword energy after the mastery of swordsmanship. Quan Yu pulled out the water and tried to practice according to the moves on the booklet. However, even if Quan Yu's body control ability is relatively strong, it is impossible to learn it in a short time. This involves some force-building techniques and breathing. After playing for a while, Quan Yu fell asleep. The room is too small, so let's go out and find a place to practice tomorrow. The next day, Quan Yu handed the money to Tenten, and he asked the patriarch for 100,000 taels. Tenten put it away without counting, and Quan Yu was startled. With a new training mission, Quan Yu no longer keeps a low profile. Ninja throwing, Quan Yu can hit most of the targets after practicing for a while. Then he found Mr. Xiahua again to ask for leave. Xiahua had become accustomed to Quan Yu's surprise, and now that Quan Yu's training goal had been completed, he was released again. Sure enough, he's still the pervert, Tenten pouted, and then ran to ask Mr. Xiahua for leave. As a result, he was punished for 10 laps by the Xiahua teacher, and Tenten wanted to cry without tears. In a forest, Quan Yu closed his eyes and began to recall seeing basic swordsmanship before. Then Quan Yu pulled out the water and began slowly, step by step to practice the basic sword technique recorded in it. Quan Yu was a guitar lover in the past, and because of his unpleasant singing, he actually chose to play fingerstyle, which is very difficult. Fingerstyle tunes are nice, but it's difficult to memorize the score alone, not to mention there are too many techniques. There is no way to grind hard. Practice one tone, one technique from slow to fast, from all noises to complete popping. He has experienced a lot, but after practicing for a long time, he has formed a physical habit. He doesn't need to look at it and his mind is blank and he can also pop out. This is muscle memory. The same is true for basic knives. As long as he forms muscle memory, he can accurately use the knives at the right time. As for whether it was too rigid, Quan Yu didn't think about it. It was something that could only be thought of after practice. With the sword 10,000 times, I am a mature samurai. Swing a knife 100,000 times, I am a master of swordsmanship. After swinging the knife 1,000,000 times, I immediately became a god. Of course it is a bit exaggerated, but the truth is still the same. Quan Yu doesn't have so much time to practice, he still has a lot of practice. It seems that we are really destined, said a pale ninja carrying a long sword on a big tree. Suddenly his brow furrowed and he disappeared in a flash. The ninja of Kanoha, is it here to watch Quan Yu again? Kimura's figure appeared behind a tree. He didn't deal with this ninja once or twice, but he had never seen each other once. They all understood what each other had to do and there was no need to meet. Quan Yu, with his eyes closed below, frowned slightly, then opened his eyes and looked at a big tree. He just felt something there. A squirrel jumped out from behind the tree, looked at Quan Yu and then ran away. Quan Yu is full of black lines. Then I closed my eyes again and continued to practice. Kimura breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he was a part-time hunter, otherwise he couldn't hide it. However, Quan Yu's perception is getting stronger and stronger. If this continues, he is afraid that he will be exposed. A squirrel jumped on his shoulder and then crawled into his sleeve along his sleeve. The practice of swordsmanship is boring, but Quan Yu, who is used to loneliness, is least afraid of being boring. It takes a day to practice breathing and practice. This shows how good Quan Yu's patience is after he has polished off his slack. In the light dance of the blade, the boy's posture was a bit stiff, but as he swung it over and over, it slowly became smooth. Although it is still very slow, kunai fighting technique evolved from the previous dagger fighting technique. There is little difference between the two. It's just that the current ninjas are used to using kunai. Let me demonstrate to my classmates. Zyahyo took out a handful of kunai from behind. Picking, stab, block, cross-cutting, movement is fluent. Kuwu is constantly changing the way of holding it in the hands of teacher Zyahyo. Finally, Zyahyo turned over and Kuwu shot it out and nailed it to the tree. The students below clapped. This is the most basic method of use and there is no fixed formula. The most important thing is to be quick and accurate and understand if it is not. Zyahyo stood up and said, "Understood. Okay, everyone come to me to receive the wooden kunai, so let's practice each." Zyahyo carried out a box of wooden kunai. After all, these are still students, and using real kunai is still too dangerous. Quan Yu also took a handful and then squeezed it in his hand. The weight was about the same as the real kuwu, and it was a special kind of wood. It seems that you can buy a samurai sword of this kind, Quan Yu thought. After all, it would be very hard for him to cut something with water cut off. And there are some exercises to be practiced in the water. He doesn't want to really soak in water without water. Practice? Neji walked to Quan Yu's side and said. Okay, Quan Yu directly agreed. Seeing that the two of them were about to fight again, the students next to each other put down their practice and gathered around. Both of them are holding hands, their eyes are constantly scanning each other's body. Quan Yu rushed forward first, which was a horizontal stab. Neji dodged sideways and Kuwu also handed it over to Quan Yu's body. Quan Yu turned sideways slightly and directly slashed at Neji's arm with Kuwu. Neji frowned, and it was really desperate to pass it. Then the kunai in his hand turned into an upside down, and it collided with Quan Yu's kunai. Then the two started to fight each other when you come and I go together. The two have different ways of using kunai. Neji is fairly regular, but most of them are thorns, always aiming at Quan Yu's weakness and sometimes using physical attacks. This method is very reasonable. Quan Yu is different, he focuses on slashing. Kuwu has always been holding upright. It doesn't seem to be using Kuwu, but rather like using a knife. It looks very dissonant, but the two have similar physical skills, and Quan Yu's attacks are open and close, always forcing Neji to continue to save himself. After an attack, Neji jumped back and said, "You are not suitable to use kunai." "Didn't you beat me?" Quan Yu said with disdain. Quan Yu used this. Zyahyo threw a wooden shinobi sword over, not knowing when he took it. Quan Yu took it and waved it twice. The water didn't cut off and it felt like a touch. The momentum of Quan Yu, who got the ninja sword, was different at once. Sure enough, Quan Yu is practicing swordsmanship, Zyahyo thought. You have no problem with this, don't blame me for bullying you, Quan Yu said while looking at Neji. No, Neji dropped the kunai in his hand and immediately assumed the posture of gentle fist. That way I can do my best. After Quan Yu was tied, he practiced even harder. He didn't believe that he could not beat Quan Yu, even if he learned the swordsmanship. Seeing Neji throw away the weapon in his hand, everyone exclaimed, but only Quan Yu knew that this was the time when his combat effectiveness was strongest. Quan Yu's eyes condensed slightly, and he ejected out as soon as he kicked his foot on the ground. The not-so-long Shinto sword made a whistling sound. Neji's one hand stretched out, and the palm of his hand turned into a strange shape. When Quan Yu's attack came, his arm suddenly accelerated, and the back of his hand accurately hit Quan Yu's wrist holding the knife. Quan Yu suddenly felt his wrist numb, but he was holding the sword in both hands, and the shinobi was still under his control and did not fall. Immediately after Quan Yu, with one hand, with the frustration just now, he slashed directly down towards Neji's body. Neji stepped back, but Quan Yu was unreasonable and slashed at Neji quickly. The wrist he was hit also recovered, and Quan Yu's attack became more fierce. Ninja Sword strengthened Quan Yu's attack range, forcing Neji to evade constantly, and there was no chance to counterattack. And he actually discovered that Quan Yu's breathing method had changed, no longer the previous method of fast attacking with condensed breath and then breathing. Instead, he kept breathing fast to connect his own moves. Although the speed was a little slower, it made Neji feel like he couldn't breathe. Xiahua also discovered this situation, orthodox swordsmanship. Where did Quan Yu learn this? Xiahua was quite surprised. He also heard this kind of move from a senior who said that ninjas would be crushed by them when fighting in close combat with samurai. And the reason was that way of breathing. Ninjas are more accustomed to stopping breathing and then exhaling suddenly to increase their explosive power. Only the samurai through rigorous training, breathing quickly while constantly switching moves to oppress the enemy. When the enemy can't keep up with the rhythm, it will be deadly. Of course, this is also related to the need to stop breathing when the ninja uses ninjutsu, so that it can ensure that ninjutsu can be used quickly. Neji is undoubtedly from the orthodox ninja family, of course, using the ninja way, so after the first outbreak there is no chance to attack Quan Yu again. This guy, Neji, was already breathing a little, and the rhythm of his attack was always controlled by Quan Yu. Even he felt that his breathing was suppressed by this guy. Too restrained, this is no longer a physical exercise contest. Xiahua shook his head just as he was about to end the competition. Neji was hit hard by Quan Yu and then backed away. Let's change the way. Neji touched his aching arm. Oh, do you want to use your real skills? Quan Yu stood with his sword closed. Quan Yu certainly knows that although Neji did not start Byakugan, the Hyuga family knows acupuncture points very well. If Neji used Chakra to break into Quan Yu's wrist, Quan Yu would not be able to recover so quickly. Our Hyuga family is Konoha's first physique family, and it cannot be defeated by mere swordsmanship. Neji shook his whole body, and his breathing pattern instantly changed. As a big man practicing breathing, how could Quan Yu fail to notice this? Could it be? Neji rushed out again regardless of what Quan Yu thought. Quan Yu wielded a shinobi sword and fought with Neji. This time Neji's attack was obviously different. Although he still used the gentle fist as he breathed, Neji's moves completely hit the blade of the ninja sword and bounced off Quan Yu's ninja sword. The strength is greater, the rhythm is more stable, and it is no longer affected by Quan Yu. With a breath and a breath, Quan Yu actually felt the fluctuation of chakra. Is this the real gentle fist? It also comes with a breathing method, matched with the attack rhythm. No wonder it is called the first body technique family, Xiahua said in shock. Quan Yu certainly knows that breathing can work with chakra, but he didn't expect Gentle Fist to have developed a complete way of using it. As Neji breathed, the bursting power was even greater, which is probably one of the reasons why chakra can penetrate into the enemy's body. Breathing drives chakra to give more impact. The two felt a bit on the same level and they were constantly confronting each other. Very good, Gentle Fist, isn't it? It's amazing. Quan Yu took a step back and jumped away. Swordsmanship pays attention to momentum, and Quan Yu's retreat has actually fallen short. You are not bad, but be careful not to be hit by me, Neji said lightly, and rushed out again after speaking. Hee, then I'll let you see what breathing is. Quan Yu raised the shinobi, held it in both hands, squatted, and the shinobi stood up. Quan Yu let out a breath, water breath, waves. Quan Yu's breathing suddenly became rapid, but it was extremely stable. A large amount of air shuttled between Quan Yu's mouth and nose, like waves rising above one another. Everyone heard Quan Yu's breathing now. With the blade slashed, Neji was knocked out. It's impossible. Neji got up hard with incredible expressions in his eyes. Everyone was shocked. Is this still the strength a student can possess? Only Xiahua saw that when Neji's hand touched the body of Quan Yu's blade, it was not cut away, but was directly knocked into the air by Quan Yu's power. The feature that breathing can strengthen strength was only discovered when Quan Yu started practicing swordsmanship. Because there are various breathing methods in the basic sword technique, and Quan Yu has already started to exercise his breathing intentionally, and then he started to strengthen his breathing intentionally in the practice of sword art. Sure enough, great results have been achieved, but breathing cannot be achieved overnight, so Quan Yu created this continuously strengthening breathing method, named water breath. It can be said that it has not yet reached the limit of Quan Yu, although it is not detailed enough, but strong enough to cooperate with the sword to play a stronger force. No, I don't believe it, I won't lose to you. There was bloodshot in Neji's eyes. Quan Yu could catch up with him, but he couldn't accept it beyond him. Neji is calm, it's just a test, Zayahua shouted. But Neji couldn't listen at all, his breathing became heavier, and chakra fluctuations were more obvious, even Zayahua felt it. It's just a semi-finished product, don't think it's too powerful, they are just students no matter what. Neji sharply raised his head and stared at Quan Yu. Forehead. The strong sense of peep made Quan Yu's brows frowned. This is. Quan Yu's eyes widened. Byakugan. I saw Neji's eyes turned bluish-white, the blue veins around his eyes burst out, and a black mark appeared in his pupils. I want to thank you for allowing me to master the ultimate ability of the family so quickly, Byakugan. Neji's breathing calmed down. With Byakugan, his strength increased again. He didn't think Quan Yu was still his opponent. No, it's eye-opening, it was stimulated by myself. Quan Yu was speechless. Zayahua was so shocked in her heart now that Neji actually opened her eyes at this age. Because there is such a student from the Hyuga family in the class, he also asked his seniors about Byakugan, but Neji was just 10 years old. So there is only one word to describe Neji: genius. The students around couldn't understand it anymore. What is this? Is Byakugan just white eyes? But Neji's appearance is indeed a little strange. Byakugan, what's so great? Quan Yu said disdainfully. But in fact, he still envied him. After all, he still has a broken Byakugan. Soon you will know the power of Byakugan, Neji said lightly, posing as gentle fist again. Afraid of you, Quan Yu began to accumulate breathing to raise his breathing to the limit. Neji can see chakra rushing through Quan Yu's body, and more chakra is integrated into his body. Is this the source of your strength? Stimulate the whole body through a large amount of chakra, and increase your strength to the limit with the sword technique. Neji, who owns Byakugan, can see the characteristics of Quan Yu's moves at a glance. Good idea, but this consumes a lot of chakra. How long can you hold on? The strong sense of voyeurism kept reminding Quan Yu that Neji had seen the situation in his body clearly. He also has the ability to see inwardly. Of course, he knows that his moves will consume a lot of chakra. The increase in strength is not without cost. Breathing only allows chakra to be distributed throughout the body to enhance his strength in all directions. Can't wait any longer, Quan Yu rushed out directly. At this time, his breathing had been raised to the limit, and his whole body suddenly felt alive, full of power. Chakra is also slowly decreasing. Although chakra is extracted from the body, it will still cause physical loss. And when Quan Yu started to move, chakra's consumption quickly started, but as compensation, Quan Yu's speed skyrocketed. I can see it, crosscut. Neji suddenly squatted down. Izumi's shinobi slashed over Neji's head. Bang. Neji's palm stretched out and directly attacked Quan Yu's abdomen. But the next change made Neji's eyes widened, and his chakra didn't even get in. With a bang, Neji was kicked out. But fortunately, Neji reacted and protected his body with his hands. And Quan Yu was not completely unaffected. The force of this blow was not strong. Quan Yu felt a little pain in her stomach, but she didn't feel acupuncture at all. How did you guard against my acupuncture? Neji said in surprise. At the same time, I used Byakugan to look at Quan Yu's body carefully. It turns out that it is. Quan Yu's chakra entered the body in large quantities and directly protected the meridians in this flow, so Neji's chakra did not enter at all. Of course, this is also the reason why Neji's gentle fist hasn't cultivated home yet, and the attack is not cohesive enough. But Quan Yu just learned this, and there is still room for improvement. Quan Yu also guessed why acupuncture is not effective for him. I don't have time to spend with you, let me get down. Quan Yu finished speaking and was about to rush up again. Stop, Zayahua teacher appeared between the two. Let's stop here today, you two. You are not allowed to use these moves in the future, Zayahua said with a serious look at the two. A Byakugan plus acupuncture points, an overall increase in strength. No matter how you look at it, you shouldn't be a master at this age. Quan Yu slowed his breathing and chakra returned to his usual state. Neji also put away the gentle fist posture. Okay, now class is over. Those who want to leave can leave. Of course, Zayahua said Quan Yu and Neji, they were always asking for leave in the afternoon. Quan Yu didn't say anything, put the shinobi sword into the ground, greeted Tenten and Zio Li and left. Neji also closed Byakugan and left without speaking. Xiahua had a headache, and it was obvious that the two were still competing. However, Xiahua also thought of something and left immediately. So strong is this your strength? A figure in the classroom looked at Quan Yu, who was walking outwards on the playground below. It was Sasuke who was shocked at this moment. So that night there was a sound of falling into the water in a small river. Quan Yu went home for dinner, took a break, and went out with the special wooden knife and water cut that he bought at the ninjutsu shop after school. When I found Urkshin, I went to the river with him. After practicing the sword technique to warm up, Quan Yu handed the water to Urkshin and jumped into the river with a wooden knife. Then Quan Yu sank directly to the bottom because Quan Yu carried a weight on his feet. This was brought by him some time ago because for unknown reasons his development was faster than the average person and he was even stronger than the average child. Tenten also ridiculed that Quan Yu had changed. So Quan Yu started weight-bearing exercises. Even when he was competing with Neji, he didn't take it off. Of course it doesn't weigh much now. Quan Yu, who has a strong lung capacity, can hold his breath in the water for a long time. Today, he bought a wooden knife. Quan Yu decided to practice swordsmanship in the water. As for why not go to the waterfall, one is too deep, and the other is where the water is too calm and not suitable for cultivation. This training method was also thought of by Quan Yu from the animation he watched before. Quan Yu swung the knife, and then clearly felt the resistance of the water, but this was exactly what Quan Yu needed. Practicing in such an environment can improve the stability of Quan Yu's swing, and it is also a test of lung capacity. The two bears on the shore had already been surprised. He knew that Quan Yu could stay underwater for a long time. He held the knife and waited slowly. Kid, can you show me the knife in your hand?" A voice awakened Urkshin, who was about to fall asleep. He hurriedly hugged the water, and at the same time looked at the place where the sound was coming from. This is Quan Yu's baby. Even after he begged for a long time, Quan Yu played with him for a while. "No, this is Quan Yu's." Urkshin looked at the Konoha shinobi who came dressed up and heaved a sigh of relief. Then I'll wait for him to come up," the pale ninja coughed twice. Urkshin looked at the ninja warily, even though he knew that the other party had no choice but to look at him forcibly. It didn't take long for Quan Yu to emerge from the water. Then he saw the famous ninja beside Urkshin. Quan Yu frowned, stood up on the surface of the water and walked to the shore. Urkshin hurried over and hid behind Quan Yu. "I don't know what this ninja-sama is doing here, what's the matter?" Quan Yu said with a smile, and then put the wooden knife into the ground and took the water cut from Urkshin. "I have been following you for a long time and I have also seen your morning test. It was wonderful, but the swordsmanship was a mess," said the ninja. "So?" Quan Yu looked at the long sword on the back of the opponent. "He should be one of the few ninjas who is good at using katana. I want to accept you as a disciple and teach you swordsmanship. I haven't introduced you yet. My name is Moonlight Hate, cough cough," the ninja said. "Moonlight Blast?" Quan Yu blinked. No wonder he looked so familiar and had a sickly feeling. "Isn't it the one who died in the Chunin exam? Why do you know me?" Moonlight Hate was a little puzzled. No, how could it happen?" "I just think this name is a bit handsome," Quan Yu said with a smile. "Oh, is it?" Moonlight Hate smiled. "However, I don't want to be your disciple." The appearance of not being able to live for too long really made Quan Yu a little worried. And the other party was from 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. When 3rd Hokage came to the house, Quan Yu obviously felt that the patriarch was not dealing with him. Moreover, he has paid attention to himself a long time ago. You must know that Quan Yu has only practiced sword art for more than half a year. What is the reason for the other party's attention? This is worth pondering. Little friend, maybe you haven't seen my strength yet. Don't look at my ill, but my sword skills are very powerful. Yuiguang Jiefeng thought that Quan Yu was looking at him like this, and thought he was not strong, so prepare to draw a knife to demonstrate. No, I don't think you're not strong just because I don't want to," Quan Yu waved his hand and said. "But your random training like this will be fruitless. With my guidance your strength will improve faster," Yuiguang Hate said. Although he disagrees with Quan Yu's cultivation method, Quan Yu's talent is beyond doubt. "Then can you name the 3 realms of swordsmanship? If you can say it, I will let you teach me." Quan Yu was obviously a little angry. "Why I practiced indiscriminately, I was just laying the foundation." "The 3 realms?" Moonlight Hate was the first time I heard of this. "Haha, don't you know," Quan Yu said triumphantly. "I have practiced swordsmanship for so long, I really haven't heard of the 3 realms of swordsmanship. Since you say that, you must know it. If you can convince me, I will no longer ask you to be my disciple." Yuiguang Jiefeng I thought about it and said, "Then I will tell you that the 3 realms of swordsmanship are form, mind, and God," Quan Yu said shamelessly. "This is what he has compiled now, but he is right about it, just put it into practice." Shape meaning God. Moonlight Hate carefully chewed these 3 words, feeling that the more he chewed, the more flavor he had. But this is not something a child can tell, and no one teaches his sword skills, otherwise it won't be at the current level. Can you tell me more about it? Hate asked. Of course, let's find a place to sit down and say, it's too embarrassing to stand here. After that, the three of Quan Yu found a few stones and sat down like this. This shaped character represents the movement of the body, and the techniques of swordsmanship can be counted in it, representing the body, Quan Yu said, shaking his head like a sacred stick. Hate nodded, that's understandable. This means that the artistic conception of swordsmanship, for example, some swordsmanship bursts, some swordsmanship is soft. But it seems that they are all evolved from the basic moves, but there is that kind of feeling, even the same moves can be produced. Different moods. Hate thought for a while, as if this was the case. The use of swordsmanship has a lot to do with personal style. Some swordsman masters can directly incorporate their own style into every move. This god is amazing. Ultimate of swordsmanship no longer sticks to the style of swordsmanship. It is all-encompassing and cohesive. It can cut everything and everything can be a sword. Quan Yu babbled. It's so powerful. Hate couldn't believe it. Is there still this kind of sword technique? Of course. Anyway, you don't want money and Quan Yu does what you want. Think about it, a person who has cultivated to ultimate swordsmanship has an understanding of swordsmanship in every move. At first glance, he thinks he is standing there with a sword. Even if he is given a wooden sword, he can cut steel. Have you seen? No, I imagined. Quan Yu shook his head. The three realms are also what you imagined. Hate's words were full of oppression. Yeah, people always have to pursue something a little bit, Quan Yu said nervously after he stepped back. Just when Quan Yu thought Moonlight Storm would do something, he sighed slowly. Unexpectedly, I haven't had a child pursued by Moonlight Storm. What you said before is correct. The practice of swordsmanship is in those two directions, but the last one is still open for discussion. Hate also saw how terrifying Quan Yu's talent for swordsmanship was, and that a dying person himself was really not qualified to be a teacher of others. How did Quan Yu know that he was regarded as a genius of swordsmanship? A lot of the novels he said in the previous life were much more exciting than he said. He would destroy the world and cut the galaxy at every turn. I didn't say anything about accepting disciples, but you still have problems with your swordsmanship. After you have a holiday, I will come to point you. After saying that, Hate put a seal on his hand and then disappeared with a whistle. Quan Yu breathed a sigh of relief and finally flickered. Erxing was still a little stunned. Let's go, accompany me to practice, Quan Yu patted Erxing and said, Oh. Quan Yu continued to dive into the river to practice swordsmanship, and he didn't care about Hate saying that there was a problem with his swordsmanship. How long I have practiced, it is inevitable that there are problems, but I can't control my moves and what kind of swordsmanship I have to practice. Anyway, Quan Yu felt that he was right. The underwater spring closed his eyes, and the wooden knife in his hand was constantly cutting the water. At the same time, he also felt that the water flow had formed a certain obstacle to the stability of his swordsmanship, but the water flow of this river was relatively stable, and Quan Yu had become accustomed to this flow of water. After practicing for a while, Quan Yu squatted at the bottom of the river, jumped upwards suddenly, and then swam upwards. The river was not too deep, and Quan Yu soon reached the surface. Quan Yu wiped his hair with a towel and said to Erxing, is there any turbulent water nearby? It is better to have an undercurrent. Quan Yu, don't you want to practice there, right? Erxing said nervously. Yes, the water flow here is too gentle, it's meaningless. Quan Yu nodded and said. Forget it, it's too dangerous. The underwater undercurrent is really dangerous, and Erxing is very afraid that the spring will not be able to come up. I can stay in the water for that long, no problem. Quan Yu knows what Erxing is worried about, but he has chakra, so he is afraid of undercurrents. Quan Yu can move freely in the water by treading the water, and he doesn't care about it at all. Okay, but don't stay in the water for too long. Then Erxing took Quan Yu to a water area. There was a lot of strange rocks and there was a puddle in the middle. The river inside was constantly surging and swelling. One can imagine how complicated the water flow inside. That's it, you be careful. Quan Yu didn't speak and jumped directly onto a rock. I'll go down and see if it fits. After talking about Quan Yu, he went straight into the puddle. As soon as he went there, Quan Yu felt the difference. The water kept pulling his body, pulling him down without any movement at all. After waiting to a certain extent, he pushed him upward again, and the horizontal water flow became more chaotic, making Quan Yu feel that he could not find a direction. Fortunately, Quan Yu has a heavy load on his body and can barely maintain the stability of his body, and at the same time, he is constantly diving. The depth here is deeper than that of ordinary rivers, and it didn't take long for Quan Yu to reach the bottom. The complicated water flow made Quan Yu a little untenable, but Quan Yu directly absorbed the bottom of the river with chakra, began to resist the current, and explored below. Because the bottom of the water was too dark and the fierce water flow made Quan Yu unable to open his eyes, he could only explore with his own body. It's fairly flat, and there are only a few small rocks on the ground, and the big rocks should be blocked by the rocks in front. The overall environment is still in line with Quan Yu's requirements. It's time to go up. Quan Yu released the chakra adsorption on the soles of his feet and then jumped up again. But then Quan Yu was confused. Because he couldn't control the direction at all, the whole person was rolling in the water. Bang. Quan Yu's body finally stopped, and a series of bubbles were spit out from his mouth. A large stone blocked Quan Yu's body. Quan Yu's head was a little dizzy, but he still grasped the stone instinctively. Then I felt the weight on my feet and made sure that it was the surface of the water before slowly climbing up the stone. Quan Yu crawled out of the water and took a big breath. It was too dangerous just now. Fortunately, it wasn't the head that I bumped into, otherwise it would be troublesome. Quan Yu, are you okay? Urxing shouted from the shore. This was completely different from the way Quan Yu usually came up, and he was obviously embarrassed too much. Fine. Quan Yu replied. At the same time, I felt that I was careless just now, and it was okay when he fell, but he actually jumped directly afterwards, and it was strange that there was no problem. At the same time, he also looked at his feet where there was a load. It seems that the weight is about to increase again. This weight is not enough for him to stand firmly underneath, so he can't always use chakra. Quan Yu went back with Urxing afterwards. Quan Yu came here alone the next day, and his walking movements were obviously heavier this time. He didn't jump on the rock again, and his weight increased so much. Even with chakra, Quan Yu couldn't jump that far. So Quan Yu directly thought of a stupid way and walked over directly, but couldn't rush him anyway. Soon Quan Yu came to the rock that climbed up yesterday. Quan Yu looked at the position, bit the wooden knife in his mouth, and jumped directly into the water. This time the speed of falling is very fast, and the water flow will not have much influence on Quan Yu, and it will end immediately. Quan Yu tried it, her feet were very stable, only the body could feel the chaotic flow of water. And then she was satisfied and began to practice swordsmanship. The chaotic water flow has a strong impact force, and Quan Yu's sword skills are obviously out of shape. Even if he can't see it, he can clearly feel it. His body resists the deformation of the water flow to a greater extent, but this is exactly what Quan Yu needs, stability, and what Quan Yu needs is stability. This time Quan Yu didn't practice for long, so he directly relied on his memory to find the stone he stood on when he jumped into the water before, and then slowly climbed up. When I got to the surface, I changed my breath and went down again. In the recent period, the teacher has no longer taught ninja, but taught Quan Yu the practical skills of long-distance assault, hiding, assassination, and so on. And there is no summer vacation, which makes Moonlight Blast, who doesn't understand Quan Yu's course, scratches his head, and even Quan Yu's own cultivation has been delayed a lot. But these must be learned, and the ninja school chose to teach them at this time, obviously considering that Quan Yu and their physical abilities and fighting skills have reached a certain level. This is the most appropriate time to teach this. Because these were all outdoor studies and the sun was so big, Quan Yu's whitish skin, which had been soaked in blisters, turned brown again. However, Quan Yu didn't let go of his own practice. He didn't ask for leave, so he ran out to practice at night. Anyway, he couldn't see anything in the water. Only after that test, Neji didn't come to Quan Yu to test again, didn't know what to think about, and didn't speak every day. I have been busy recently, and it may be slower to update back, but 2 chapters a day can still be guaranteed. The voice of WH pierced through the air sounded. Quan Yu held the knife, his eyes condensed slightly and his expression focused. Then he began to practice swordsmanship, and the sound of breaking the water and the air continued to sound. I don't know that Quan Yu has practiced it several times, but every time his actions are almost exactly the same, just like a reenactment. Even though the sun was venomous, Quan Yu's eyes were a bit unable to open with sweat, and his movements were very stable. Quan Yu closed the knife and let out a sigh of relief, then wiped the sweat from his forehead. The hard work during this period of time was not in vain. The basic sword technique Quan Yu was already quite proficient, and it could be said to be perfect. A mark was formed in Quan Yu's hand, and the entangled water vapor emerged from his body, instantly making Quan Yu feel cool. If Kimura wasn't here, he would definitely come out and curse Quan Yu, and Quan Yu was actually used to cool off the healing ninjutsu. But this also reflects Quan Yu's proficiency in this ninjutsu. Quan Yu's water attribute chakra has been cultivated to a certain extent, and his control over chakra has also been greatly strengthened. However, it is still unclear what the specific criteria are, and no one makes comparisons. The breathing practice has also improved a lot, but it still cannot match the current water attribute chakra. In general, Quan Yu's strength has not increased much, but the foundation is extremely solid. Quan Yu hadn't thought of the next step of cultivation, but the weight on his feet was still increasing, and Quan Yu hadn't tried how fast he could explode with all his strength. Xiahua seemed to see something too. Even if Quan Yu's usual performance was not very good, he didn't bother him. Others are still wondering how Quan Yu has become weak, but Neji's expression is even more serious. However, the following is the study of three-body technique. Let's learn that first. I'm graduating in another year and I don't know where it will be allocated. It would be great if I was under Might Guy, so I might be able to learn 8 inner gates. He still cares about the secret technique of 8 inner gates. Its ultimate state can match 6 paths Madara, which shows how powerful it is. But the difficulty and danger of this cultivation is high enough, but it's good to use it as a support. It's not that he can't use ninjutsu, he has a large body strengthening, and it is also good to use swordsmanship. Quan Yu has a dream, thinking that he will replace Neji to join the Guy team in the future. Hey Feng, why have you confiscated him as a disciple? He is about to graduate and then you will have no chance, Sarutobi Hiruzen said lightly. Maybe I can't be his teacher, he already has his own ideas about swordsmanship, He Feng said helplessly. How is this possible? I admit that his grades in school are good, but you say he has his own ideas about the kind of swordsmanship that is full of mistakes. Sarutobi Hiruzen obviously didn't believe it. I have talked with him. His knowledge of swordsmanship is different from that of ordinary people, and his exercise method is different from ordinary people. I also want to instruct him, but they didn't have a summer vacation. Hayate was a little embarrassed. Oh, is this? Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't say anything and took a cigarette quietly. I will make arrangements. You can go again when that time comes. Even if you can't be a disciple, you must get closer, understand? Oh yes. Quan Yu's identity is not a secret to his close friend of Hokage. Hokage's meaning is also obvious. He knows what to do. The previous suggestion Moonlight Hate understood but did not succeed. Now Master Hokage said so clearly, it is already an ultimatum. Quan Yu sat in the classroom boringly. Ninjutsu training didn't have to go outside, so they went back to the classroom. Quan Yu, come out with me. Zhao Hua walked into the classroom and greeted Quan Yu. I see teacher. Quan Yu dragged his feet to his feet. Quan Yu, have you been too serious lately? Teacher Zhao wants to educate you. Tenten snickered. Who knows, maybe there is something good after all. I am so good, Quan Yu replied. God. Quan Yu came to the office with the early morning when there was no one here. No, there were still people. Quan Yu's eyes swept toward a compartment. Quan Yu, this time I am here to tell you something. You won't use it for class in the future, Zhao said with a smile. Quan Yu was taken aback. I didn't do anything. Is this to expel me? It's a good thing to rest assured. Please come out, Lord Hayate. With Zhao greeting, Moonlight Hayate walked out of the cubicle. Long time no see, Quan Yu. Moonlight Hayate had a smile on her face. This is, Quan Yu was surprised but suddenly moved in his heart and did not continue. Master Hayate values your talents and decides that you will study with him until you graduate. Zhao is like Yorong Yan. After all, his students can be regarded by ninjas of this level, which proves that his education is still very fruitful. I see teacher Zhao, Quan Yu said lazily. How to speak, stand for me, Zhao said with a staring eye. No need, cough cough, let me talk to him. Moonlight Storm still smiled. Go out and talk. Hello? Then Quan Yu followed the moonlight blast out. Zhao shook his head. Now the children really don't know how to cherish it. Fortunately, Master Heifeng didn't care. Sorry, I interrupted your study in this way. You must be a little dissatisfied, Moonlight Hate said softly as he walked in front. Fortunately, Quan Yu held his head and looked at the sky without knowing what he was thinking. Don't worry, I will give you everything that the ninja school wants to learn. It won't take long for you to learn these things. You can learn swordsmanship with me for the rest of the time. Moonlight Hayate turned his head and looked at Quan Yu and said, You said so, what can I do? Even if I don't go, Mrs. Zhao will take me there. Quan Yu rolled his eyes and suddenly said, You ninjas are so busy, why do you have time to teach me? The Moonlight Blast was stunned. He didn't expect Quan Yu to notice this, but he also has a way to deal with it. My health has always been bad, cough cough. I have taken a long vacation with Master Hokage, so I have time, Moonlight Hate said with a smile and deliberately coughed twice. Master Hokage, Quan Yu's voice dragged a long time. The moonlight and gust of wind thought he had discovered something. Well, I'll go cultivating with you, Quan Yu nodded and said. The next day, Zhao announced that Quan Yu was valued by the ninja and was taken to practice alone. Everyone was surprised. Tent and Xiao Li were still wondering why Quan Yu didn't come today. They didn't expect this to be the case. Good luck, Tent exclaimed. Quan Yu usually works very hard. Although Xiao Li envied him, he was still happy for Quan Yu. And Neji clenched his fists involuntarily. Even so, I won't lose to you. Quan Yu came to a bamboo forest with the wooden knife used for cutting water and normal practice on his back. This was the place he had agreed with Moonlight Hate. As soon as the black shadow flashed, the moonlight blast carrying the knife suddenly appeared in front of Quan Yu. It's amazing, can this ninjutsu teach me? Quan Yu pretended to worship, preparing to deceive ninjutsu. This ninjutsu cannot be taught to you. It is a ninja who can learn it only after reaching a certain level. Moonlight Hate explained. That's it, Quan Yu didn't care about it, just body flicker technique, it doesn't matter if you learn it or not. Quan Yu, show your sword skills and let me see how far you are now. Okay. Quan Yu did not refuse, and then drew out the water to demonstrate the sword technique to Moonlight Hate. Moonlight Hate frowned this sword technique. Okay, we can stop now. Moonlight Hate interrupted Quan Yu's demonstration. I have to say that your sword skills are very standard, and the coordination of breathing is also perfect, Moonlight Hate said with a smile. Of course, I have practiced hard, Quan Yu proudly, but Moonlight Hate's face suddenly became serious. Swordsmanship is not for performance. The enemy will not let you use swordsmanship in this way. If I want to comment, I can only say that your swordsmanship is useless. Why do you say that? If you don't lay a good foundation, how can you improve? And I don't think my current sword skills are useless. Quan Yu was immediately upset. I have practiced the sword technique for so long, and no one would be happy to receive such an evaluation. Try. Moonlight Hate drew out the knife and said jokingly at Quan Yu. Try it. Although Quan Yu didn't think he was the opponent of Moonlight Storm, he still had to prove himself. Quan Yu held the knife in both hands, twisted his arm, and the water was cut off, and then Quan Yu rushed out. It's too easy, I can see at a glance the moves you used, Moonlight Hate said easily, avoiding Quan Yu's knife. It's not over yet. Quan Yu knew that there was a big gap between the strengths of the two sides, so. Water breath waves. Quan Yu's breathing suddenly became swift and powerful. His speed also increased a lot, and he began to attack the moonlight blast crazily. But that's it, Quan Yu's knife was still very stable, and it didn't show any flaws because of the sudden acceleration. Oh, it's interesting. Now Moonlight Storm believes that Quan Yu has gone through assiduous practice. But even so, Quan Yu still failed to hit Moonlight Blast. Moonlight Storm seemed to know the moves Quan Yu was going to use, and every time Quan Yu avoided the attack. Don't hide if you have the ability. Quan Yu was a little annoyed. Then I won't hide. Bang! Quan Yu was directly knocked to the ground. Quan Yu got up and touched his head. His face was a little embarrassed. He was knocked down so easily, Moonlight Gale didn't even use swordsmanship. Moonlight Hate retracted the knife into its sheath. Just now he knocked down Quan Yu with the hilt. Would you like to take off your load and try again? Moonlight Hate said, looking at Quan Yu's legs. Forget it, it's not your opponent anyway, Quan Yu said with a curled mouth. Oh, then you found out that your problem is not, Yuiguang Hate asked. It's not that you know the moves. The basic swordsmanship is just like that, but I can still improve, and then I can switch moves at any time. It won't be so easy when you want to win. How could Quan Yu not know his problems? Moonlight Hate nodded. This swordsmanship talent is indeed excellent, can find problems so quickly. However, it is still very difficult to change. Just like the shape you said, you will start to get started, and the problem of breathing coordination is not so easy to calculate. Furthermore, you are more than stable, but not enough to explode. If I master your breathing style, it will explode instantly, with stronger power than you and not so much consumption. Moonlight Hate commented a few times and pointed out Quan Yu's flaws. Cut, as long as I breathe strong enough, chakra enough, every move I explode, no matter how much he does, I just crush it. Quan Yu obviously doesn't believe it. I created this to crush my opponents, and this is not the limit. After breathing to a certain level, plus the water attribute chakra, Quan Yu can use the sword technique to explode the effect of ninjutsu. Moonlight Hate is really unreasonable, but if you have so many chakras, what kind of swordsmanship would you learn? Wouldn't it be better to crush with ninjutsu? It seems that he really can't be the teacher of this guy. Even if he is stronger than him, he can't be recognized. But the task is still to be completed. Well, since you have your ideas, then I will teach you something practical, optimistic. This is my swordsmanship. Moonlight Hate once again drew the sword and began to practice sword skills for Quan Yu. But this kind of sword technique is completely different from Quan Yu's. The knife in Moonlight Hate's hand was constantly waving, and the body was constantly moving. Sometimes it was waving normally, and sometimes a few bamboos were cut off in a flash. Even Quan Yu only saw the light of the knife, and his breathing was completely different from Quan Yu's. It is a perfect combination of movement and stillness, and Moonlight Gale's body is sometimes clear and sometimes fuzzy, full of strange rhythms. 3 Sun Moon Dance. Moonlight Storm made a seal with one hand, and 2 Shadow Clone appeared beside him. In 3 months, the gust of wind rushed forward in an instant. After a flash, the moonlight blast stopped. A piece of bamboo also became several pieces and fell to the ground. Quan Yu had cold sweat on his forehead. What a terrifying sword technique. It was completely different from his ordinary swordsmanship. Quan Yu was the most samurai swordsmanship, while Moonlight Hate was the style of a ninja. The power bursts instantly, and a powerful attack power is formed by the increase of the sword technique. The front part of the breath is completely preparing for the subsequent burst, making the burst more powerful. See, this is how ninjas use swordsmanship. Ninjas exist to kill enemies quickly. Moonlight Gust paused, then continued. Your sword skills are only suitable for warriors to compete. Isn't it true? Quan Yu has always been pursuing stability. This kind of sudden outburst makes it easier to interrupt the enemy's rhythm to achieve the goal of killing the enemy, but Quan Yu is not ready to change. Stability is necessary. His sword skills are different. If it is not stable enough, how can the water attribute chakra in the body be maintained in the future? Before the enemy could kill him, he was messed up first. But it is not that there is no place to learn, such as the change of moves in Shadow Clone. Shadow Clone, a small external artifact, Quan Yu has been greedy for a long time. In order to trick Shadow Clone out, Quan Yu decided to learn all he taught. You have demonstrated the last trick and I have learned the rest completely. I don't believe you don't teach it. Isn't it just breathing? With my control over breathing, it's easy to adjust breathing. Then there is the question of moves. My movements are stable enough. It is nothing more than learning the ability to adapt, and the changes in breathing match the moves. Okay, I see. Please teacher Jifeng to teach me, Quan Yu said seriously. Moonlight Blast was stunned. When did this kid have such a good attitude? Could it be my swordsmanship that conquered him? Moonlight Storm was confused. What he didn't know was Quan Yu was hitting his Shadow Clone's idea. Next, Moonlight Hayate also found a wooden knife and dispatched a Shadow Clone to start practicing with Quan Yu. After all, Moonlight Hayate's health is not good, as evidenced by the dark circles and pale complexion under his eyes. In fact, what Quan Yu learned is not a move, but a style, a ninja style. Need to use non-stop fighting to slowly change. But gradually Quan Yu also discovered the problem. He was too stable. He could change his breathing, but his body couldn't cooperate. The stability after long-term exercise is not so easy to change. One day of training to no avail, Moonlight Hayate also understood that this could not be changed in a short time and did not care. This habit of Quan Yu actually laid the foundation, as he himself said, but the foundation is too solid and it is difficult to change it now. But Quan Yu thought of one thing: water flow. In the puddle where Quan Yu had practiced before, the water flow in it was fickle if I went there to practice. Is that right? Quan Yu decided to give it a try. At night, Quan Yu went out after dinner as usual, and the patriarch was also used to Quan Yu going out to practice at night without saying anything. Kimura no longer protects Quan Yu, because he can no longer approach Quan Yu silently. He will be spotted if he is not careful. Quan Yu's perception improved so fast that he was almost discovered several times. I also don't want to think of Quan Yu exercising underwater with his eyes closed for a long time. In order to maintain stability, he has to pay attention to the changes in water flow. Coupled with the inherently strong mental power, it is certain that the perception is strong. Underwater, Quan Yu held a wooden knife and carefully sensed the changes in the current. It's chaotic, but it's not completely unfeeling. However, Quan Yu's cultivation method is no longer stable. He wants to break the water flow. In response to the current, Quan Yu swung his knife, but immediately the current changed again. Quan Yu hurriedly cut to the other side, but failed. It was not that Quan Yu's reaction was not fast enough, but that his moves were too fixed and too late to change. The chaotic currents are like countless enemies constantly impacting Quan Yu. Quan Yu kept slashing against the current in this way. This method is better than the training method of Moonlight and Gale because it is more changeable and easier to be felt by Quan Yu. Unknowingly, Quan Yu's attack method was slowly changing. The attack is still so stable, but the moves have become a little messy, but it's just that Quan Yu hasn't adapted yet. Once he finds his own rhythm, it is a sword technique that is completely different from Moonlight Storm. Of course, Quan Yu doesn't understand now. He just wants to make his moves more varied and able to cope with different situations through this kind of practice. As time passed slowly, Moonlight Storm discovered that Quan Yu's progress was a bit alarming, and it changed almost every day. At the beginning, there was no improvement at all, and even his own swordsmanship was affected. Later, I found the rhythm by myself, and the moves began to become a little special. Coupled with his own powerful breathing, the moonlight and gust of wind have a feeling of turbulence. Quan Yu was also very excited. He didn't expect that training in the water would have such benefits. He hadn't thought of it before. Quan Yu kept fighting against the shadow clone of Moonlight Storm, and the two kept shuttling through the bamboo forest while attacking each other. Of course, Moonlight Storm didn't use all his strength, and Quan Yu didn't release his load. As the wooden sword swung, Quan Yu's attack was soft, strong, fast, or slow, completely confusing Moonlight Gale and actually made him feel like he was vomiting blood. However, Quan Yu's moves are extremely stable, completely inheriting his previous style, and I don't know how he did it. Quan Yu seized an opportunity. Water Wheel. While shielding the Moonlight Storm knife, Quan Yu's body quickly rotated, and the wooden sword danced with him, and Moonlight Storm could not attack at all. Then Quan Yu was just a little on the ground, and with the force of the rotation, the wooden knife slashed fiercely towards the Moonlight Blast. Not good, Moonlight Hate realized that it was not good, but it was too late, so he could only block it with a wooden knife. Click. The special wooden knife was broken by a powerful force, and then in the shocking eyes of the Moonlight Gusts, his shadow clone was broken. Oi, I finally won. Quan Yu jumped up happily. Bang bang bangs. Moonlight Blast came out from one side clapping his hands. Quan Yu, you are really a genius. You found your own style so quickly, and you have inherited your original characteristics. This is what Mr. Hayate taught me. What do you teach me next? Is it the dance of the 3-day moon? Quan Yu pretended to be ignorant. Its purpose is to shadow clone technique. This doesn't seem to teach you. Moonlight Hate is embarrassed. Secretly teaching ninjutsu is a big crime, but swordsmanship is fine. HMPH, are you reluctant to teach? Are you afraid that I will surpass you? I am not rare. Quan Yu turned to his side and pretended to be angry, while secretly paying attention to the expression of the Moonlight Blast. When Moonlight Hate heard Quan Yu say this, he suddenly didn't know what to say. He thought for a while, then gritted his teeth and said, I teach cough cough, but I'm going to apply for it. I knew that Mr. Hate would definitely teach. Go, I'll invite the teacher to dinner. Quan Yu turned around and said to Moonlight Hate with a smile, as if his conspiracy had succeeded. Moonlight Hate was helpless but felt that as Quan Yu, a ninjutsu master Hokage, would agree to it. Of course, Quan Yu knew that as long as Moonlight and Hate agreed, this matter would basically have a spectrum. The weather is getting warmer, and the Moonlight Blast finally begins to teach the 3-body technique. Quan Yu, the application for Shadow Clone has been passed. I didn't teach you ninjutsu before because I was afraid that you would be distracted. In a while, you will graduate. It's time to teach you ninjutsu. Cough cough coughs. Moonlight Hate said softly, followed by a series of coughs. Teacher, you should also raise your body. You don't know when you will die like this. Quan Yu looked at the Moonlight Blast, who kept coughing. It's just that some pollen allergies. The problem is not big. Now I will teach you ninjutsu. Cough cough. Moonlight Hate was also not angry and said after he recovered. The ninjutsu taught in the ninja school is 3-body technique, which are transformation technique, clone technique, and body replacement technique. Since you want to learn shadow clone, I will not teach you clone technique. Quan Yu nodded. There is no physical clone technique, and it doesn't make much sense to learn it. The simplest one is the transformation technique, cough cough optimistic. Moonlight Storm made a knot seal in his hand. Bang! The smoke exploded, and when the smoke dissipated, a shorter stranger appeared in front of Quan Yu. But Quan Yu looked at this scene in amazement. He was quite sure that this was definitely not a visual disguise, and he could even change his height. This is a physical change, but you can't change something that is too different from your own size. If you are attacked, this change will disappear. In general, this is a physical disguise, the stranger said. Then the smoke exploded, and the Moonlight Blast appeared in front of Quan Yu again. In other words, my body has indeed changed, Quan Yu said puzzledly. Yes, the shape is simulated with chakra, and the body has undergone certain changes, so that the transformation technique can be more vivid, cough cough. But this ninjutsu will not have the nature of the changed object, which means that if you become a bird, you can't fly. Every time Moonlight Storm said something, he coughed. Quan Yu remembered Naruto's transformation into a wind demon shuriken, and a body transformation that turned Wentai into 9 tails. This transformation still has some ability of the original thing to a certain extent, which should be the result of changing the physical form. But no one else seems to have done this. Naruto deserves to be the most unexpected ninja. Then Moonlight Hate began to give specific instructions on how to use the transformation technique. This ninjutsu only has one seal and it is not difficult to use. Quan Yu quickly learned it. Human shape transformation is easy, but it is a bit difficult to transform into an object. A large degree of body change is not something that ordinary people can bear. This also has to admire Naruto's talent in this area, but it's just a disguise, you don't need to practice so well. Moonlight Gale also introduced how to disguise the environment by transforming something into a larger object. The next one is Shadow Clone. This is a special kind of ninjutsu that can create entity clones. My 3-day moon dance is done on this basis. The Moonlight Blast paused. But if you want to practice the dance of the three suns and the moon, you must be able to use the Shadow Clone with one hand. After all, you still have to hold a sword in one hand. This is too early for you. Quan Yu nodded and said that he understood that the dance of the three suns and the moon was originally a joint attack technique. By using Shadow Clone to attack the enemy from different directions, there are not many different moves in essence. All he cares about is Shadow Clone. Shadow Clone is more complicated. There are 6 seals, but you can compress them after familiarity, and even one-handed seals like me. I'm optimistic. Ugly Su Chen Zai Su Hai. The 6 seals slowly formed on Moonlight Storm's hands. Bang! The smoke exploded, and another moonlight wind appeared beside him. Quan Yu thought for a while and began to seal. Then he discovered that the change after this Jian actually appeared in the mental energy. No wonder Moonlight Gale would say that Jian can be compressed. Mental energy is inherently better controlled than chakra. As long as the master's mental energy changes, Quan Yu can also use Shadow Clone with one hand. In the end, chakra fluctuated. Bang! Quan Yu's Shadow Clone appeared next to him and immediately disappeared into smoke. Quan Yu was taken aback. Yes, it can be used for the first time. Quan Yu, you have good control, cough cough, but in the end you failed to master the changes and distribution of chakra, which caused Shadow Clone to exist for a short time. Moonlight Hayate admired him. Obviously Quan Yu had such a performance, and he was still very satisfied. Quan Yu didn't speak but was thinking. According to Jian's reaction and Moonlight Hayate's explanation, this Shadow Clone should be a kind of ninjutsu. And how does the former term, shadow, make Quan Yu feel that it has something to do with the shadow mimicry of the Nara family? Did second generation study the techniques of the Nara family before creating the Shadow Clone technique? I see. Quan Yu continued to practice, and the Shadow Clone technique was continuously used by Quan Yu. Don't be so anxious, cough cough, massive use of Shadow Clone will have consequences. Shadow Clone is an entity clone that can not only help fight. When the Shadow Clone disappears, the memory will also come back. It is a ninjutsu that is convenient for inquiring about information, but it will also cause mental stress to the user. Quan Yu stopped the seal, the Shadow Clone around turned into smoke and disappeared, but he didn't feel much mental pressure. The disappearing Shadow Clone actually brought him chakra back. Miss Hayate, will chakra come back after Shadow Clone disappears? Quan Yu asked what he thought. He was puzzled before that Naruto can practice chakra through Shadow Clone, and after dispersing Shadow Clone he can supplement his own chakra. And he will consume a lot of chakra when he uses Shadow Clone. It stands to reason that chakra should come back after Shadow Clone is broken, but it didn't. Naruto didn't seem to be supplemented by chakra. You have noticed this. Indeed, if you dissolve the Shadow Clone yourself and are not far away, you will reclaim a certain amount of chakra that has not been consumed by the Shadow Clone. But it will not work if it is dissipated by the enemy, and the Shadow Clone is very fragile and easy. It's going to be blown apart, it's not very useful. Moonlight Hayate explained, so that's the case, I understand. Quan Yu finally understood the reason. Okay, there is one more technique, body replacement technique. I will give it to you today, my vacation is about to end. The holiday is over, to lie to the ghost it is to go back and return to life, Quan Yu thought. Then Moonlight Storm taught Quan Yu body replacement technique. But it's not as magical as Quan Yu imagined, and it has nothing to do with space ninjutsu. After all, it is still a blind technique. Just disguising the object as oneself to deceive the enemy. In fact, it is similar to clone technique and transformation technique, and the number of seals is relatively large. The essence is still wood and it cannot be moved. Quan Yu was disappointed but still worked hard to learn this ninjutsu, in case it was necessary to use it. The God Tier and Hokage all played this ninjutsu pretty smoothly, it makes no sense to not learn it. After teaching Quan Yu, Moonlight Hayate left and his mission was completed. There was no one around. Quan Yu closed his eyes intently, a seal in his hand. Shadow Clone. Bang! A Shadow Clone appeared beside Quan Yu, and the two Quan Yu looked at each other and laughed. The spiritual energy change of Shadow Clone is already familiar, and only one seal is needed to mobilize chakra and then you can use it. But it still needs more practice. After all, Quan Yu has just been a master and needs a certain amount of preparation time. Moreover, Quan Yu also found that his mental power was strong. and it seemed that he could also practice with Shadow Clone. Of course, you can't separate as many as Naruto. One is that there are not so many chakras, and the other is that you might turn yourself into an idiot. There is still some time, then let me practice hard, just try the Shadow Clone plugin. A smile appeared on Quan Yu's face. This is a long-lost plugin. Come back. Standing at the window, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked back at the moonlight blast that came in. Yes, the task has been completed. Moonlight Hate nodded and said. I see. Sarutobi Hiruzen turned to look at Kanoha village outside the window. Moonlight Hate hesitated, but still gritted his teeth and said, I don't know how Mr. Hokage will arrange for him after Quan Yu graduates. This is not something you should worry about. It was arranged a long time ago. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not look back. Moonlight Hate's heart was shocked. It seemed that Quan Yu's path to the ninja had always been arranged, but it was a pity for this outstanding ninja with outstanding talent. It is a pity that Moonlight Stormwind, who taught Quan Yu, knows how different Quan Yu is and how hard he works. But Master Hokage stepped in, even he didn't know what Quan Yu would be like in the future. However, only Master Hokage knows the specific situation, and he does not know whether this is good or bad for Quan Yu. Subordinates retire. Moonlight Storm bowed back. I haven't been in contact for so long, did you forget me, or the situation at the time hurt you too deeply? This is Konoha, I want to come back. A trace of guilt flashed in Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes, but he was immediately suppressed. When he turned around, he became the majestic Hokage again and then walked to the desk. Boss, I want 3 pieces of this dress. Quan Yu pointed to a white short-sleeved trench coat hung on the wall. Okay, please wait a moment, guests. I'll measure the size for you right away. It didn't take long for Quan Yu to walk out of the clothing store carrying a paper bag. When passing a barber shop, Quan Yu stopped. He touched his straight black hair and then walked in without hesitation because he found that his hairstyle did not match the newly bought clothes. And it doesn't look like a protagonist at all, so Quan Yu is going to change her hairstyle. After coming out, Quan Yu turned into short hair. Quan Yu touched her hair and felt very satisfied. That would be cool, she would have cut her hair as soon as she knew it. Wow, who is this handsome guy? Tenten smiled and looked at Quan Yu, who hadn't seen him for a long time. At this time, Quan Yu had a somewhat messy black short hair, a dark shirt, a white sleeveless trench coat, and a relatively delicate face, which made him look really handsome. And the white blindfold on the left eye didn't destroy Quan Yu's image, but gave him a bit more exotic charm. Even Tenten couldn't help but joked. I am already handsome, but my hairstyle has sealed my face value. Quan Yu said narcissistically. Tenten curled his lips. However, Quan Yu's previous hairstyle is obviously more feminine, now it looks more sunny and taller. Tenten was a little unconvinced. What did he eat to grow up so much taller than me? Quan Yu didn't know what was going on. He just grew faster and was already 7 or 8 centimeters taller than his peers. Xiao Li, why are you so bored? Quan Yu noticed the silent Xiao Li next to him. It's not that Xiao Li can't use ninjutsu, he will have an exam soon and he won't be able to graduate like this, Tenten said with a sigh. Quan Yu actually knew the situation. Although Xiao Li had chakra, he couldn't use ninjutsu and he didn't know why. However, Quan Yu didn't worry too much. Xiao Li was afraid that he had already been spotted and he was certain to be a ninja. Don't be discouraged, Xiao Li, someone will see if you work so hard. Don't give up. Quan Yu walked over and patted Xiao Li on the shoulder and said. Xiao Li raised his head and saw Quan Yu's encouraging eyes burst into tears. Well, Quan Yu, I will not give up. I will definitely become a good ninja. There is still me, there is me, and I will cheer for you too, Tenten also leaned over and said. Neji glanced at the 3 of them, did not speak, but cast his gaze on Quan Yu. Quan Yu turned his head and noticed Neji's gaze, but the 2 did not say anything. At this time, Mr. Xiahua walked in with a recorded board and then knocked on the stage. The classroom also became quiet immediately. Quan Yu also returned to his position. Classmates, today is your last exam at the ninja school and you will soon become ninjas, but this is not the end but a new beginning. I hope you will work harder in the future. After speaking, Mr. Xiaohua's eyes seemed to be a little damp. After all, after being together for so long, feelings have been born. He was going to leave now and he was still a little bit reluctant. Okay, let's start the exam now. Xiahua calmed down his emotions. Then the students named by Xiahua went up to take the exam. The main test is the student's use of ninjutsu. After all, the strength of ninjutsu accounts for the majority. In 1 year, I couldn't even learn the simple ninjutsu of 3-body technique, so there was no need to be a ninja. After all, there is no time limit as long as you can complete ninjutsu. One by one students walked up. Most of the students passed the exam, but some failed. The atmosphere is depressing and those who fail are also very depressed. Tsunade arrived at Quan Yu. Quan Yu used all three types of ninjutsu and did not express it specifically, just ordinary not printing. It's just the clone technique. Quan Yu didn't learn it, so he directly sealed a seal and turned into a shadow clone. Xiahua also saw the difference but didn't say anything. Qualified. Then he made a note on the record board. Neji didn't pass by accidentally and so did Tenten. But Xiao Li. Xiahua waited for a long time, but Xiao Li didn't even use a ninjutsu. He also made his face flushed. Unqualified. Xiao Li's heart was ashamed, so he walked down with tears. Xiahua shook his head. Even if he was unqualified, he could study for a while, and then he could become a ninja, but only as a logistics team. But if Xiao Li is like this, he might not even need logistics. The exam is over. Xiahua put away the record board, and overall he was very satisfied. This passing rate is definitely not ordinary. Qualified classmates come to receive the Ninja Forehead Protector tomorrow, and the next assignment, unqualified classmates go with me. Xiao Li was still a little stunned. Quan Yu walked over and patted him. Don't worry, you still have a chance. Then Xiao Li followed Xiahua and left the classroom in a daze. Little Li is so miserable. Tenten was also a little sad. It's not necessarily. Let's see the result. I don't know how it will be distributed later. Quan Yu gave an uncertain answer and changed the subject. I don't know, do you think the two of us can be assigned together? I heard that we are all formed into teams of classmates, Tenten whispered. Do you want to be with me that way? Quan Yu had a smirk on his face. Hate you, Tenten blushed and beat the Quan Yu desperately. Quan Yu hurriedly avoided, which also improved the originally sad atmosphere. The next day, Quan Yu straightened his hair in front of the mirror. Hey, the more you look, the more handsome you are. If your eyes aren't blind, then I won't be more handsome. Quan Yu looked at himself in the mirror and touched his chin and said with satisfaction, Quan Yu. When Quan Yu heard the sound, he cleaned up, pinned the broken water behind him and went out. Urksheng, you are about to see brother's glorious moment, don't be envious. Quan Yu said to the two bears next to him. Who to talk to? I'm still a few days older than you. You are swollen. Urksheng was a little unconvinced, but he was envious of Quan Yu being a ninja. Haha, I won't forget you. When I take over the patriarch grandfather's property, you will be my housekeeper. After all, I don't have much time to come back. Quan Yu said with a big smile. I'm not doing it, and I want to use me as a coolie. Urksheng has a clear understanding of Quan Yu's personality, obviously afraid of trouble. Just like the stewed meat shop, the two bears are dazzled when counting money, and the key patriarch still doesn't let anyone help. Quan Yu said that instead of giving him money, he ran out to practice, leaving Urksheng alone to count the money under the supervision of the patriarch. Okay, I'm at school, wait for me outside for a while. Go, I haven't seen a ninja, Urksheng said impatiently. Quan Yu smiled and walked into the school. This is your forehead protector. Congratulations on becoming a ninja of Kanoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen said to Quan Yu with a smile, looking very kind. Quan Yu took the forehead protector. Thank you, Hokage-sama. Quan Yu, you have to remember that you are Kanoha shinobi, no matter where you are. If you meet a Kanoha shinobi who is a little bit uncomfortable, you can also say the same to him. Sarutobi Hiruzen said something inexplicable, which made Quan Yu a little confused. Forehead. Does this mean I can't adjust it? Why don't you tell me? Okay, let's take a photo together, Sarutobi Hiruzen interrupted Quan Yu's thinking and said with a smile. Just me? Quan Yu saw that the other people were all three people coming out together. Just you, Sarutobi Hiruzen said meaningfully. Quan Yu stiffly took a picture with Sarutobi Hiruzen. It took a long time for Quan Yu to come out because his smile was too stiff, and he was asked to take pictures several times by the photographer. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't say anything. After coming out, Quan suddenly felt that the sun and the moon were dull, and the 8 inner gates flew away without being grouped with tent. Alone, the excellent guide Jonin also flew. Quan Yu asked Sarutobi Hiruzen how he allocated it. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't say anything, just told him to go back and wait for the news. Quan Yu felt that he had no bright future, and he doubted whether Sarutobi Hiruzen was taking revenge on the patriarch grandfather, so this arrangement was made. After all, Quan Yu had already seen that the two were not dealing with each other. Quan Yu, I am here, Urksheng felt bounced. There are too many people around. Quan Yu walked towards Urksheng habitually. Quan Yu, what's the matter with you? Why are you unhappy? Urksheng was a little unsure and then looked at the forehead protector on Quan Yu's forehead. No problem. Oh, it's okay, I'm thinking about something. Quan Yu woke up from the lack of consciousness and a smile appeared on his face again. It doesn't matter to him, isn't there a good place to go? I can also cultivate myself. I can't become stronger without trusting myself, and Quan Yu has regained confidence. Just when Quan Yu and Urksheng were talking and laughing back home, one person stopped in front of them. Quan Yu also noticed. What's the matter? Quan Yu looked at the forehead protector on the other's head. Zio Li has become a ninja, Neji said lightly. Hearing what Neji said, Quan Yu didn't have too many surprises. The pre-ordered plot has not changed. It seems that Zio Li is still a Neji. Yes, it seems that my feeling is right, but you shouldn't specifically talk about this, right? Quan Yu said with interest. Of course, I want to compare with you again. Okay, it just happens that I still have a promise that hasn't been fulfilled. Quan Yu looked at Erkshing. Neji also noticed Quan Yu's gaze. Seeing him looking at Erkshing, he immediately knew what he was talking about, however he didn't care. Erkshing also noticed the abnormal atmosphere. Seeing that both of them were looking at him, he immediately shook his head. Fight as long as you want, regardless of my business. Let's find a place. Neji turned and walked aside. Quan Yu greeted Erkshing and followed. What's the point of fighting in one day? Wait for me. The two bears also kept up. In a deserted area in the woods, Quan Yu and Neji were standing opposite each other, and Erkshing watched nervously by the side. Don't you take down the load? Neji glanced at Quan Yu's legs. When needed, I will. Quan Yu smiled. I don't know how to release water. Neji didn't say anything and directly assumed the pose of gentle fist, waiting for Quan Yu to draw the sword. But Quan Yu did not draw his sword but assumed the same posture as Neji. Are you humiliating me? Neji immediately burst into blood and the veins on his forehead burst as if to turn on Byakugan. I don't have one. Gentle fist is not the only one who can do it by yourself. Quan Yu said with a smile. Don't blame me then. Neji doesn't say much anymore. He will teach Quan Yu a profound lesson. The two suddenly rushed out and began to attack each other. But Neji soon discovered that although Quan Yu did not use gentle fist and did not use gentle fist routines, he actually aimed at his acupuncture points, and his style was exactly the same as gentle fist. The palms of the two were constantly exchanging moves, all of which were to bounce off each other's attacks and attack each other's acupuncture points. Moreover, Quan Yu's attacks became more and more sophisticated, as if he was learning from his gentle fist. Neji was so shocked that he accidentally exposed a flaw and was hit by Quan Yu in the abdomen. Quan Yu did not continue to attack but took a step back. Neji clutched his stomach. His face was a little ugly. Acupuncture, how is this possible? It turned out that an acupuncture point on Neji's abdomen was blocked by Quan Yu with chakra. Nothing is impossible, Quan Yu said lightly. Quan Yu also possesses the ability to look inside, and he has a good understanding of meridians, and of course he can accurately locate the acupuncture points. And his practice underwater also gave him a special ability. Water is impermanent, which also leads Quan Yu to imitate any style of moves, but this is just imitating and is definitely not comparable to the original. And the gentle fist trained by Neji didn't get home. It's normal to be repelled by Quan Yu using this method. After all, Quan Yu's adaptability training underwater is not vegetarian. Neji shook his body and used chakra to break through the sealed acupoints. After all, Quan Yu is not a real gentle fist, and the Hyuga family is also the family that knows meridians best. This is just a test. I will use my real skills now. With the help of Byakugan, you can't hide your moves from me. Neji concentrated. Byakugan open. Neji's Byakugan turned on, and Quan Yu also felt the sense of peeping. He also saw that Neji didn't use his full strength just now, but he didn't plan to use that kind of simulated move to defeat Neji. The sword has no eyes, be careful. Zhang. Duan Yu was pulled out by Quan Yu. This was the first time Neji saw Duan Yu. He had never seen Quan Yu bring him to school before. The blade is not long and it looks very smooth. With the help of a special perspective, Neji can also see the sharpness of the knife and immediately becomes more vigilant. Water breath waves. Quan Yu's breathing strengthened, but it did not appear to be particularly rapid but became more powerful. Obviously, during this time, Quan Yu's breathing training has improved a lot. Neji's eyes froze. He clearly saw that Quan Yu's chakra was moving in and out of his body, but it did not appear particularly fast, but it was extremely stable. He has improved again. How is this possible? How long has this been? Why has he made such an improvement? Neji was shocked, but this is not what he should think about now. His purpose is to defeat Quan Yu and prove himself. A drink. Neji rushed in quickly, and everything around him appeared in his mind. According to reason, if Gentle Fist didn't further practice special moves, defending is the best way, but now Neji obviously can't manage that much. But just as Neji was about to attack Quan Yu's feet moved. Neji's Byakugan also noticed. He subconsciously wanted to block, but Quan Yu's foot halted and he stepped down under Neji's shocked gaze. Neji didn't dare to move immediately and a knife was placed across his neck. It was the water cut. With the help of the fake action, Quan Yu rushed forward and the water cut was firmly placed in front of Neji's neck and Neji was still in a defensive position. Neji's eyes were dim and he put his hands down. I lost. It seemed that he had no fighting spirit anymore and he had lost too badly. He actually didn't catch a move with Byakugan. Has the gap between me and him become so big? In fact, this is also because Quan Yu's moves changed too quickly and the coordination was too perfect. It was Neji who took the initiative to attack, and Quan Yu could win Neji in this way. If you lose, accept the punishment. Broken water whirled in Quan Yu's hand before retracting it into the scabbard behind him. Then, bang. Neji was knocked to the ground hard, and a red mark was left on his face. Quan Yu shook his hand. This is return to you for Urkshin. Neji did not say a word, still in a state of loss of eyesight. Quan Yu looked at Neji, who was absent-minded, and said, "Two bears, you go back first, I have something to deal with." Urkshin saw that Quan Yu really helped him get revenge, and at first he was a little excited, but seeing Neji's desperate look makes him a little unbearable. Quan Yu, don't go too far. Urkshin ran away after speaking. Of course Urkshin knew what Quan Yu was going to do. Just like when someone bullied him before, Quan Yu had performed many times. After all, the other party is a ninja, and Urkshin is a bit inconvenient here, so Quan Yu let Urkshin leave, and Urkshin also understands this truth. Get up, stand up like a man, how can you not stand this blow? When Quan Yu saw Nakuma go, he grabbed Neji's clothes and lifted him up. Neji still didn't speak but looked at Quan Yu fiercely. Don't want to talk? Then I'll fight until you say it. Quan Yu's expression was very upset. The punch hit Neji's abdomen directly and he spit out Neji's saliva. Just when Quan Yu was about to continue fighting, Neji waved his hand to block Quan Yu's fist, broke away from Quan Yu's hand and staggered back a few steps. It seems that I still have a bit of temper and I know how to resist, Quan Yu said disdainfully. I know you are strong, you can beat me, but I don't allow you to humiliate me. Neji wiped the corner of his mouth and said angrily. I humiliated you, look at what you look like now. Failure is not terrible. What's terrible is that you completely lose your fighting spirit. Quan Yu said angrily, in order to survive, I train desperately every day. You think it is easy for me to TMD. You and Ben don't know what I have experienced, and what qualifications do you have to comment on me? Neji looked sad and angry and his words were unsatisfactory. Then he grabbed his ninja forehead protector and tore it off. A pale green mark appeared in front of Quan Yu. You can see it, it's this thing, it just smoothed everything out of me. This is, Quan Yu pretended not to understand. This is a rope tied around my neck so I can only live like a dog, Neji frantically. His father died because of this branch house. After engraving this brand, his fate was already doomed. It's over if you untie it. If you can't, I'll help you later, Quan Yu said indifferently. Unlock, haha, if it is so easy to untie, the Hyuga clan will not control our branch house for so long. Neji slowly brought the forehead protector on, and Quan Yu didn't understand the meaning of this mark at all. Branch house, is this a kind of seal used to restrict you? Since it can't be unlocked, then break it, or if you are too strong that the seal can't control you, it's fine. Neji thought for a while and said, Caged bird, it's not enough to break the cage. It doesn't necessarily mean that it will become stronger after breaking open. This is a deduction from some Hokage fans in previous lives. Neji's body shook looking at Quan Yu in disbelief. Breaking through caged bird, it's so strong that even caged bird can't restrict it. What a nonsense. This is simply impossible. Don't look at me like this, you didn't try hard. How could you know it's not good? You have to know that the strength of some strong people is beyond your imagination. And do you know how blind my eyes are? Quan Yu walked to Neji and said softly, because my eye is Byakugan, idiot, work hard. Neji's eyes widened, and Quan Yu's words immediately confused Neji's mind. When Neji woke up, Quan Yu had already left. Byakugan, you are no better than me. Since you haven't given up, then why should I give up? But Quan Yu's life experience, Neji thought of something. The Hyuga family does not marry outsiders, but it is not without exception. Neji looked to one side. Mr. Guy, please come out. Oh Neji, I just came here by accident. Might Guy touched his head and said embarrassedly. Walking. Are you here to observe me? Neji thought in his heart. Did you see the test just now? When Neji turned on Byakugan, he found Might Guy nearby. However, Quan Yu didn't perceive it, which I have to say, how strong Might Guy's hidden ability is. Like a wild beast, it lurks there without anyone noticing it. Only Byakugan's ability can see through his concealment. This is also how Might Guy controls his body well enough to do so. I see a very good young man, his skills are very good, Might Guy said seriously. Although Quan Yu did not fully demonstrate, how could Might Guy, an expert in physical skills, fail to see the true strength of Quan Yu? Unpredictable changes in moves and perfect breathing coordination all show how far the little guy's physical skills are. Although it is still a bit imperfect, it is already very genius to be able to reach this level at this age. Then ask Mr. Guy to train me well. My goal is to surpass him, Neji said seriously. Oh, it takes a lot of effort. Have you figured it out? Might Guy touched his chin and looked at Neji with interest. Neji nodded heavily. Day after day of boring day, Quan Yu was waiting for the future distribution, and at the same time he did not give up his own practice. After all, strength is the fundamental. The two shadow clone turned into smoke next to Quan Yu. Quan Yu also stopped practicing swordsmanship, put away the water, and began to digest the memories from shadow clone. With Quan Yu's mental power, he can only separate two shadow clones for training. The water attribute has already been cultivated, and with the addition of Jai Yin, it will almost reach its limit. Quan Yu opened his eyes for a while and said, after all, to graduate, he must improve his strength as soon as possible. Quan Yu chose to use Shadow Clone to practice his water attribute chakra, mainly to perfect his moves. As for the breathing problem, Quan Yu also encountered trouble. He couldn't make progress anymore, as if he was stuck, and the intensity of his breathing had remained the same. It wasn't the reason why the water pressure was not enough, but his lungs seemed to have reached the limit. If he was practicing forcibly, there would be problems. During a training session, Quan Yu clearly discovered lung damage through internal vision, so he didn't dare to continue practicing. It seems that I can only wait for myself to grow up. Quan Yu is also very helpless about this. He is still developing. Only when his body grows can he break through the limit and continue to make progress. After all, an adult's lungs are bigger than his current lungs. Quan Yu was also worried, but why did he not have a sage body? Otherwise he would not care about the slight damage. Oh. Quan Yu fiercely looked at the woods on one side. Bang bang. The purple smoke exploded, not good and poisonous. Quan Yu immediately closed his breath tightly and at the same time scanned the surroundings. One hand was about to touch the water. What? The sound of howling sounded. Heavy weapons. Quan Yu was taken aback and quickly avoided even before the water was cut off. Boom. Quan Yu didn't see what it was, only felt the vibration of the ground. Suddenly Quan Yu felt tight behind him, cut off the water. Not good. Behind Quan Yu, a hand stretched out from the ground and grabbed Quan Yu's broken water. Want to run? Come out for me. How could Quan Yu let the opponent steal the broken water and grab the opponent's arm directly? That's just a mention. Although the purple smoke made Quan Yu afraid to breathe, Quan Yu was able to use his habit to forcefully mobilize a large amount of chakra to stimulate his body. Suddenly, the men in black who were a little shorter than Quan Yu were lifted up from the ground by Quan Yu. Quan Yu punched it with one punch and wanted to grab my broken water, so he punched me first. But the other party was completely worthy and immediately grabbed Quan Yu's fist, preventing Quan Yu from moving forward. What a great power, who are you? When the opponent used heavy weapons before, Quan Yu knew that the opponent's strength was definitely not weak. But how did this thin man explode such strength? The other party covered his face with only a pair of transparent eyes exposed. This kind of eyes will definitely not be old. Quan Yu, who has been pretending to be a child for so long, certainly understands. But the other party did not speak, but with Quan Yu's hand, he directly pushed his legs against Quan Yu's chest. How could this terrifying power Quan Yu dare to let the other party attack his chest like this? He directly let go of the opponent's hand that grabbed the broken water, and then the other hand shook his arm. Fortunately, the opponent was strong but not weighed enough and was hit by Quan Yu directly on the ground, and then the opponent grabbed Quan Yu's fist and released it. Quan Yu hurriedly stepped forward to lock, put his arm around his neck with his hand, and wrapped his other hand around the opponent's chest. Quan Yu didn't attack the killer directly because he didn't feel the killing intent, and Quan Yu didn't see anything in the opponent's eyes. He just wanted to know who the opponent was and why he did it. Quickly tell, what are you? Quan Yu felt that his hand on the opponent's chest seemed to grab something. He was stunned for a moment, but at this moment the other party struggled to get rid of Quan Yu's restraint. Snapped. Quan Yu slapped her face and the man in black disappeared. It's actually a woman. Quan Yu's expression was a little stiff. The purple smoke dissipated and the heavy weapons that Quan Yu thought were left on the scene. They were actually two big wooden stakes and there was still some purple powder lying on the ground without water. Quan Yu sniffed the scent on his hands and there was a scent on it. I twisted the purple powder on the ground and rubbed it on my fingers. Pigment. What the hell is this? Whoever is so boring wants to mess with me. I seem to only know tent a girl, but this is obviously not the same. Quan Yu smelled it in his hand again. Quan Yu also didn't see Kanoha's powerful girl in the original work. No, there are still some. Tenten is. Is it because Tenten changed perfume and came to joke with me? But Quan Yu is not as embarrassed to ask after all. Quan Yu wiped his hands awkwardly. You are back, a young boy walked out of the shadows. You watch me took off the black face towel, a beautiful face appeared in the dark environment, her voice seemed to be angry. I think you should be very clear that we are not allowed to go out now, even though you are the heir here, the young man said lightly. You don't need to worry about my business, you leave me out, the girl said angrily. I don't know what is good about that blind B********, D, why not me? The teenager was a little unconvinced. Zhang, you have the ability to say it again. It's not up to you to decide, I still have you, and everything here will be his, and you have no right to talk about him now. A handful of kuwu directly stuck under the boy's feet, not far from his feet. I see, the boy didn't continue to say and left here. Only after turning around, a gloomy look appeared in the boy's eyes. The girl's eyes flickered as she looked at this dark space, and she didn't know what she was thinking. Why he is only the grandson of the patriarch? Why should he be the next patriarch? Why should there be such a marriage contract? Just for sage body? No, I am the person who knows her best, why not me? Crazy sounds sounded in a room, but the walls here are so thick that nothing can be heard outside. Grandpa Patriarch, I'm back. What happened to that ninja just now? Quan Yu looked strangely at the direction the ninja who had just left his house had left. Quan Yu, he is here to give you the village certificate, the patriarch said with a smile, but his eyes have changed a little. Leaving the village? I want to leave the village. Is this an allocation for me? Quan Yu said in surprise. Is it the front line to guard the border? No, it's so difficult to come. Now that's the matter, I will tell you. I have found your instructor. You can clean up and set off tomorrow. The patriarch thought about it and decided to tell Quan Yu. Have you found it? You meant to take me out alone. No wonder I thought Master Hokage's expression was a little weird that day. Quan Yu was a little upset. If he was not brought out, he would still have a chance to be placed in the guy class. Even if it was not in the guy class, he could find a good teacher with his performance. How do you say it? I'm doing this for you, the patriarch said angrily. Okay, I see. Quan Yu saw the patriarch angry and stopped saying anything. It's the same for whoever instructs him. Who is the teacher you found for me? Quan Yu asked again. You'll know when you arrive. Your teacher has a bad temper, be careful. Tomorrow I will let Kimura take you there. You should prepare quickly, the patriarch said, forehead. Who is this? He has a bad temper, isn't it a Jonin at most? What's so great? Quan Yu knows that the patriarch has something to do with it. It is easy to find a teacher for him, but you should also find someone with a better temper. It's better to distribute it directly, so you don't have to go to Sarutobi Hiruzen to get angry. But when he was going out, Quan Yu was still ready to clean up. The next day, Quan Yu wore the steel wire inner armor used by the Jonin, hung the Jonin bag on his waist, put on his clothes, fastened the forehead protector, put the broken water on his waist, and walked out of his room. When he came to the patriarch's room, Quan Yu was taken aback as soon as he entered the door. Uncle Kimura, you are. I saw Kimura dressed as a ninja with Kanoha's forehead protector. Quan Yu, it's a long way out this time, so I let Kimura protect you over, the patriarch said. So Uncle Kimura's body isn't a problem at all. Quan Yu said with wide eyes. When did I say that I had a physical problem? I just said that I was injured and I can't be a ninja. In fact, I am tired of the life of a ninja, Kimura said with a smile. Okay, what strength is that uncle now, Jonin? Quan Yu asked curiously. Almost, Kimura nodded. Then what other teachers are you looking for? Uncle Kimura is just right, I'm still too lazy to go far, Quan Yu said with a curled lips. You be D. Do you know how much it cost me to find a teacher for you? You are getting more and more disobedient now. The patriarch immediately became angry. I can ask, did you use the price? Quan Yu asked curiously, who dared to demand the price for such a big spectrum. The patriarch looked at Quan Yu and didn't want to go. He turned his eyes and got an idea. In fact, it's not much, just the profit of the stewed meat shop over the years. What? This is my money, Grandpa Patriarch, you just gave it away, my life is so bitter. Quan Yu suddenly wailed, when is he going to ask the patriarch for it? Anyway, I have already given it away, so you still can't go, the patriarch said calmly after taking a sip of tea. Go, won't I go? Quan Yu said through gritted teeth. Then the patriarch took out a box and gave it to Kimura. Quan Yu was curious, wouldn't it contain money? I'm so angry I actually have to give money. It seems that personal education is not so easy to ask. Then the patriarch took out a scroll and handed it to Quan Yu. This is the ninjutsu I found for you. You must protect yourself when you are outside. After the patriarch said, his eyes were a little moist. Well, I see, Quan Yu said firmly. Then you guys set off. The patriarch didn't leave Quan Yu much. Although he couldn't bear it, he still cruelly sent Quan Yu out for Quan Yu. The patriarch sent Quan Yu out of the clan land, but he didn't keep up, just waved from a distance. Quan Yu was also reluctant to part with the patriarch, but he was a ninja, some things must be done, and he didn't know when he would return. Let's go, Kimura said softly. Quan Yu quietly glanced at the patriarch who stood silently in the distance, a little sad. I will return. Quan Yu roared, then turned around and left with Kimura. Did not go far. Quan Yu. I saw Urkshin ran over holding a package. Hoo, luckily catching up. This is for you to eat on the road. Remember to come back early. Urkshin took a breath, put the package into Quan Yu's arms and ran away. Quan Yu silently hugged the package, looked at the two bears who were leaving and wanted to open his mouth but said nothing. Parting is really sad. After submitting the proof of leaving the village to the guard of the Kanoha gate, Quan Yu and Kimura left Kanoha and began to rush towards unknown places. Quan Yu also asked Kimura where they were going, but Uncle Kimura didn't say anything. Take a break, I'll go find something to eat, Kimura stopped and said to Quan Yu. Quan Yu nodded and found a place to sit down. Then he took out the scroll given by the patriarch and looked at it, and Kimura flashed directly into the woods. Hey, why the patriarch thinks the same as my dad, and he is so afraid of his own death. Quan Yu looked at the content on the scroll somewhat helplessly. Not long after the scroll set off, Quan Yu opened it and studied it. Sclerosis. This ninjutsu is actually the complete version of the body-fixing technique, which is also used to increase the body's defenses. It is not difficult to be stumped, that is, it restricts movement. After all, the body is hardened and the body weight will increase. However, Quan Yu didn't care anymore. It wasn't difficult anyway. It was fine to use it to exercise, and the defense was quite good. At any rate, it is also an evolutionary version of the solid body technique, with the bonus of water breath, and this weight does not have a great impact on Quan Yu. After a while, Kimura hit 2 rabbits out of the woods. The bonfire was angry, the 2 rabbits were roasted golden, and sprinkled with seasoning. The taste was still pretty good. Uncle Kimura, how do I feel that we are going out of the country of fire? Quan Yu ate the rabbit and asked the question in his heart. Yes, the place we are going to is Unokuni, Kimura said. Tangjai country. Quan Yu thought it was a Jonin on the border, but he didn't expect that he was still abroad. Isn't he a Konoha shinobi? Why is he in Unokuni? Quan Yu can't figure it out. It stands to reason that except for some ninjas who perform tasks, other ninjas rarely go abroad. Could it be? A look of shock flashed in Quan Yu's eyes and he looked at Kimura's suitcase beside him. No, my instructor is her. No wonder it costs so much. No amount of money is enough. Quan Yu, in fact, she is a ninja of our clan, but she has a special identity and lives abroad all the year round, Kimura probably explained. When Kimura said this, Quan Yu was absolutely sure that it was really her. No wonder the patriarch's big industry, life is so simple, I'm afraid it is used to support her. Otherwise she would have money to go out to gamble every once in a while. Quan Yu only now wants to understand that that person's identity is indeed very special. The patriarch can still keep in touch with her now, probably because of the money provided. Otherwise she would not contact the patriarch with a leisurely heart. That's it, I see. Quan Yu slowly began to eat the roast rabbit again. Let's go, that's not bad. Anyhow, the other party still has a few special techniques, and Quan Yu is not a disadvantage either. Moreover, the power of these techniques is not weak, which is very suitable for Quan Yu's need to improve his strength. And there is the most special technique, she doesn't even have a master if she can learn that. A smile appeared at the corner of Quan Yu's mouth. After eating, the two continued on their way. Quan Yu was also practicing hardening while resting and didn't use Shadow Clone to open it. After all, Kimura was here. The speed of rushing is not fast. Quan Yu sometimes goes on the road directly with sclerotherapy just as exercise. Finally, Quan Yu and the others went abroad and came to Tanjiguo. With the existence of the pass, the ninja at the border did not embarrass the two. The environment in Unokuni is good. When it comes to the hinterland, there are hot springs everywhere. Quan Yu and Kimura also went to experience it. Sometimes, Uncle Kimura would let Quan Yu wash it alone, and he didn't know where he was going. It just felt that Uncle Kimura was refreshed when he came back, and Quan Yu and the others were also warmly received. As a simple person like Quan Yu, of course he doesn't know what Uncle Kimura did. Uncle Kimura didn't marry either, so it's hard to tell the possibility. Quan Yu, we're here, the adult hasn't come yet, let's stay here. Kimura greeted Quan Yu, who looked around and asked the hotel buddy to book 2 rooms. Quan Yu has a clear understanding of that person's character, so she wouldn't wait for someone specifically. I don't know how long to wait, I should come here if I have no money, Quan Yu thought. Then Quan Yu stayed in the hotel. Apart from eating, he practiced in the room every day, which was not boring. Boom, Quan Yu, that adult is here. It was the voice of Uncle Kimura. Quan Yu tidied up and finally arrived, and didn't know what his future cultivation would look like. When Quan Yu went out, he saw the waiting Kimura. After checking out, Kimura took Quan Yu to a tavern. Shizyun, come and have a drink with me, a mature female voice came from the tavern. At this time, Quan Yu is certain that his instructor is the legendary Princess Senju Tsunade. Master Tsunade, your consumption has been too much recently, let's save a little bit, a young female voice rang. Quan Yu and Kimura also walked into the tavern at this time. Then I saw a drunk, mature woman drinking with a glass. There was also a young female ninja holding a pink piggy with a nervous expression on her face. The entry of Quan Yu and Kimura also attracted the attention of the two. Isn't this the one who gave the money? Tsunade said after taking a sip of wine. Master Tsunade, I brought Quan Yu here as agreed, and Quan Yu will hand it over to you from now on. This is a little bit from the patriarch. Kimura hurriedly handed over the box he carried, then opened it and placed it in front of Tsunade, behaving very dogleg. Quan Yu is speechless. This character is really bad, you can't say it euphemistically. Quan Yu also wanted to complain about Kimura's performance, but it was not easy for anyone to think about it. Yes, I accept the old man's heart. Tsunade's eyes glowed, and then he closed the cash box and threw it to Shizune. Shizune hurriedly caught it and gave Quan Yu a curious look. Of course, Quan Yu had to show her a little bit, so she showed her a big smile, stopped Shizune for a moment. Liuliu Dashan, here is the end of this volume. In the second volume, the waves of water will begin immediately. 4 chapters in a row ask for recommendation. Little devil, come here, let me take a good look at what other characters are coming out of the clan. Hiccups, Tsunade said drunkly, and then he hiccuped afterwards. Quan Yu looked at Tsunade like this, worried about his future life. But now that they are all here, there is no other choice. Kimura stepped aside and Quan Yu took a few steps forward. What? He's a blind kid. The old man is really getting better and better, and he's been blowing wildly with me. Tsunade opened his bewildered drunk eyes and looked at Quan Yu's left eye with a blindfold and said dissatisfiedly. Quan Yu was suddenly covered with black lines, and you didn't even glance at me just now. Hello, Mr. Tsunade. Quan Yu bit his scalp and greeted him. I haven't admitted you yet. If it weren't for the face of the old man who supported me for so long, I wouldn't even care about you. Tsunade obviously didn't look at Quan Yu. Quan Yu is also a little angry. Who wants to come? You have spent all my money, so please respect me anyway. Quan Yu is still very good, and his grades at ninja school have always been very good, Kimura said embarrassingly. Oh, isn't it? But what can I learn in ninja school, kid? Show me something. Tsunade raised his glass, ready to take another sip. Zheng. The blade of light flashed by. The cut glass fell on the table with the drink. Quan Yu, Kimura exclaimed, click. Quan Yu's expression was quite dissatisfied after the water was resheathed. Tsunade's expression was a bit stunned. Shizune also looked surprised. Sorry, I don't think you can teach me, Uncle Kimura, let's go. The money will be used as compensation for the delay of Master Tsunade's time. Quan Yu is quite dissatisfied, I don't have to learn from you. But at this moment, a horrible aura immediately enveloped Quan Yu, and it was continuously strengthening. Not good. Quan Yu made a seal in his hand. Boom. The walls of the tavern were beaten through. Quan Yu. Tsunade-sama, Quan Yu is still a child, don't be angry, Kimura said quickly, and then went out to see how Quan Yu was going. But he was immediately stopped by Shizune. You better not go up. Quan Yu struggled to get up from the ruins, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. If it hadn't been for the practice of hardening technique, the cultivation of the soil attributes, and then the rapid use of the strengthening technique, it would not be as simple as suffering from this injury. Suddenly Quan Yu's body halted and an aura of horror enveloped him again. Boy, who do you think you are? Tsunade is completely different at this time. Standing in front of Quan Yu is like a high mountain. Quan Yu is oppressed so that he can't even see Tsunade's face. He only feels that there is an angry King Kong standing in front of him. The surging pressure kept squeezing Quan Yu, making him unable to say a word. Is this the strength of the top powerhouse? A smile appeared on the corner of Quan Yu's mouth. Tsunade frowned when she looked at the blood on the corner of Quan Yu's mouth, but the smile on the corner of her mouth also made her a little surprised at the kid in front of her. Breathe. Quan Yu is constantly breathing, even though the strong pressure is constantly oppressing him. He has to resist desperately, just like he usually cultivates. Quan Yu has never given up because he knows what it means to give up. I am a traverser, but I have no pride because I don't have the capital to be proud, but only my efforts. He jumped into the water again, and his whole body was soaked and swollen. Quan Yu didn't say anything. When he was practicing, Quan Yu would still jump. Why should I give up? Quan Yu's breathing became fierce, and he no longer considered whether his lungs could bear it. Laozi would not let you look down on me even if he died. Chakra, who had been suppressed, suddenly became surging. Bloodshots appeared in Quan Yu's lungs. Breathe, I want to breathe freely, no one can stop me. Boom. Quan Yu's chakra has changed dramatically, and the number is increasing rapidly. Quan Yu's body seems to have broken through a certain limit and began to cooperate with Quan Yu's breathing autonomously to continuously produce chakra. Quan Yu also felt that his body seemed to be fully activated, and his strength, thinking, and perception were constantly increasing. This is, and Tsunade seemed to have discovered something too. Zhang. The resounding sound of drawing a sword vibrated. Tsunade stood up and jumped away. Under my suppression, I drew my sword. What a curious response to what is going on with chakra. Tsunade was a little surprised. Originally, he just wanted to teach this kid a lesson, but he didn't expect him to resist it. Boy, what are your moves? How come I haven't seen them? Tsunade said lightly. Quan Yu's breathing slowed down slightly. Chakra was not rootless. He couldn't hold on to such an outbreak for long. Water breath. Quan Yu said softly. Interesting, let's show all your power. If it interests me, I will accept you as a disciple. Tsunade smiled. Quan Yu did not speak. He knelt down, took off the weight tied to his feet, and threw it aside. Bang! Suddenly there was a burst of smoke. I just said that it doesn't feel right. It turns out that there is a heavy load. An interesting little guy, Tsunade thought. Quan Yu stood up, inserted broken water into the ground, making 2 seals in his hands. Watermark, could it be? Tsunade was shocked. Then I will let you know I created my own. Water breaths. Quan Yu's breathing began to become stronger, and the chakra in his body was constantly transforming towards complete water attributes. Quan Yu wanted to use the changes just now to complete his creation in one fell swoop, the real breath of water. The degree of transformation of water attributes in the body has reached the limit of Quan Yu's previous practice. Here we go. Quan Yu's breathing began to become more powerful, and he had to enter that state of activation. Only then could it be possible to withstand the chakra of water attributes. For the first time Quan Yu entered that state, obviously a lot easier. The time interval is not long, the body still has this kind of memory. Boom. Chakra rushed again, and Quan Yu entered an activated state. The water attribute chakra also began to change, and water mist began to appear on Quan Yu's body, and a layer of water attribute chakra that resembled a fluid was lingering on Quan Yu's body surface. Kimura and Shizuka looked at this scene in shock. Is this a chakra that an imp can have? He actually converted all of them into water attributes, a terrifying talent. Tsunade also stared intently. It's really a talent. Quan Yu opened his eyes fiercely and saw that he slowly pulled up the water and then whispered, I wield this sword for myself. The lingering chakra began to cling to the broken water. This was an unusual knife, and Quan Yu had known it a long time ago. Chakra metal is added to this knife, which can transmit chakra perfectly, which also makes Quan Yu a little embarrassed. This is too much for him. But now is not the time to think about this. Quan Yu kicked on one foot, his body rotated, and rushed out diagonally towards Tsunade. Water flowed continuously from the broken water, and the water flow continued to increase around Quan Yu's body. When Quan Yu arrived not far from Tsunade, the water flow had completely wrapped Quan Yu, forming a water ball continuously rotating by several streams of water. This is ninjutsu, Shizune said in surprise. Water breath, angry dragons. As his breathing strengthened, Quan Yu's voice became louder, and it contained anger. Fortunately, the people around had already ran away because of the movement just now. Not all the excitement in the world of ninja can be seen. The apex of a faucet's water revolving rushed out, and all the water around Quan Yu entered it. Quan Yu's body appeared, still spinning, and the water dragon followed the broken water on Quan Yu's broken water. The power of the rotation reached its apex, and Quan Yu violently swung downwards. The water dragon rushed towards Tsunade, and the broken water also smashed towards Tsunade. This distance was calculated by him, and it was when he was strongest. Don't look at the complicated moves just now, but in fact, Quan Yu uses the rotation to strengthen the power of the moves, and then slashes, which is similar to the water wheel used to break the Moonlight Blast Shadow clone before. This attack time is very little, losing weight. The body fully activates the Quan Yu very quickly. With this water breathing, chakra is also very easy to mobilize. The most difficult may be the final shaping. Tsunade seemed to hear the roar of the angry dragon and looked at the attacking Quan Yu. Her mouth was smiling. The young man has a big temper. Just let my sister educate you. Patter. Quan Yu pounced heavily on the ground, and the angry dragon that was still awe-inspiring just now turned into water and fell on Quan Yu's body, dampening the ground. Tsunade was dumbfounded. Kimura and Shizune are also stiff for a while. Hahaha, is this kid using this kind of trick for the first time? Why is this knife swiping for himself? It's a big laugh. Tsunade laughed. Shizune, help our little guy heal. As for you, you can go back to life, Tsunade said while looking at Kimura. Na Quan Yu. Kimura looked at Quan Yu on the ground with some worry. Well, I accept it. Thank you, Tsunade-sama, Kimura said excitedly. Shizune hugged Quan Yu quickly, otherwise Quan Yu was afraid that she would be drowned by the water she made. Ah, Quan Yu woke up from his drowsiness. The sweat on his forehead kept flowing down. After returning to his senses, Quan Yu took a look at his body, suddenly embarrassed, but there was nothing wrong with his body. It was Quan Yu that remembered the previous scene, because he hadn't practiced Chakra's shape change. His attention was a little too focused on controlling the angry dragon. As a result, the breathing fluctuated, and Chakra in the body instantly ran away. Fortunately, Quan Yu's whole body activation state had not been relieved at the time, and the body was able to withstand it, but was shocked by Chakra and fainted. But the big talk I said before turned out to be useless. I had known it a long time ago and changed to a simple way. This is also why Quan Yu's mood swings were so severe at the time that he was so desperate. Alas, if you fail, and Quan Yu didn't care too much. The breath of water has been completed, so I can practice slowly in the future. Quan Yu got up, used the hydrotherapy technique, and began to treat the minor injuries on his body. However, Quan Yu was also a little puzzled. How could he have so few injuries? Could it be that the activated state has recovered part of his injuries? Through internal observation, Quan Yu found that there were not many injuries in his body. But he still mobilized Chakra, a hydrotherapy technique, to focus on treating these injuries. This is also the benefit of introspection, allowing Quan Yu to see his injuries directly. Crack. With the sound of the door opening, Quan Yu did not look back but was still treating his injuries. Uncle Kimura, when shall we go back? Quan Yu said. Where do you want to go back? Quan Yu didn't care about treating his injuries, but turned to look at the person entering the room. Why are you Uncle Kimura's? Quan Yu looked at Shizune in surprise. Go back, Shizune said, putting the tea set on the table. Your performance yesterday was really wonderful. It shocked me, Shizune said with a smile. Quan Yu was embarrassed. He knew that his scene would not look good in the end. Quan Yu just wanted to say something. Shizune suddenly said, come with me, Tsunade-sama is waiting for you. Quan Yu hesitated, but was immediately dragged away from the room by Shizune. Boy, your health is good, Tsunade said quietly after taking a sip of tea. Quan Yu timidly said, okay. Stand up straight for me. Where did all the momentum yesterday go? Tsunade suddenly exclaimed. Quan Yu's body stiffened and immediately stood up straight. Very good, Tsunade nodded in satisfaction. Shizune snickered aside. You created the technique yesterday, Tsunade said with interest. Yes, Quan Yu nodded. Yes, through breathing to drive chakra to stimulate the body and achieve physical activation. I am even more surprised that you actually converted all chakra into water properties. Do you know the consequences? Tsunade said lightly. I know I wanted to use soil attributes before, but I failed and I have cultivated for a long time, Quan Yu said honestly. Puffed, Tsunade spit out hot tea. I heard Shizune right, he said just now that he used soil attributes. Tsunade took a deep breath and said, yes, you heard that right. Shizune was also surprised, not dead, which is really good luck. The kid is so bold now that he doesn't even understand the nature of chakra and dares to practice indiscriminately. Tsunade shook his head and said, it's not daring, it's just an accident. When my physical strength increases, I can still try it, Quan Yu said affirmatively. Snapped. Tsunade suddenly appeared behind Quan Yu and slapped Quan Yu on the back of the head with a slap. He staggered Quan Yu. What are you thinking about? Is this a matter of physical strength? It's a fluke that you can cultivate the water attribute. Cultivating the earth attribute is a chance to die. I feel that if my body can be further activated, it will be able to withstand the chakra of the earth property, Quan Yu said, touching the back of his head. It seems that you still want to practice. Tsunade's head appeared next to Quan Yu's, and his hand was touching Quan Yu's head as if looking for a place to start. No, I won't practice anymore. Quan Yu suddenly shook his head. That's good, Shizune. Try this kid's physique, kid. Have you learned any ninjutsu? Tsunade asked. I learned hydrotherapy hardening shadow clone. 3 body technique is standard equipment. Quan Yu didn't say anything. It's all rubbish. Even if shadow clone can still be seen, can't the old man prepare some ninjutsu for you? Wasting this talent with both water and soil attributes, Tsunade said with disdain. Quan Yu didn't dare to say anything. Then he and Shizuka came to the yard and compared physical skills. This swordsmanship is pretty good, right? Tsunade nodded. I saw Quan Yu constantly attacking Shizune. The rapid changes in his moves and the stable coordination made Shizune a little overwhelmed. Although physique cannot be used as a ninja's strength assessment, but to be able to do so, it proves that this kid is still talented. Shizune was able to prevent Quan Yu's attack, but after several times he panted a little. But on the other hand, Quan Yu didn't even change his breathing, and his moves were very stable. I didn't even think about how this ordinary breathing could make Quan Yu change. Okay, Tsunade interrupted the competition, and he probably saw Quan Yu's strength. If you burst out at all, you can probably have the strength of a normal Chunin, but if you are close, some excellent Chunin are not opponents. This is also the characteristic of swordsmanship and the cause of the samurai's loneliness. However, Quan Yu is different. He can continuously adjust his burst through breathing, and even finally fully activate his body to improve himself in an all-round way. At that time, the chakra in the body can be transformed into water attributes, and the power of ninjutsu can be exerted. Even Tsunade has to pay attention to this, but he hasn't had time to control it yet. I don't have much to teach you about ninjutsu. You have also taken your own path in physical skills. The rest is continuous practice to improve chakra's control ability. One more thing Tsunade didn't say was that once Quan Yu broke out, ordinary illusions wouldn't work on him, because it was impossible to affect the flow of chakra in Quan Yu's body. I see, Quan Yu nodded. Don't even say I won't teach you anything, I'm optimistic. Tsunade hit the ground with a punch, and the ground cracked directly, and a wall of the yard was also collapsed by the cracked ground. Is this the weird power in the legend? It is powerful enough. Quan Yu cannot cause such destructive power even if he uses his full strength. Master Tsunade, you will lose money, Shizune said silently. Ahaha, I have something to do, go out first, and Tsunade ran away. After that, Quan Yu retrieved his weight and put it on. This is not Kanoha. It is troublesome to buy something that is small in size and has enough weight. After that, Quan Yu began to practice his chakra control ability. Tsunade said rightly that his control ability is still close, otherwise the situation of yesterday will not appear. But Tsunade didn't say how to exercise specifically. Helpless, Quan Yu could only make water polo by himself. Water attribute is the best attribute to control because it is stable enough and soft enough. After practicing for a long time, Quan Yu didn't feel any improvement. How about changing soil attributes? The control of soil properties is a bit more difficult, but by what method? Once the soil properties are solidified, there is no way to control them. By the way, don't I know how to concentrate chakra to one point to strengthen defense? Wouldn't it be possible to exercise control? This is not a comprehensive strengthening like hardening, and it consumes less chakra. And when it's finished, I can concentrate the chakra of sclerotherapy to one point to strengthen it again so that it won't affect the body's activities. But the premise is that chakra needs to be well controlled, which is what Quan Yu needs. Just do it. Quan Yu is not a procrastinator. A seal was printed directly, and a layer of chakra of soil properties appeared on the surface of his body. Because of the technique, chakra was not particularly solidified. Quan Yu felt that he could still control it, so he started practicing. Master Tsunade, don't bet anymore. We don't have a lot of money, and we still have so many foreign debts. Although we paid part of it before, but I'll just play around, who knows, just lose. The voice came to Quan Yu's ears. Quan Yu opened his eyes and looked at his right arm, where it was wrapped in a layer of yellowish chakra. This is the result of Quan Yu's hard work for a day. Then Quan Yusen went out with the effect of ninjutsu. Miss Tsunade, if you want to win money, I can help you. Tsunade looked at Quan Yu, who was smiling and didn't know what to say for a while. If you want to cheat by ninjutsu, forget it. Casinos have ninjutsu sensing runes and there is no way to cheat. Tsunade thought she had guessed Quan Yu's thoughts. But how could Quan Yu not know that the casino would have a way to prevent cheating? He didn't rely on ninjutsu to win money. It depends on Tsunade itself. Quan Yu whispered a few words to Shizune. Shizune was a little surprised. He didn't know why Quan Yu wanted these women's things, but since he said he wanted to help Master Tsunade win money, Shizune decided to listen to him. The next day, a plump woman dressed in a pink kimono and heavily makeup came to the casino. Then a boy with a blindfold also walked in. There were everyone in the casino, and the people patrolling inside did not pay attention. If I don't succeed, see how I can clean you up. Tsunade is the woman with heavy makeup. If Quan Yu hadn't promised her to win money, she wouldn't have done this kind of thing. Buy big, buy small, buy and leave. 200 lying xiao. Tsunade took out a ticket and placed it on the small. This is agreed, only to bet here and buy here, and only 200 taels can be used to buy it. 12,000 big. Quan Yu took out a stack of tickets. Everyone looked sideways. They didn't expect a kid to have this courage. 1, 2, 3, open, 3, 5, 6, big. Quan Yu harvested 10,000 taels. Tsunade went on to buy the small one, and then Quan Yu directly bought the large one at 20,000 taels. Quan Yu won again. I don't believe it anymore. I can't win once. 200 taels, big. Obviously, Tsunade has entered the gambler's mind again. Fortunately, she still remembers that she is only allowed to buy 200 taels. Quan Yu went on to buy a small 40,000 taels. Guest, do you still buy them all together? The croupier kept wiping sweat. If it wasn't for the ninjutsu detection rune, he had shaken it himself. He really thought Quan Yu was cheating. At this time, Quan Yu had piled up a pile of money in front of him, and the amount was over 1,000,000 taels. Quan Yu watched Tsunade quietly put 200 taels on the small, and then gave Quan Yu a look. Forget it, it's almost done, I'll come again next time. Quan Yu collected the money and then left with the money. The croupier breathed a sigh of relief, and if they continue to win like this, their gambling house is expected to go bankrupt. Tsunade gritted his teeth but couldn't bear the 200 taels on the table. He had to wait and leave before leaving, lost again without accident, then Tsunade hurried out. Quan Yu, wait for me, Tsunade chased from behind. Quan Yu stopped his body. Why don't you bet all of them in the end, otherwise we will double. That game was big, Tsunade said angrily. You didn't see that you are all following me, you all follow me to buy, and you buy it alone, you will be seen as flaws, just suitable, I have won a lot, Quan Yu said. No wonder they didn't allow me to guess the size before, it turned out to be like this, Tsunade said suddenly. She has 0 IQ when gambling. It's fine if you know, Quan Yu said lightly. Quan Yu, how are you going to divide this money? Tsunade said greedily looking at the money in Quan Yu's arms. I'm not going to give it to you, Quan Yu said innocently. What, you won't give it to me? Tsunade immediately grabbed Quan Yu's collar and said angrily. Of course, otherwise whoever wins these you win, can you win? Forehead. It seemed that she hadn't won before. It turned out that Quan Yu didn't plan to give it to herself in the first place. All board and lodging are included, but gambling is not included, Quan Yu said calmly. Okay, listen to you, Tsunade said frustratedly. Thinking about the miserable life with no money, Tsunade decided to let Quan Yu a horse anyway without paying for food and housing. In the following time, Quan Yu and Tsunade almost swept all major gambling halls, which also brought Quan Yu a title. One-eyed greedy ghost. After that, Quan Yu was listed as the most unwelcome person in the casino, mainly because Quan Yu's characteristics were too obvious and he could not use transformation technique, and makeup was useless. He was short and blinded in his left eye. He was so easy to recognize. Then he was banned from betting on big and small. The casino can't find evidence of your cheating, but it's okay to restrict you, otherwise you can play other things. Quan Yu didn't know that there were such rules, but it was because of Tsunade. And after so many games, some people doubted something. After all, Tsunade had gambled here, and the major gambling halls also knew the news, and then Quan Yu didn't go to the gambling hall again. Anyway, it's about to win. The money is in Quan Yu's hands, and it's enough for food and lodging. Despite Tsunade's repeated pleadings, Quan Yu still didn't plan to give it to her. Quan Yu has been surprised by being able to card bug and getting so much money. Give money to Tsunade, who knows if it will hurt your luck. If God also gives yourself a halo of bad luck, it will be miserable. The other is credible but not credible. I'll just win some money, please, please take care of it. I don't know if God heard Quan Yu's prayer. Then, after going to the gambling hall once, Tsunade lost all his money, so he couldn't go gambling anymore. Fortunately, Quan Yu was still providing food, so life was pretty good. Then he concentrated on guiding Quan Yu. Your exercise direction is correct, but it's too slow. Are you interested in learning medical ninjutsu with me? Tsunade hit hatch and said while watching Quan Yu practicing earth style. I have medical ninjutsu which should be enough for my own use. Fully start the breath of water. I can treat every part of the body through hydrotherapy, which is no worse than other treatments. Quan Yu Kaido, that's right. Tsunade was taken aback. Quan Yu really didn't need to learn medical ninjutsu. Although the hydrotherapy technique is slow, it is gentle, and Quan Yu's breath of water can directly cover the whole body, even the cells are not let go. It is indeed very powerful. With cell activation, the treatment is faster. But this is just treatment, some operations are not complete, but it is enough for Quan Yu. Your kid is really smart, then I will teach you another ninjutsu which should work for your swordsmanship. Tsunade thought for a while and said. An agitated light blue chakra appeared from Tsunade's hand. Look at it. Tsunade cut off the corner of the table next to him. Chakra scalpel, why didn't I think of this ninjutsu? Quan Yu hadn't thought of this before, and this method would indeed make the water cut sharper. But Quan Yu hesitated. This kind of ninjutsu had relatively high control power, and water cut was already sharp enough. Why not satisfied? You know this is a level ninjutsu. Tsunade looked at Quan Yu's frowning brows a little dissatisfied. No, I'm just thinking that it's not right for me. Do you think the way the samurai uses to wrap the weapon is the same as this? Quan Yu asked. How could it be the same? Do you think a level ninjutsu is so easy to learn? The way of samurai is to form the sharpness of chakra through weapons. That's too simple, Tsunade said with disdain. As you said, the way of the samurai is obviously much simpler and my water cut is sharp enough, Quan Yu said with a smile. I love learning but not learning. Tsunade was a little unhappy. I learn, why don't I learn, and I don't know how to practice the way of samurai, Quan Yu said embarrassingly. Tsunade's eyes rolled, but he didn't know what he thought of, and he didn't refuse Quan Yu either. Then there was a dead fish in front of Quan Yu. Quan Yu is speechless. Isn't this TMD still learning medical ninjutsu? Since you agree to learn it, start with medical ninjutsu. There is no medical ninjutsu. It is too difficult to learn this, hahaha. Tsunade laughed and said, her disciple doesn't know how to treat ninjutsu. Isn't it too embarrassing to say it? I don't have surgery, isn't it enough to learn chakra condensed? Quan Yu had the right eyes with the dead fish, and he felt that he was like a dead fish now. Oh, if you don't learn medical ninjutsu, I don't know how to teach you. How can you not pay a price if you want to learn powerful ninjutsu? Tsunade doesn't care about Quan Yu's ideas at all, and he has to learn if he doesn't learn. All right. Quan Yu made a seal, and a shadow clone appeared next to him, and then immediately began to practice the chakra transfer of the body fixation technique. Shadow clone, you can't see it. You already knew that this technique can help cultivation, and how many can withstand it? Tsunade asked. 2, I'll get a headache anymore, Quan Yu said honestly. Then why do you only use one? Make another one for me. There is no way to be lazy. Tsunade immediately changed his face. Forehead. Tsunade gave Quan Yu a threatening look, but Quan Yu reluctantly separated a shadow clone again and went to practice the sword technique. Then Quan Yu followed Tsunade's instructions and began to treat the dead fish. The ratio of mental energy is lowered for me. The therapeutic effect of ordinary chakra is not good. Activate the heart. I didn't ask you to heal other places. Tsunade slapped Quan Yu's head with a slap. Quan Yu touched his head and continued to press on the dead fish. Chakra, who lacks mental energy, turns to light green, and the healing effect is significantly improved, but the difficulty of control is also greatly improved. Even if Quan Yu's mental power is strong, it is not that easy to control. At the end of the day, Quan Yu's chakra was exhausted and his head hurt. It was not caused by shadow clone, but something was wrong. Tsunade patted Quan Yu's head. But there are benefits. Chakra's control is also improving. This is because Quan Yu has not yet fully mastered his own spiritual energy. And Tsunade has long seen that Quan Yu's spiritual power is not low, but it has not been developed. I don't know if Quan Yu and Tsunade belong to the Senju Clan. Gangshu is very concerned about Quan Yu's cultivation. Then Quan Yu was forced and directly evolved from slaps to punches and kicks. Didn't this go to the gambling hall? Can't find a way to vent. Quan Yu's headache is very painful. Quan Yu finally breathed a sigh of relief looking at the alive fish on the ground. Teacher, it should be fine this time. Not bad, this talent barely passes. Gang nodded, and then threw a scroll to Quan Yu. Check it out. Quan Yu opened the scroll and found that the data recorded above were actually human data. Forehead. I seem to know all of these, don't rate it. Quan Yu has an inward view and has observed his body many times. You know, why are you okay to learn this? After getting along for so long, she also saw that Quan Yu was a person of strength. What you learn is basically to increase your strength. How can you look at the body information? We used to have a Hyuga family in our class. We were a little uncomfortable. Then I went to study the information about meridians and finally even the body information. Quan Yu lied, otherwise it would be exposed that he had the blood of the Hyuga family. Looking at Tsunade, I don't know Quan Yu's life experience anymore. Well, it's pretty easy to learn, Tsunade laughed. So far so good. Then we're going to move, let's find some experience for you. Tsunade had an evil smile on his face. Forehead. At night, a black shadow shuttled continuously in the jungle. It didn't stop until 2 flames appeared in the distance. Standing on a tree, Quan Yu quietly looked at a camp in the distance with a tangled expression. At this time, he was wearing a black nightgown with water cut on his waist. Zheng. With a soft sound, the water was slowly drawn out. Quan Yu quietly looked at broken water. Brother, today you are going to see blood. Then Quan Yu flashed. His body turned into a black shadow and disappeared in place. Master Tsunade, is this too early? Shizune said while looking at the camp in the distance. Early, the little ghost of his age has already started killing people, and there is no bloody smell on his body as a ninja. Tsunade said lightly. But you have to change someone less. Shizune is a little worried because the bandit camp in front has been entrenched here for a long time, and it is not that there are no ninjas to come and annihilate, but all have failed without exception. Don't worry, he is strong enough, and he is good at swordsmanship, not those ninjas who just put 2 ninjutsu on their knees. Tsunade obviously didn't care. Shizune didn't know what to say, so they had to wait to see the situation, but they couldn't help them again. Quan Yu ignored the 2 patrolling bandits standing outside the camp and sneaked into the camp quietly. Coming out of a tent, Quan Yu observed the surroundings. Except for 1 or 2 buildings, the rest are tents not far apart. The 2 buildings were in the center of the tent, where the core figure of the bandits obviously lived, and Quan Yu did not touch them directly. There may be someone who can be the core of the bandit. If he is exposed, Quan Yu will face the siege, which would be dangerous. Don't think that ordinary people are not a threat to the ninja. Some of them are not inferior to Quan Yu, and from the number of tents, it can be seen that there are not many people here. And if there is a wandering ninja among them, it will be even more troublesome. Quan Yu's goal is to first assassinate and reduce the number, and then forcefully kill after exposure. Quan Yu avoided the patrolling bandits, touched a tent, and looked around. There were about 10 bandits inside, all of whom had already fallen asleep and some were still snoring. Quan Yu touched a person and did not choose to cut off the water. Instead, he directly pressed the other person's neck. Suddenly, the bandit lost his life in his sleep. Quan Yu also had a short breath, but fortunately he didn't see any blood. Quan Yu said that he still didn't feel nauseous. This is also to prevent yourself from exposing prematurely. After all, the bloody smell is too obvious and easy to be detected. This method only loses chakra, which is not difficult for Quan Yu, who understands the structure of the human body. The other bandits in the room, Quan Yu, did this in turn. The snoring in the tent stopped immediately and Quan Yu frowned, but it was inevitable, and he can only speed up. I saw Quan Yu constantly shuttle between the tents. After entering a tent, he came out soon, which also means that a lot of lives are dying. After killing so many people, Quan Yu felt a little bored and chakra consumed a lot. But these are all evil bandits, and Quan Yu doesn't have too much psychological burden. Quan Yu is still going on, and those patrolling bandits can't find Quan Yu at all. But suddenly, a patrolling bandit changed his route and walked into a tent, and that tent was where Quan Yu had entered and exited. But Quan Yu didn't know this situation at all, and he continued to kill the bandits silently. Huh. Why is it so quiet today? I don't snore anymore. Hey, get up and change shifts. The bandit who came in patted a bandit. Don't pretend to be dead, I haven't slept yet. He shook it again, but he immediately realized that something was wrong. Hey, are you okay? Don't scare me. The bandit suddenly felt that the dark tent had become a little weird. He carefully touched the snort of the bandit with his fingers. Dead, the bandit collapsed to the ground. Then he remembered something, looked at the quiet tent, climbed over and tried the breath of another companion. Die or dead, the bandit suddenly sat down on the ground. Enemy attack, the bandit patrolling frantically rushed out of the tent and shouted loudly. Not good. Quan Yu, who was putting his hand on a bandit's neck, immediately realized that it was not good, and his bandit also came to a sense of clarity. You are. When Quan Yu spit out chakra in his hands, the thief's life was ended. Then he pulled out the water and saw the light of the knife flickering. The bandit who had just woken up and didn't realize what was happening was harvested by Quan Yu. Shadow clone. Bang bang, two shadow clone appeared, then glanced at each other and quickly rushed out of the tent. Outside the tent there was chaos, but no one came out of the large tents. Now everyone is aware of the problem. Hurry up and report to the leader, Oz. The figure flashed and the bandit fell down with blood on his neck. The enemy is here. The bandits were in a panic, looking for weapons. Some people even ran to the two buildings. Chinese letter, Chinese letter. The sound of breaking through the air sounded, and two kumos dragged the flames into the two buildings. Boom. A violent explosion sounded and the two buildings were partly blown apart, but they still did not collapse. Quan Yu frowned and he took too much time to prepare the detonation talisman. He was constantly shuttled and the water was constantly waving. A famous bandit fell down like this, unable to even scream. They were all cut off by Quan Yu. Although a lot of them were wiped out before, there are still a lot of them left. Shadow Clone is doing the same thing. Don't mess, what happened? A bandit with the appearance of a leader ran out of a hole in the building without wearing any clothes. Then some people with weapons ran out of the building. My lord, someone has raided the camp and now he has suffered heavy casualties, a bandit ran over and said. How many people are now blind and can't see the situation at all? The bandit leader asked urgently. I don't know, there seem to be 3, the bandit said hesitantly. The bandit leader's eyes suddenly chilled and the strange situation in front also attracted his attention. Is it a ninja? Where's Mr. Yamamura? The bandit leader asked anxiously. The bandits around looked around, but none of them found Mr. Yamamura. That the leader said. It doesn't matter, young ones, take a weapon and give it to me, the bandit leader shouted after snatching a weapon. Call out. A handful of pain came, Ding. Kuwu was bounced off by the bandit leader. Give it to me, the other party is not too many and it will kill him. Oh yes. A large number of bandits rushed out. These were not ordinary bandits just now. Almost everyone carried weapons, and some of them used heavy weapons. Huh, it's almost there at last, Quan Yu panted, and Shadow Clone appeared around him and immediately burst into smoke. Quan Yu didn't care either. Shadow Clone has been able to persist until now and it has been very good. Quan Yu touched the ninja bag, took out a ration pill and threw it into his mouth. He still had to prepare these things. Quan Yu didn't care about the person who rushed over but looked around vigilantly. When he was touching the ninja bag just now, he found that someone was watching him. Don't come out. Quan Yu touched the ninja bag again. Chinese letter, Chinese letter. At this moment, the two Kuwu quickly shot towards Quan Yu. Quan Yu escaped as soon as he turned over. What kind of ninja should I be? I turned out to be a kid. A wretched-faced man in ordinary clothes walked out from behind a tent, leaving Kuma behind. This is the bandit leader who also brought people here. Enclosed. As soon as the bandit leader issued an order, Quan Yu was surrounded by many bandits. Mr. Yamamura, how do you deal with this kid? The leader said respectfully. He was relieved when he saw that Quan Yu was young and there was only one person. I want to live. I'm very interested in his ninjutsu. Mamura's face was sinister, as if Quan Yu was a bird in a cage. Mr. Yamamura, don't you think we lost so much? The bandit leader said hesitantly. No problem, I'll make a vote for you. This should compensate you for your loss, Sankun said nonchalantly. Yes, yes, the bandit leader nodded quickly. The ninja's ability is very convenient when doing some things, and I don't know what they are going to do, but it has nothing to do with Quan Yu. Did you discuss it? Quan Yu said lightly. After taking the Bingliang pill, he felt that chakra and physical strength were slowly recovering, and his breathing was adjusted. Boy, you are crazy, but you are about to fall into my hands. Give me up, Shankun said triumphantly. The breath of water activated. Quan Yu's breathing became stronger in an instant, chakra was constantly surging, and her abdomen was also hot. This is an activated body that quickly digested the munition pills to provide supply for Quan Yu. Did not choose to start the full water breath, the body activation is enough. Quan Yu flashed out in an instant, and the light of the knife was constantly waving in the crowd. Many bandits couldn't react at all, so Quan Yu wiped their throats. The blood was dripping, and Quan Yu's hands began to be covered with blood. The people were too crowded. Even if Quan Yu was fast enough, blood would inevitably stick to it. It's just that the black clothes can't be seen. Bang. Quan Yu was forcibly knocked down by a bandit. As soon as he turned over, he dodged the attacking weapon. He quickly threw out a few kunai and directly penetrated the bodies of the bandits. The continuous deaths of personnel made the remaining bandits hesitate, which also gave Quan Yu some respite. The activation of the body means that Quan Yu's physical strength is greatly depleted. Even if Quan Yu usually pays attention to exercise, he feels a little overwhelmed. Don't be afraid, he won't last for a long time in this state, he is just a kid, the mountain village yelled. At the same time, he began to seal in his hands, but Quan Yu didn't want to complain about the slow seal. If there are not many people, I can solve you in an instant. Ninjutsu, missed. Shankun stared at Quan Yu's eyes. And Quan Yu looked dumbfounded. What is this TM? I'm ready, you show me this. Quan Yu felt nothing but a faint chakra fluctuation. However, Quan Yu's hand did not stop and continued to slash and slash at the bandits. His activation state could not last long. Sankun was also taken aback why the illusion didn't work. It shouldn't be. Even if the illusion is not effective, it is okay to influence it. The former ninja also used the illusion to influence and let others kill it later. Master Sankun, the bandit leader, was also surprised. It's okay, something went wrong, I have other ninjutsu. Sankun was embarrassed, and then continued to seal. The bandit leader is not good to say anything. But as Quan Yu continued to hack and kill, the number of bandits became fewer and fewer, and their movements became slower and slower. Quan Yu's breathing has also become less stable, and the activation state is about to end. By then, Quan Yu will have to wait to die if he consumes too much. This is a monster, I won't fight anymore. A bandit watched in horror as his companion was killed and immediately dropped his weapon and fled. His move also caused a commotion, and the number of bandits around had decreased a lot, and they suddenly hesitated. Quan Yu also got a chance to breathe and voluntarily lifted his activation state. No way, now it can still maintain the ability to move. If it is passively lifted, Quan Yu will be relieved. After killing so many people, the water was still on the clean side. A drop of blood slowly fell along the blade, and Quan Yu's face was also full of blood. Moonlight broke through the clouds and shone on Quan Yu's body. Only then did they discover that the ninja had only one eye, and the white blindfold was stained red with blood. There are still a few drops of blood hanging on his chin, and his eyes are staring fiercely at the bandits. All around were bandits killed by him, and blood was flowing everywhere. At this time, Quan Yu looked like an evil spirit crawling out of hell. The remaining chakra in Quan Yu's body is slowly flowing into the body, allowing the body to quickly relieve fatigue. But these chakras are far from enough. Quan Yu panted heavily and slowly touched the ninja bag with his hand. Come on, what are you waiting for? The bandit leader was also a little scared, and Sankun was also sweating on his forehead. What kind of ninjutsu would he have there? They are all deceiving these ordinary people. A kuwu with a detonating talisman was touched by Quan Yu, and it looked like Sankun. Sankun's body suddenly fell cold and he couldn't care much about it, so he jumped away and ran back. "Mr. Yamamura," the leader exclaimed. The other bandits also noticed this scene and immediately ignored it. Run fast as if triggering the fuse, these bandits suddenly dispersed. Quan Yu didn't move. After all the bandits ran away, he hit a corpse and gasped for breath. After a while, "Little devil, this won't work." The ridiculous voice sounded. "You don't need to guess, Quan Yu knows who it is." A corpse was thrown in front of Quan Yu, which was the mountain village where he had escaped. "We want to help you finish. It seems that I still haven't cultivated home." When Quan Yu heard Tsunade's words, his body relaxed. His heavy eyelids slowly closed and then he fell down. The activation of the body is undoubtedly very strong, but this is completely squeezing Quan Yu's physical strength, and Chakra Quan Yu has persisted until now by relying on the point after the activation is lifted. Tsunade froze and he was going to tease a few words, but now it seems to be impossible. The next day, vomit. After Quan Yu was sober, he vomited. The smell of blood on his body was so obvious that no one had changed his clothes yet. How could Quan Yu, who has a keen sense of smell, stand it? Come on, I didn't vomit yesterday. Why did I vomit today?" Tsunade said disdainfully. At the same time, put the counted bills into the clothes. This was not Quan Yu's money, it was earned, and it's true that Quan Yu earned it by killing the bandits and was blatantly accepted by Tsunade. Quan Yu wiped the corners of his mouth, but the bloody smell on his clothes made him retching again. "Yesterday I was so focused, I didn't feel anything yet." But now Quan Yu felt that he even had to vomit out his intestines. "Go and wash, it smells too bad." Tsunade pinched his nose and shook his hand. Quan Yu didn't speak and staggered towards the bathroom, but the vomiting didn't stop. Tsunade took out the money again and counted it, while thinking about where to go to play. Quan Yu, who had changed into clean clothes, sat on the chair with a languid expression, staring at the table with blank eyes. Shizune brought tea, looked at Quan Yu, who was suffering from post-war depression, and chuckled. "Drink some tea, wait for a good meal." Quan Yu took a sip of the tea and drank it. Shizune just wanted to say something. "Ah." I was scalded to death. With a scream, Quan Yu covered his chest and fell down. Quan Yu, who had recovered for a few days, had obviously improved a little better. Before that time, I would vomit when I saw meat. No way Quan Yu was an ordinary person in his previous life. He couldn't even think of killing people. This time he killed so many people. How can it be a little psychological shadow? "It's just killing someone, is there such a big reaction?" Tsunade said disdainfully. A black line appeared on Shizune's forehead. "Is this a bad guy?" When she came to the scene, she was taken aback by the bloody scene. She didn't know how Quan Yu survived. What she didn't know was that Quan Yu would easily enter a state of concentration when faced with one thing, completely forgetting time, forgetting everything around him, and only knowing what she had to do. So there was a reaction the next day. Snapped. A wanted warrant appeared in Quan Yu's eyes. "It's almost recovered, let's continue." Tsunade's voice has become cold. "Last time there was no time for the experiment, let's use him as the material this time." Quan Yu knew what Tsunade was talking about and did not say much, so he collected the wanted warrant. "In a dark hut, what are you going to do?" "I have said everything I can say." "Ah." Click. Quan Yu twisted off an arm calmly and then threw it to the ground. Then a light green light appeared on the hand and he started to heal the arm. The ninja on the ground burst into tears suddenly, and he didn't understand why the other party had tortured him like this. Seeing his other limbs being misplaced, he really wanted to commit suicide. After a while, Quan Yu walked out of the hut, and Tsunade and Shizune are waiting outside. "How is it?" Tsunade asked. "Fortunately, the limbs can barely be connected and the internal organs are almost too," Quan Yu said coldly. "Well, snapped." Quan Yu received another blow in the back of the head. Quan Yu touched his head calmly. "Who are you pretending to be like this? Are you dissatisfied with my arrangement?" Tsunade stared at Quan Yu fiercely. "How can I am not pretending to be too much, not pretending to be like this. It is not in line with the scene at the time." Quan Yu smiled. Shizune also breathed a sigh of relief. She was really afraid that Quan Yu would be transformed into a pervert by Tsunade-sama. "Isn't that right? You're almost done. I'll take you to the sea to play and relax, hahaha," Tsunade said with a smile around Quan Yu's neck. Quan Yu also breathed a sigh of relief, and it was finally over. During this period of time, he always had nightmares and felt that his spirit was being tortured crazily. Fortunately, he persisted, and this is what the ninja must experience. Facing the sea breeze, Quan Yu stretched his hands. The strong sea breeze made Quan Yu's windbreaker grinning, but he felt very comfortable on the contrary. It was a good day without killing. This is a big ship which was packaged by them, and it was money from Quan Yu. Quan Yu didn't care either. It didn't matter if he didn't practice cultivation, it didn't matter if he spent some money. Then they wandered in the sea, sometimes on the beach to bask in the sun and eat delicious food. Life is pretty okay. Quan Yu doesn't know where Tsunade is going, it doesn't matter, it's free anyway. Quan Yu, who had never seen the sea very much, also had a lot of fun. Boom. Quan Yu just felt someone approaching and then he was kicked into the sea. Nonsense. Quan Yu used chakra to support his body and floated out of the sea, and then spit out the sea water. You don't need to think that he knows who is so funny. Miss Tsunade, what are you doing? I didn't mess with you again. Quan Yu stood on the sea and looked at Tsunade with a head exposed on the ship's gunnel. Cultivation, play and play, it's time to practice, this is for you. Tsunade turned the corner of his mouth and dropped a mask with a long tube. Quan Yu is unclear. This is for you to breathe, wait for you to sink yourself, Tsunade explained. Then a rope was dropped. Quan Yu grabbed the rope, it's really thoughtful to think about it. Quan Yu was speechless. Then I tied the rope to my body, put on the mask, and tried to breathe without any problems. There is no need for Tsunade to say, he knows what this is for. Then put it away, Chakra. Quan Yu sank directly into the water with a load on Quan Yu's feet, and the sinking speed was very fast. Tsunade felt it for a while, then grabbed the rope, tied it to the side of the ship and went back to the room leisurely. Quan Yu under the water also felt her body tighten and stopped. She immediately breathed a sigh of relief, but fortunately she knew she couldn't dive too deep. Quan Yu can barely adapt to the water pressure in this place. Before, he used to hold his breath to withstand the water pressure to exercise his lung capacity. This method is obviously better now, and a series of bubbles are spit out by Quan Yu. What should I do? Quan Yu thought. This is passive training. Quan Yu doesn't need to do anything, just breathe, but obviously it's boring here. But it wasn't boring anymore. One big eye was staring at Quan Yu curiously. I rely on. Quan Yu plunged directly into the shark's eye socket with a palm, and the red blood suddenly disappeared into the sea water. The silent roar shook the sea, the shark twisted frantically, and Quan Yu's body also shook. Fortunately, Quan Yu has a rope on his body and the rope is strong enough. Then the shark broke free of Quan Yu's hand, and Quan Yu's hand was holding an eyeball. Blood is permeated. Quan Yu cast aside his eyes and became vigilant. His broken water was in the room and he didn't bring it out. It was still very dangerous to face a shark several times larger than him with his bare hands. It's not good to choose a place. If you choose this place, you should first ask if there are sharks. Before Quan Yu thought for a long time, the sharks quickly swam around Quan Yu, and their ferocious eyes were staring at Quan Yu. Waves of water enveloped Quan Yu. Obviously, the shark was not going to let this person hurt it. Quan Yu was a little depressed, and then solemnly looked at the sharks that were constantly swimming around him. It's not too deep here, and Quan Yu's vision is still clear. The shark drilled down fiercely, then floated up quickly, attacking Quan Yu. Quan Yu immediately felt the changes in the current. Fortunately, the shark is not smart enough to attack the tube above Quan Yu, obviously more effective. Quan Yu looked at the sharks that were coming down quickly through the mask, and bubbles kept coming out. Water breath waves. Under such a large water pressure, Quan Yu dare not use activation. Otherwise, the end will be unpredictable. The strong water pressure squeezed Quan Yu from the outside, and Quan Yu's body was also full of pressure. As a result, Quan Yu's body must be damaged. Even with the waves, he didn't dare to use it with all his strength. He obviously felt that the pressure his lungs could withstand had reached the limit. The mouth of the blood basin opened. Quan Yu slapped his palm to the side, and with the reaction force his body moved to the other side, then lifted his foot and kicked it heavily on the shark's head. Quan Yu has a load on his feet, and this kick directly kicked the shark away. And it seemed that he had fainted by kicking and the shark was floating there. He observed it carefully and found that he was really kicked and fainted. Quan Yu didn't dare to wait any longer, so he hurriedly climbed up the rope. Just now he made the shark blood out. It would be no fun if there were other sharks around. Abroad 1 red 1 Quan Yu exposed the water. Then he climbed towards the boat. Tsunade heard the movement and walked out, looking at Quan Yu, who had come up soon after, a little unhappy. How long has it been? Why did it come up? Quan Yu saw that Tsunade's face was not good and he quickly explained, You want me to train and find a place where there are no sharks? I didn't bring a knife. What can I do against the sharks? I'm so sorry I didn't notice, Tsunade thought for a while and said, Bang. Quan Yu was kicked again. Quan Yu stood hard on the water, somewhat speechless. Then a knife was thrown down. It was Quan Yu's water cut. Quan Yu was just busy catching it. Isn't it boring below? I just want to eat shark fin. You can get some by the way. Quan Yu was speechless and looked at the broken water in his hand. No water. It seems that you are really going to soak in water today. Quan Yu tied the scabbard tightly behind him, and then sank into the sea with the broken water. It wasn't until the rope was tight that Tsunade came to the ship's gunwale and looked at the sea with interest. Bubbles continued to pop up under the sea. After a while, the surface of the sea turned red, and a shark with its body cut off came up. Not bad, the young man is very capable, Tsunade nodded in satisfaction. For a period of time afterwards, Tsunade would extend the rope every day. The water pressure that Quan Yu had to endure was also getting heavier. Fortunately, after his body was activated, he also broke through the limit, and his body also grew rapidly. Quan Yu slowly adapted to it, and his breathing power gradually increased. Quan Yu stood quietly on the sea with the broken water in his hand. During this period of time, the water is often soaked. Fortunately, the materials used for the forging of the water are better. After Quan Yu's practice is completed, he has also carried out meticulous maintenance and there is no major problem. Water breath. Boom! Quan Yu's body made a sound like a wave. This is the full version of the breath of water he has used again for so long. He didn't use it before because he knew he couldn't fully control this move yet. Now Tsunade will let Quan Yu train underwater every day, which makes Quan Yu's breathing take another big step, and it's much easier to get into the activated state. Water attributes Chakra's nature conversion has also improved a lot, mainly due to the improvement of Quan Yu's control ability. A faint mist of water hovered around Quan Yu, and the fluid chakra attached to Quan Yu's body, constantly flowing. Then I wrapped the water cut in. The sea under Lion Quan Yu's feet was also fluctuating with his breathing. Last time I used it, I haven't felt the effect of the full version of breath of water. This time Quan Yu felt different. The water-based chakra is completely integrated into the body, and then there is not much need for Quan Yu to control it. After the body is activated, the chakra of the same nature is produced. Moreover, Quan Yu felt that the flexibility of the body was greatly enhanced, and every cell was wrapped in the warm chakra, full of vitality. It also makes Quan Yu's activation more stable and consumes less physical energy. In other words, Quan Yu's effect in this way is better than activation. It can be like this. Quan Yu thought for a while and thought that this should be the additional effect of the water-attributed chakra. If the water-attributed chakra is used to stimulate the body also produces the same chakra on its own. Trying that idea, Quan Yu formed a seal in his hand, and suddenly a light blue light glowed all over his body. Quan Yu stroked his arm with broken water and a bloody mouth appeared, but he closed his mouth immediately. Quan Yu didn't even feel the pain, the wound was recovering quickly, and even the blood was gone. Quan Yu nodded, this effect is actually better than Sage Body's self-recovery. The comprehensive hydrotherapy plus body activation is really enough pervert, but it consumes a lot. Quan Yu obviously feels that chakra is not fuller than before, although the back of the body is automatically supplemented. But the physical strength is really consumed some. While he could hold on for a while, Quan Yu wanted to try the shaping of the water attribute chakra. Drink. The chakra in Quan Yu's body exploded with full force. A large swath of water on the sea around Quan Yu began to revolve around him. The water flow lifted up, wrapping Quan Yu directly. A large swath of water envelops Quan Yu, and Quan Yu does not feel difficult because it is the surface of the sea, which is the most suitable place for water-style ninjas to play. Quan Yu can use a small amount of chakra to drive a larger piece of water. Angry Dragon. The revolving current suddenly stretched out a faucet, and then all the currents turned into a long dragon rushing out on the sea. The power is okay, but in this environment I should be able to do better. Quan Yu jumped directly into the sea, and the surface of the sea suddenly began to fluctuate greatly. Waves actually rose on the windless sea. Suddenly, a huge wave rose directly and then hit the sea, and the sea suddenly surged. It's like a behemoth stirring constantly under the water. Quan Yu shot out from the sea, a wave was generated directly under him, and he fell directly on it. Then the waves surged forward. The waves extended, sending Quan Yu onto the boat, then retracted, and then dispersed and fell into the sea. Quan Yu also relieved the breath of water. Although slightly exhausted, the impact was not significant. Quan Yu felt that he could still maintain a certain combat effectiveness. Moreover, his body seems to be constantly getting stronger during this period, and Quan Yu obviously feels that his chakra has increased. This also means that Quan Yu can start the breath of water for longer. However, Quan Yu's goal is not to breathe water for a while, he has other ideas. Yes, you are one of the most special water-style ninjas I have ever seen, but the time is short. Tsunade lay on a chair, sipping coconut milk lazily and said. She has also seen Quan Yu's performance just now. Without the need for seals, she can control the water attribute chakra in this way. This undoubtedly proves that the breath of water created by Quan Yu is powerful, but Quan Yu does not have much chakra for him to use now. And this technique is not without consequences. Tsunade frowned slightly looking at Quan Yu, who was clearly taller than the average kid. In fact, it is not impossible for Quan Yu to quickly improve his strength, but the price is not low. I am going to improve so that I can start the breath of water without entering the activated state. Oh, how do you want to practice? Tsunade was a little interested. In fact, she also discovered that Quan Yu didn't need her to supervise at all, and he could quickly enter the state of cultivation himself. I am more concerned about the improvement of my own strength than her teacher. Continuously turn on the breath of water, and then slowly reduce the intensity of the breath to make the body more adapt to the water attribute chakra, until the water breath, the waves, can also drive the water attribute chakra in the body. This is Quan Yu's idea to improve the strength and adaptability of the body through complete water breathing, so that he can use the water attribute chakra in his normal state as before. Although the effect is much weaker, it can also save Quan Yu's physical strength. If you encounter a strong opponent, you can explode in an all-round way, and that will be easier. In fact, this is also a necessary process for practicing water breathing. After learning medical ninjutsu for so long, do you know the consequences? As Tsunade was worried, Quan Yu already knew how to become stronger quickly. I know I haven't found it before, but now it's clear that my development is much faster than ordinary people. The body absorbs a lot of oxygen. In addition to making cells more active, it can also speed up cell division. Quan Yu said lightly. What's more, the body is still fully activated. It's good to know you have to consider the consequences yourself. You have a long time. There is no need to sacrifice life for the sake of strength. The appearance of Quan Yu reminded Tsunade of first generation. She was young and didn't understand the consequences of using wood style. Only later did she understand how such a powerful ninjutsu could have no consequences, until the originally powerful him suddenly became weak, and she didn't know what the price he had paid. Quan Yu was also a little silent, but in fact, thinking about it, there is really not much necessary. But who is right about what will happen in the future? There will be major changes in a few years, and then Quan Yu might have died accidentally. It is useless to have more lifespan. If you can exchange 10 years of life for a strong strength, Quan Yu still thinks it's a bargain. And his eyes, his life experience, the patriarch grandfather didn't tell him, he also felt that Quan Yu was not strong enough. I think it's good. Ninjas have never been a long-lived profession. Without strength, they might not be able to live their lives at all. Quan Yu said firmly, well, the next training will be different. Are you ready? Tsunade did not stop Quan Yu's choice. Everyone has their own reasons to give up some of their things. Quan Yu is not too serious. I don't know what Tsunade thought of and didn't continue to say anything, so he went back to the room. The next day, Quan Yu is doing push-ups hard, and it is reasonable to say that Quan Yu is not difficult to do these exercises. But his appearance is obviously very hard. Then I saw Quan Yu was wearing a special black dress and carrying something similar to weight on his hands and feet. If you can activate your body, you don't have to worry about growing taller. A large amount of weight can quickly increase your body strength, and you can quickly treat physical injuries. This is much less expensive than if you use activation directly. Tsunade said next to him, since you need to use activation frequently, it is better to make your body stronger first, so that the cell's endurance is higher and the speed of division is slower. Quan Yu almost understands this truth, but it's really heavy. If you can't hold on, just strengthen your breathing. Today's training must be completed. Tsunade wanted to fully squeeze Quan Yu's stamina, but Quan Yu didn't say anything and directly strengthened his breathing. In fact, this is also a way to exercise breathing. As a medical ninja, Tsunade clearly knows how to exercise better than Quan Yu. At night, exhausted Quan Yu sat on a chair and ate frantically. This was much more than Quan Yu's usual appetite. There is no way to consume too much. The body does not have a large supply of nutrients. It will only waste my life. Give me more food. If I can't eat it, I will use activation to digest. Tsunade said very seriously. Got it? Quan Yu was speechless. Is this to completely squeeze the activated ability, even digesting it? This is also the helplessness of no sage body. If there is a sage body, this level of activation will not waste much life. Quan Yu can only approach sage body's physical strength slowly by exercising. When Quan Yu couldn't eat anymore, he started to breathe in water and started to heal the damage on his body and digest the food in his stomach. Fortunately, here is the sea, rich in all kinds of seafood, and the nutrition provided is quite good. It didn't take long for Quan Yu to digest the food in his stomach. Then there was another fierce meal and then continued to digest. Let Quan Yu, who is turned on and active, feel that his body condition is getting better and better. Okay, it's almost done. There is no damage to the body and how to activate it, just restore the state. Let's rest. Although, Tsunade did not let Quan Yu continue training but let him rest. Waited until the third day. Quan Yu was sweating and training, and there were a few shadow clones also practicing. You are disobedient, it seems that I still didn't squeeze you dry yesterday. Tsunade stood on a high place and said lightly. Shizune was also shocked by Quan Yu's training volume. Master Tsunade actually asked Quan Yu to practice with Shadow Clone so there won't be any problems. Quan Yu was speechless, didn't he just feel full of energy after eating? He exercised in the room again and was discovered by Tsunade, which turned out to be what he is now. Night Quan Yu went back to the room dizzy, his body was full of energy, but his spirit was a little bit too much. Quan Yu feels a bit of a headache when he is overloaded with Shadow Clone for training. I didn't feel better until I activated it. Tsunade clearly knew the effect of activation, and Quan Yu was also speechless. Then Quan Yu fell directly on the bed and fell asleep. It's another day. The trained Quan Yu clearly felt that his mental strength had actually become stronger. Quan Yu also quickly figured out that when activated, brain cells are also being activated, which of course can improve mental power. The effect after practicing with Shadow Clone is more obvious. Obviously, Tsunade has even considered this. After that, Quan Yu also carried out some special training. In short, Quan Yu felt that Tsunade was doing everything possible to torture his body. Drugs were actually used later. Anyway, Quan Yu has the ability to activate, has a strong metabolism, and can be repaired. Tsunade directly uses all kinds of means regardless of it. Even Shizune felt frightened, but fortunately she also knew that Quan Yu had the ability to activate her body, so she was a little relieved. The weight on Quan Yu's body has been increasing, and now Quan Yu has no idea how heavy it is. His chakra has also grown very quickly, and his physical strength has also greatly improved. But these also come at a price. Shizune looked at Quan Yu, who was a little shorter than himself, and couldn't believe it. This was just a child who had just reached the age of 13. During this period of time, Quan Yu's body is growing wildly, which has something to do with his prolonged use and activation. Well, Shizune, don't look at it, let's try the results. Tsunade glanced at Quan Yu and said. Although, let's start. Quan Yu, wearing short sleeves, reveals his black arms with dense muscles, but he does not appear bloated. One eye on the same black face exudes a faint look. At this time he is close to 1.6 meters tall, but he does not look thin. The clothes on his body were supported by his muscles. Water breath waves. Quan Yu's breathing is steady and strong, and his body surface does not have the previous chakra spills anymore. Chakra, the water attribute in the body, shuttles back and forth in the body non-stop. Quan Yu raised his hand, and a water polo appeared in his hand, and it was spinning continuously. Then Quan Yu threw the water ball out, and the water ball changed into a water arrow in the air, and then hit the guardrail, forming a dimple on the guardrail. It's not bad. There is no white training during this period. Chakra's controllability is okay. It's just that the cohesion is almost impossible and the power is unsatisfactory. Tsunade glanced at the dimple in the guardrail. It's not that I haven't practiced Chakra scalpel much, Quan Yu said, touching his messy short hair. There is no barber, only Quan Yu comes by himself. Shadow Clone doesn't have much chakra and Quan Yu is busy with physical training and hasn't practiced how to condense chakra at all. How is the chakra of the soil attribute? Tsunade asked again. Fortunately, the previous goal has been reached. Quan Yu lifted the breath of water and then made a seal. His body became a little yellow, and then these yellowish things were concentrated towards one of Quan Yu's arms, until Quan Yu's entire palm turned black. To the greatest extent. Tsunade said. Quan Yu concentrated again, and the other hand formed a seal, and the blackness on the palm of his palm turned directly into black, and then extended a section towards Quan Yu's arm. The arm wrapped in black resembles a stone with a rough surface and looks very hard, but it is indeed very hard. In this case, the wrist is a little stiff and it is not easy to use the sword technique, Quan Yu frowned. This is not a fixation technique, but a hardening technique. All the chakra is concentrated in the palm of the hand, and the defense power is greatly increased. Even if it is cut with water, it can't be cut in. But what followed was that his arms became heavier and harder. This had no effect on Quan Yu's body, but it also affected the flexibility of his wrists. Quan Yu couldn't even make a fist. Water breath, full state, try, Tsunade said suddenly. Quan Yu said to Tsunade that the effect of water breathing increases strength and flexibility. These obviously can improve the flexibility of his body, and this ninjutsu has been used. Quan Yu's body does not have the chakra of the earth attribute. It can completely start the breath of water. Quan Yu also had a heart attack. If it could be fully used in this way, wouldn't it become another special ability? Water breath, full focus. The water attribute chakra surrounding Quan Yu's body is obviously less. But then the change of Quan Yu's arm directly made him stare. I saw Quan Yu's breathing long and heavy, and the water-tributed chakra lingered around Quan Yu's body. However, Chakra's arm, which was originally a little rough and covered with black soil properties, slowly became smooth, black and shiny. Quan Yu moved his fingers and didn't feel too much discomfort, not the kind of stiffness that he felt before. Is this really armed? Quan Yu was shocked, and then moved in his heart. That layer of black actually started to move towards the top of his arm following Quan Yu's thoughts. Quan Yu did not feel that it was difficult to control. Chakra, which resembles water properties, changes the properties of hardening chakra, giving it the characteristics of easy control of water properties. Snapped. Idiot, what are you going to do? I don't want to feel the nature of it. This is the limit of blood inheritance, Tsunade said excitedly. Blood succession limits? Don't worry about it, teacher Tsunade, I can use it anytime, Quan Yu said innocently. What do you know, this kind of opportunity can be met but not sought, and the next time you use it may not have this effect. This is a state in which the two chakras can reach a certain balance. You can feel it right away, Tsunade was furious. Oh. So there is such an accident, Quan Yu didn't quite understand either, so I mobilized my mental power to feel it well, after a while. Quan Yu gasped, breathing in such boiling water is deadly. Sure enough, the second time Quan Yu it didn't work, the chakra form has never been used. The two can't be combined at all, and I don't know how they merged before. Fortunately, Quan Yu felt it for a while, probably knowing what state it was, otherwise he would be really at a loss. Give me food to restore my strength. If it can't be turned on today, I will show you a good look. There is a lot of food in front of Tsunade, which is to restore Quan Yu's strength and start the breath of water to find the chakra form. Quan Yu only experienced it once and has a good chance to use it again. Miss Tsunade, how did the blood succession boundary form? I heard that it seems to be the inheritance of blood, Quan Yu asked as he ate. I don't know what kind of shit luck your kid has. You can meet such an opportunity, eat it, I will explain it to you, Tsunade said impatiently. Shizune is also a little envious, not a ninja with two attributes will definitely be able to master the limit, it depends on luck. At the same time, the two attributes have to be cultivated to a certain level. Except for some special bloodline limits that are inherited entirely by blood, some bloodline limits can also be cultivated, and there is a probability that they can be inherited after completing the training. This has something to do with chakra. When some ninjas use two or more attributes of chakra at the same time, they will accidentally form a special state. And as long as he remembers this state, he can develop into a blood succession. Bound. Using this special chakra for a long time will allow the body to remember this state. And at the same time, it will change the body, so that the next generation has a greater chance of being a master. Do you understand? Quan Yu kept nodding. Understood, just give me a good practice and you can contribute to the Senju clan after you train. Tsunade's eyes were unkind. Quan Yu felt cold all over, feeling that his future life might not be good. At night, Quan Yu finally adjusted the balance of chakra and entered that state again. This is also because Quan Yu probably knows the ratio and state of the two and only needs to be fine-tuned to find the balance, so it can be so fast. Quan Yu felt this state carefully. He had to be fully familiar with it so that he could use it without opening the water breath. The training time passed quickly. Quan Yu looked at the broken water covered with a thin layer of black material. Due to the addition of water properties, the black material could pass a certain amount of light, and Quan Yu could see the lines on the broken water. Isn't this just an armed look? Quan Yu is very satisfied, so he won't be afraid of water damage. Even though there is only a thin layer, this defensive power is also quite terrifying. Tsunade used chakra scalpel but couldn't cut it in. The only drawback is that it consumes a lot of chakra. Quan Yu originally thought that water cut was a bit short for him now and wanted to extend the chakra with this attribute. But even if Quan Yu exhausted all the chakra in his body, he could only show a sharp point which was useful for him. It's still useful. Quan Yu doesn't need to manufacture this kind of chakra in large quantities. A thin layer can provide strong defense. Tsunade is quite satisfied. A very practical blood succession limit, such a strong defense is also rare. The key is stable shape, high density, and isolation of other energy. Tsunade tried, just let Quan Yu put his hands in the fire for a long time and he wouldn't feel the slightest. I just don't know if it will be restrained by the lightning attribute. After all, it is the bloodline of water and soil. But even so, this bloodline limit is quite strong. Quan Yu chakra is enough to cover the whole body completely, and then start the breath of water, use the sword technique to attack the enemy, and the enemy's attack is almost ineffective to Quan Yu. It's just that the ability of the restricted class has a great influence on Quan Yu, but Quan Yu's speed is very fast, so there is no need to worry about it. Okay, don't be proud, we will reach our destination soon. Tsunade watched Quan Yu's eyes glowing at the blackened water, and didn't know what he was thinking, so he spoke. Quan Yu immediately came into contact with ninjutsu and put away the water. By the way, you don't have a name for bloodline boundary, think of one, Tsunade said. Then it's called armed color. Armed colors. The name is good, very thoughtful. Tsunade didn't care either. She didn't care about the name of bloodline, which had never been seen before, and she didn't need to call it something like escape. However, this effect is a bit similar to steel escape, but its defense is stronger than steel escape, and it can also isolate energy, and the effect is much better than steel escape. Steel done will be restrained by flames and thunder and lightning, and the armed color will be different, but it cannot be manufactured in large quantities. Now it can only be used to defend the body. It is so powerful because of its single function. Where are we going? Quan Yu asked. After drifting for so long, we should also go ashore. The country of iron is in front of us, Tsunade said while looking at the distant coast. Samurai swordsmanship, Quan Yu's heart was shocked. Of course he knew what the Iron Kingdom was. Although Tsunade usually either beats or scolds him, everything is considered for his cultivation. You must know that she hasn't gambled for a long time and she has stayed at sea all the time. This is also for Quan Yu's practice. Now it is for him to go to the country of iron for more in-depth swordsmanship training, and Quan Yu is also very touched. It's been a long time since I entered the gambling hall. This time I have to have a good time. It just happened to float to the iron country and we will go ashore here, Tsunade said excitedly. In the end, Quan Yu got his wish and obtained further swordsmanship training, mainly because Tsunade quickly lost all. The only person she knew here was Mifune. Although she didn't borrow any money, Mifune still looked at Tsunade's face and let Quan Yu exchange sword skills. Sparks flew everywhere, and the black knife light kept colliding with another sharp knife light. Quan Yu dignifiedly looked at the opponent in front of him, very strong, obviously very ordinary, swinging a knife, and Quan Yu could feel pressure. The opponent in front of him had an indifferent expression. He had a tattoo on his bald head. 2 scars crossed his forehead and one went straight through his eyes. And that eye was closed, and it seemed that he was as blind as Quan Yu. But the strength is really strong, the same very stable swordsmanship, but it gives Quan Yu a very large pressure. Haha, Mifune, my disciple has good sword skills, right? Tsunade laughed. Mifune, with a bandage on his head and some marks left on his face after being injured, dressed in casual clothes, looked at Quan Yu on the court and nodded slightly. Indeed, I can do this at this age. I can only say that I am worthy of the disciple of Tsunade-sama. Are you sure you know his age? He just graduated from the ninja school not long ago, and he is only 13 years old now, Tsunade said triumphantly. 13 years old? You are not kidding, Tsunade-sama, it doesn't look like 13 years old at all, and his strength. Mifune was shocked. Strength? Tsunade smiled at the corner of his mouth. Quan Yu, let Mifune-sama see your strength. Understand, breath of water waves. As Quan Yu's opponent, Chuasuk immediately felt that his opponent was different, not just breathing. The blade slashed across and Changsuk hurriedly avoided, but the knife slowed down in an instant and then slashed towards Changsuk again. Changsuk was shocked and raised his knife to block, but after Quan Yu collided, the water bounced off and slashed again. Just now, this young man was obviously not used to the warrior's way of fighting and had been imitating his style. I have to say that it was quite similar, but he didn't get the essence. But now it's different. It's obvious that the attack rhythm has changed, and even the strength and speed have become stronger. The variety of swordsmanship made Changsuk a little overwhelmed, and his style changed too quickly. Attacks that look like a stream of water are so continuous. Quan Yu was also surprised. Although he had been attacking and suppressed Changsuk on the surface, he had never broken through Changsuk's defense line. This shows how solid the opponent's swordsmanship is. Mifune looked at this scene in surprise. He couldn't imagine that Quan Yu's sword skills would be like this. Before, he had also seen that Quan Yu was just imitating Changsuk. This may be his understanding of sword art, and being able to do this step is obviously a certain achievement in sword art. Okay, let's try to get here, Mifune said. Quan Yu and Changsuk looked at each other and jumped away at the same time. Changji, go to rest. Quan Yu, come with me, Mifune said. Tsunade winked at Quan Yu, and Quan Yu immediately understood and quickly followed. Aksuk didn't say anything. Although he didn't use his full strength just now, Quan Yu's sword skills also surprised him. Master Mifune clearly saw that the young man's shortcomings obviously had to be guided by himself. After all, this kind of talent is rare, even though he is a ninja. Tsunade also smiled in his heart, and then it depends on how much Quan Yu can squeeze out. Mifune held a katana in his hand and then he waved it casually. The katana broke through the air but there was hardly any sound. "Do you understand?" Michuen asked, looking at Quan Yu. Of course Quan Yu knew that this was testing himself, so he thought about it. "Master Sanchuan, your sword has 3 characteristics, and I don't know if I'm right or not," Quan Yu said after being silent for a while. "Oh, it's interesting, tell me." Mifune is a little interested. 3 characteristics this young man really dares to say. "First, be steady, even if you swing the knife like this, there is no deviation in the final pause of the knife. This is one of the requirements for silently breaking the air," Quan Yu said. Sanchuan nodded and this discerning person could see it. "So second. Secondly, it's a little bit special, because the power of Mifune-sama swinging the sword is very concentrated, and it's in this position." Izumi pointed to a position on Mifune's katana. "Good observation, since you can see and understand, why didn't your swordsmanship incorporate this into it?" Mifune became more interested in Quan Yu. "You can see the characteristics of his force with just the swipe just now. This vision is quite good. Didn't I just know that it can be like this? I didn't pay attention before." After all, Quan Yu's swordsmanship is not guided by a famous master. The swordsmanship used by ninjas is different from the traditional ones. It is mainly for killing, and they are all studying how to explode and kill the enemy. Each samurai sword is different, but they all have the strongest burst point. Find that location and concentrate your strength so that you can be stronger. Understand? "Teached," Quan Yu said with a bow. "What about the third point?" Mifune was curious as to what Quan Yu could say. "The third point is the key to being silent, chakra. You put your own chakra into the knife, and chakra keeps the blade stable so that the knife will not shake the air during the swing," Quan Yu solemnly said. Quan Yu did not perceive chakra, but the blade did not vibrate, but Quan Yu had this idea. His knife is stable enough, but there will still be a sound of breaking through the air. "I don't know if I am right." Mifune's body shook. This young man's terrifying talent could actually see this with this knife. He believed that chakra had never leaked, otherwise it would be impossible to be silent. "You are right, this is a special practice of samurai, but chakra is not fundamental," Mifune shook his head and said. "The will is the most important thing. The will can stabilize your sword, but it is not easy to integrate the will into the sword. I just took a shortcut." Mifune's voice was a little low. "Will." Quan Yu only knew about spiritual power, but it was completely impossible to stabilize the blade with spiritual power. Besides, how the will of swordsmanship was written in the same way as the novels of the previous life, Quan Yu didn't understand. Legend samurai didn't have chakra in the past, but some strong men can wield sword aura. "Is this also related to will?" Quan Yu said curiously. Mifune glanced at Quan Yu. "Do you think there is no chakra? What is the sword energy that you wield?" Air," Quan Yu said uncertainly. Quan Yu knows that some people can use air as a vehicle for attack, just like Might Guy's Day Tiger. "Oh, you guessed it right," Mifune was surprised. Quan Yu touched his head. In fact, he was blind to the third point, but Quan Yu really couldn't think of other possibilities. "This was originally the secret of the samurai, but now that you understand it, I will tell you about it," Mifune said softly, with indescribable melancholy in his eyes. "Thank you, Miss Sanchuan," Quan Yu said excitedly. When the samurai did not learn chakra, the training of the samurai focused on integrating everything into the sword. This is actually a vague statement. To be more precise, it is to completely penetrate the samurai sword with one's own strength and will. When everything is melted into one, and then the sword is swung quickly, there will be no sound in the blade. And the most concentrated point on the samurai sword will press the air when swinging the sword and transmit the power through the air. This is the sword, the true face of anger. Quan Yu didn't expect that Sanchuan would explain to him in such detail. "Will master 3 boats?" Quan Yu asked. Mifune shook his head and then put the katana in its sheath. He squatted and put his hand on the samurai sword, and Quan Yu's eyes blurred, and a light blue sword energy flashed from his side. Boom. There was a sound from behind Quan Yu, and Quan Yu saw the samurai sword that Mifune had drawn. There was only a slight sound throughout the entire process. If it hadn't been for Quan Yu's 5 senses to become much stronger due to activation, otherwise he wouldn't be able to hear anything at all. Quan Yu turned around and looked around and saw that there were more sword marks on the wall behind him. The sword marks went deep into the wall, but the cut was very smooth. With such a terrifying speed of drawing the sword and such a strong sword aura, Quan Yu was in a cold sweat behind his back. "I can only use chakra to complete this kind of move, but it is not true sword aura. Although it is very convenient to use chakra, it also makes the samurai progress more slowly and loses the essence of swordsmanship." Click. Mifune retracted the katana into its sheath. Only then did Quan Yu wake up. Master Mifune means that chakra is obviously easier to use than to condense the power of the whole body as one. Quan Yu said thoughtfully. Yes, it's like you ninja practicing Chakra's control. But when the samurai uses sword skills, Chakra is more concentrated, and then you can burst out of sword aura. This is a shortcut, and today's samurai will basically learn in this direction. Mitsune is a little helpless, but this is a trend, and everyone wants stronger power. But this has also led to a long-time no-sword master who can directly burst out real sword energy by relying on sword skills. Master Mifune, I don't think this is the case. Chakra is not an obstacle to the growth of swordsmanship, but a kind of assistance. Quan Yu shook his head and said, 3 ships were taken aback. Chakra can also be counted as one of your own powers. You say that when a samurai who can wield sword aura out of thin air add chakra to his sword. How terrible you say it will be. Quan Yu solemnly said the scene was terrifying thinking about it. It was almost the ultimate sword aura enough to cut everything. It's not that the sword technique is not pure enough. It's that we haven't practiced enough to fully integrate all of our own into the sword. Where the heart is, the stone is open. Practicing sword is not only training the heart, the will is the sword, and everything is not cut. Quan Yu's words seemed to hit Mifune's heart directly. Practicing the sword is not only training the heart. Sanchuan's mouth kept chewing these words, his eyes a little lost. Ha, it seems that my heart is not strong enough, and my will is not strong enough to think that chakra is a hindrance to the practice of swordsmanship. I actually don't have a young man to understand. Mifune suddenly laughed. Quan Yu, you really are a genius. Mifune walked over and patted Quan Yu's shoulder and said, his eyes full of appreciation. Quan Yu was a little embarrassed. He seemed to flicker another person. This is the god blowing in the novels of the previous life, but it seems reasonable now. But thinking and accomplishing are 2 completely different concepts, and Quan Yu still needs to practice sword art honestly. However, your foundation is still very close. Now that you understand the use of sword energy, let's try it first. Mifune wanted to see what step Quan Yu could do now. Quan Yu nodded. He also understood the meaning of Sanchuan. He pulled out the broken water and then waved it a few times. This is the strongest point of force for finding the broken water. This is not difficult for Quan Yu. He quickly found it, in a position on the half of the knife. If you swing a knife in this place, your strength is the strongest. Then Quan Yu retracted the broken water into the sheath and pressed his hand on the handle of the knife. Quan Yu took a deep breath, and chakra in his body gradually calmed down. The strongest point, Quan Yu only had the strongest point on the broken water that he had just remembered in his mind. A drink! Quan Yu shouted, and the chakra in his body burst out instantly. Then from the lower abdomen along the meridian, rushed to the forearm, surging to the palm of the hand. And his hand is also pulling out of the water. This is the most suitable method for samurai to accumulate power. The water cut was quickly pulled out, but his chakra obviously couldn't keep up with the speed of drawing the knife. Swords screamed in the air, and then Quan Yu's chakra was thrown out, but it didn't take shape at all and didn't have any power. Quan Yu was a little embarrassed to touch his face. Ha, kid, you have to learn a lot. Mifune didn't care about Quan Yu's performance at all. Sword chi is not so easy to learn, even if it is used with chakra. The coordination of movements and the outbreak of chakra must be coordinated, and the condensing of chakra must be completed in an instant. Fortunately, Quan Yu didn't directly attach chakra to the knife, otherwise he would really be disappointed. Come, let me teach you that breathing also requires energy accumulation. It has an acceleration process. It does not explode directly like you. In terms of movement, don't look at me fast, but in fact it is also an acceleration process. Coordination must be practiced hard, don't pursue speed, must be slow. Mifune pulled out the katana and slowly demonstrated it to Izumi. Cut this damn ghost, whether Tsunade tightened his clothes tightly. The country of iron is too cold. Although Tsunade is not very afraid of the cold, he is obviously uncomfortable. I don't know if Quan Yu has learned anything. Tsunade glanced behind him. No matter what, wait a while and send him back. This period of time is enough for him to practice for a while, Tsunade muttered. It took me so long. 4 chapters in a row for recommendation. A drink. A faint sword aura flew from the broken water and then disappeared. Quan Yu stood up and wiped the sweat from his head. It's not easy. After so long of training, this is the result, Quan Yu thought. Yes, I learned quickly. The 3 ships next to him nodded and said. How did he know that this was the result of Quan Yu's use of shadow clone at night? Otherwise, let alone the sword aura, he couldn't get rid of anything. Fortunately, the guidance of Master Mifune is good, Quan Yu said flatly. Well, this is also the result of your hard work. The basics I can teach you are almost the same. Master Tsunade can't wait, I won't keep you. Mifune said with a smile. Thank you, Mifune-sama, for your guidance. I will work harder in the future. Quan Yu said seriously. During this period of time, San Chuan did not hide any private guidance, Quan Yu, and Quan Yu still distinguished good from bad. Remember, the will is the driving force for the advancement of swordsmanship, and I hope you can achieve something in the future. I will, Quan Yu said firmly. Come on, Tsunade took Shizune and stood in the wind and snow without looking back. Well, I have learned almost, Quan Yu said. Yes, Mifune often praises you in front of me. It seems that you are very popular with him. Tsunade looked back and smiled at Quan Yu. This is what Tsunade teacher taught well, Quan Yu said with a smile. Snapped. Tsunade appeared behind Quan Yu again and then used the old trick again and slapped Quan Yu on the head. Quan Yu didn't hide, she had long been used to it. I taught you what I know, you don't need to flatter your tongue and go. Shizune also chuckled lightly. As soon as Tsunade pushed Quan Yu, the three of them slowly disappeared into the wind and snow. By the sea, this is already Kuni. That's it, you should go back to Konoha. Tsunade suddenly turned to Quan Yu and said, Quan Yu was taken aback and I was going back now. I still have something to learn. My fairy skills, my 100 healings mark, although I'm not sure if I can learn it, let me try it anyway. Although Quan Yu knew he was going back sooner or later, it was impossible to follow Tsunade all the time. So fast, Quan Yu said unwillingly. What's so fast? You have learned enough now, go back and practice hard. Tsunade was dissatisfied. Well then, Quan Yu was a little lost. Go back and say hello to third generation, and the old man. Tsunade hesitated and said, I see, wait a minute, I seem to have forgotten something. Quan Yu ran away after speaking. Tsunade and Shizune were confused and forgot something to tell us to wait for you. It's not too late anyway. Tsunade and Shizune waited. After a while, Quan Yu ran over. Hey Quan Yu, why are you a shadow clone here? Tsunade saw Quan Yu as a shadow clone at a glance. The body is gone, he asked me to bring you a few words, Quan Yu of Shadow Clone said cautiously. Tell me. Why let Shadow Clone come? Tsunade had a bad feeling. Master third generation said, the ninja that I can't tell you, no matter where you are Konoha's ninja. The blue veins on Tsunade's forehead burst out, are there any more? Ontology says, Mr. Tsunade will marry a ninja who can see it in the future. See you Kanoha. Bang! Quan Yu's shadow clone was blasted into smoke by Tsunade. Shizune also snickered beside him. Tsunade suddenly turned his head and stared at Shizune. Shizune was suffocated immediately. No wonder Quan Yu used shadow clone, otherwise he really didn't know how to die. Tsunade's face turned dark. Quan Yu, you blind bee ****D, you will remember. In the distance, Quan Yu's body swiftly moved forward and a smile appeared on his face. Then move on. Uncle, what's the place ahead? Quan Yu politely asked an old man selling masks on the side of the road. Quan Yu has been on the road for several days, but he doesn't know where he is. The front is the border between the country of Poland and the country of fire, the old man said. The country of wave, I've gone too far. When I left, Quan Yu forgot to ask Tsunade how to return to Konoha. Fortunately, when the ninja school was in school, Quan Yu looked at the map of Ninja World and knew that by walking along the beach of Kuni, you would be able to reach the land of fire. At this time, I don't know if I missed it. Do you want to check it out? Quan Yu thought. Then Quan Yu looked at the mask sold by the old man. Old man, I want this mask, Quan Yu said, picking up a civet cat mask. On a lake, the battle has started for some time. Standing on the water without cutting, one hand is holding a wind magic shuriken, and the other hand is connected to a water polo, and Kakashi is trapped in the water polo. And without cutting the shuriken of the wind demon who had just jumped and escaped, but the smoke exploded, Naruto revealed his figure. He looked back at the sound without cutting, and his eyes suddenly widened. Transformation technique, this position not good. Kakashi and little Sakura showed surprise, only a smile appeared on the corner of Sasuke's mouth. It's here. Naruto watched as Kakashi was trapped in the water without cutting, and the kunai in his hand was thrown out, and the place where he aimed was the head without cutting. If you don't want to avoid it, you have to give up using the water prison. His hand is connected to the water jail and Kakashi is trapped in it. Giving up means Kakashi is free. When he no longer hesitated, Kuwu was already close. It must be avoided. The hand that didn't cut it was pulled out into the jail, but it seemed to be a bit late now. Kumo brushed his face, bringing out a trace of blood, and the water-style clone in front of him was also destroyed. Without cutting and turning around, his eyes were full of anger, the blue veins on his forehead jumped wildly, and the wind demon shuriken that had just been caught by him also quickly spun in his hand. You smelly kid. Naruto's body was still in the air and it was obvious that he couldn't hide from the wind demon's shuriken, but he didn't wait and threw it out. Blood splashed. It turned out that Kakashi blocked the spinning wind magic shuriken with his hands. Naruto also fell into the water. Miss Kakashi, little Sakura exclaimed in surprise. Naruto, it's a beautiful strategy. You guys have also improved, Kakashi said with satisfaction. Hey, the purpose of my shadow clone is not to hit and stop cutting, but to hide me who turned into a wind demon shuriken, Naruto said triumphantly. After a lot of talk, Kakashi jumped away at the same time as Zabujan. If I didn't cut it anymore, I was obviously a little impatient, so I started to use ninjutsu. And Kakashi actually made the same seal as Nubujin, and their movements were completely synchronized. After a long period of printing, in fact, it is only a few seconds. Water-style water dragon bomb technique. The water surface fluctuated, and the two water dragons rushed out beside the two of them, then bumped into each other and began to bite each other. Suddenly, waves on the water surface rushed Naruto and the others to the shore. The water dragon disappeared. Kakashi and No More Beheaded once again used the beheading knife to fight against Kunai. No one took advantage. If you don't cut it again, you obviously don't believe that Kakashi can copy his ninjutsu in time. And after jumping away, he starts to seal. But Kakashi is still imitating him, even speaking. If you don't feel surprised, the more Jiin is, the more panicked. Kakashi's actions were exactly the same as him. He actually saw his shadow behind Kakashi, and he didn't know if it was the effect of illusion. As a result, Kakashi used ninjutsu first. Water-style great waterfall technique. Kakashi's Sharingan spins at high speed. What? No longer was shocked. A stream of water revolved around Kakashi and quickly formed a water polo and then rushed towards No More. What? If you don't cut it, you will be pressed into the bottom of the water. The turbulent water rushed directly to the land and hit the trees. I don't know how far the impact was. If he hit a tree without cutting, he was obviously seriously injured, and a few kunai shots on the body without cutting, making him completely lose his ability to move. Just when Kakashi was ready to solve the problem again, blood splattered. Two Dao Kaienbin was directly inserted on the neck of No Slash, and he fell down immediately without slashing. Naruto was shocked. Really dead, the voice sounded. A ninja with a foggy ninja mask stood on the tree and watched the fallen ninja never cut. Kakashi was also surprised, but he was still going to check. Kakashi jumped off the tree, checked it before cutting it, and found that it seemed to be really dead. Deadly. Thank you really, I've been waiting for the opportunity to kill and never kill, the ninja bowed. This mask, you are the chasing ninja of Kiri Shinobu, right? Kakashi looked at the ninja and said. As expected, you know so much. Hahaha, I can't watch it anymore, you guys really know how to act. A somewhat hoarse laughter sounded, everyone suddenly became nervous. There are still people, Kakashi was shocked. The chasing ninja who was suspected of Kiranin also became nervous, he didn't want to change things now. Suddenly, a figure shot out from the woods and landed not far from Kakashi. Oh, a betrayal, a betrayed subordinate and a dying Kanoha Jonin, plus a few Genin's little ghosts. Is this a good harvest for me? A ninja wearing a mask, wearing a ninja suit and wearing a short sword wrapped in cloth behind him, appeared in front of everyone, and his mask also had the sign of Jiri Shinobi. People from Mizunin village, and what he said, Kakashi's heart was shaken, and then he looked at the ninja on the tree. Shoo. Tsuchimoto shoots at the ninja who just arrived. But immediately there was a stream of water spinning under his feet, wrapping him in it, and Kaienbin was washed away by the current, and then the current took Kaienbin and fell to the ground. So strong water-style control, he doesn't have Kakashi at all. Kakashi was shocked. It was absolutely not bad to be able to do this. Your Excellency, we don't want to intervene in the matter between the two, can you let us leave? Kakashi solemnly said, his body is indeed almost unable to hold on. Principal is not allowed, but who told me to have more important things, let's go, the new ninja said, looking at the ninja on the tree. Kakashi was taken aback, letting it go so easily, he looked at the white on the tree. You must know that Kakashi has a lot of rewards. Although the two parties are not hostile, the relationship is not good, let alone Kakashi's situation has been seen. Naruto, Sakura, Sasuke, let's take the client, Kakashi said directly without hesitation. Kakashi is old. Stop Naruto, let's go. Sasuke also pulled Naruto, who was a little unwilling. Then a few people left quickly. After Kakashi and the others left quickly, Izumi looked at Shiro on the tree, don't want to say something. Yes, this ninja is Quan Yu, he has been hiding for a long time. You're not a person from Mizunin, Shiro could not see the expression in the mask, but he could clearly feel the tension in his tone. I didn't say that I just put on a mask to disguise it, don't you too? Quan Yu didn't mind revealing himself at all. He took the water cut out from behind and slowly untied the cloth on it. Bai did not expect that he would admit it like this. What do you want to do? Bai knows that the other party absolutely knows who he is. Zhang, there is nothing else, just want you to follow me to do things, and the condition is that this guy's life is gone. Quan Yu pulled out the water and pointed at the one who fell on the ground. He is dead, Bai said lightly. Do you mind I cut twice, Quan Yu said maliciously. You, Bai moved his body. Don't move at this distance, I can kill him with one move, Quan Yu said lightly. Choose, I value you very much, Bing Yun Bai. Bai's body stiffened, how did he know my name? And ice escape. Bai suddenly felt that the person in front of him was full of mystery and he seemed to be completely seen through. Quan Yu really felt that Bai was very good and didn't want him to die like this, so he showed up. To be honest, if he doesn't cut his head, he really doesn't have much confidence, so he waited for this opportunity. Use water style to scare away Naruto and Kakashi and then threaten Bai without cutting. Even if I agree, you won't believe me, Bai took off his mask and said. A white and feminine face appeared in Quan Yu's eyes, but Quan Yu knew that Bai was a man. This was what he said in the original plot, but it is unclear whether it is specific or not. At this time, Bai felt that there was almost no need to hide. He, Quan Yu sneered and walked slowly without cutting. Shoo, the torrential rain of Kyanbin suddenly shot at Quan Yu, want to stop me. Water breaths. With a wave of Quan Yu's water cut, a water barrier appeared in front of him. Chimoto was completely blocked. Bai took this opportunity to quickly approach without cutting. What do you want to do? Just when Bai was about to touch no slash again, a short sword appeared on his neck. Once Bai's body stiffened, he dared not move anymore. Quan Yu swept his legs and kicked away the white who dared not resist. Despicable Bai stood up a little embarrassed. It's not that I'm despicable, this is for your own good, do you want to hear how this person treats you again? Quan Yu touched the Kyanbin who didn't cut his neck. Don't, Bai exclaimed. But Quan Yu didn't care at all and quickly pulled out Kyanbin with his technique. Just when Bai thought that Quan Yu was going to kill him again, a light green light appeared from Quan Yu's hand. Medical ninjutsu, Bai said in shock. Sure enough, after a while he woke up without cutting. Don't move, don't cut, mister, or my knife won't show mercy, Quan Yu said lightly, saying that the water cut in his hand was still moving around his neck. Who are you? If you don't cut it, you will find that it is wrong. Who is the guy with the mask of mist in front of him? And the knife in his hand also stabbed so that his neck pained no longer. You don't care who I am. Now I give you two choices. One, let Bai be loyal to me, and second, I will kill you first and then make Bai be loyal, Quan Yu said hoarsely. Haha, did you fancy my tools? No problem, Bai will be loyal to him from now on, is that okay? Don't Jian turned his face and glanced at Bai, then stared at Quan Yu and said relaxedly. Don't cut your lord again. Bai couldn't believe that if he didn't cut it, he just gave up like this. Yes, I this. Quan Yu wears a mask and can't see any expression, his voice is also disguised, and he can't hear any tone. Then he took out a pill from his body and threw it to Bai. Bai hesitated but still ate the pills. In order to let Quan Yu see clearly, he didn't cover up at all. After eating, he opened his mouth to signal that he was really eating. Haha, very good, mister, don't be happy to cooperate again. The broken water was turned in Quan Yu's hand and inserted into the sheath. Quan Yu slowly backed away. Bai came to don't cut in an instant, watching Quan Yu vigilantly. Haha, don't you feel after taking my pills? Quan Yu didn't care at all. Nojian stood up behind Bai and kicked Bai out. Bai didn't expect that he would do this again without cutting. He was not prepared at all, but even if he knew, he would not be prepared. I can go now, no longer said lightly. Yes, don't worry, I'm very trustworthy, Quan Yu said lightly. Do not cut back to retrieve his decapitation knife and then glanced at Bai. Bai, you know what to do. Bai felt a little dizzy when he stood up. Don't kill the lord again, I know. Then Bai suddenly fainted with a faint in his eyes. No longer saw Bai fainting and did not speak and then dragged his injured body away slowly. Quan Yu didn't go after him either, there was still use to keep him. Quan Yu slowly walked to Bai's face and straightened out his messy long hair. Poor man, if you didn't see it, the other party didn't care about you at all. Even if your conscience finds out at the end, what's the use? Follow me in the future. Quan Yu muttered to herself, then picked up Bai and left here in a flash. Without cutting away for a while, seeing that the other party did not catch up, a sneer appeared on his face. Want to be white dream? Then he looked around, made sure that no one was there, and slowly left with his injured body. Miss Kakashi, is the person behind him really from Kiranin village? Sasuke asked suspiciously. Lying on the bed, Kakashi's face was pale and his eyes were blank. How is it possible with such a botched disguise? How can I fail to see that the other party is not a real Mizunin? Kakashi felt helpless. Is he strong? Naruto was puzzled. I don't know whether it's strong or not, but dealing with you is probably like killing a chicken, Kakashi lay down and said. Miss Kakashi, we are also very strong. Little Sakura was a little dissatisfied. Strong, hee hee, you still don't understand what the meaning of the ninjutsu used by the other side to block the two senbins, Kakashi said while looking at the ceiling. Miss Kakashi, just talk about it, Naruto said excitedly. Sasuke explain, Kakashi said lazily. That's Muji ninjutsu. The opponent directly converts the water attribute chakra and then shapes it. It is an extremely high-end technique. That is to say, if the opponent takes the seal, I am afraid that it only takes 2 or 3 seals to use a very powerful ninjutsu technique. Sasuke thought for a while and said, understanding is not bad, but not enough, Kakashi said lightly. The other side looks like a short sword from the outside, and haven't you noticed that the ground on which he is standing is a bit sunken? It means that he has a load on his body. This is something that ninjas can only do. Moreover, the other party is very confident and did not remove the load in advance. You can think about the scene where the other party removed the load, pulled out the short sword, and then killed wildly. Kakashi said so much, obviously tired, and closed his eyes. Naruto sweats on his head. Kakashi fainted not long after he left, and if the other party didn't let them go, then they would have a dead end. Sasuke was also somewhat silent. I don't care, I'm going to practice, I must learn to tread water, I must become stronger, Naruto stared at Sasuke uncomfortably. Since Sasuke showed the treading water, he has been praised by Mr. Kakashi, and Naruto has been a little uncomfortable. Sasuke disdain, only he himself knows how much he has paid for this practice. Naruto, you'd better learn to climb trees first, don't go too far, little Sakura said aside, but his eyes were on Sasuke. Naruto watched the little Sakura staring at Sasuke with an idiotic look and finally broke out. Isn't it just treading water? I'll learn soon, little Sakura look at. You all give me out, haven't you seen any patience? Kakashi yelled. Once Naruto stiffened, he dared not speak. Then the 3 of them went out. Oh, it's not worrying. Kakashi lay down again. Who are you? He opened his eyes and looked hollowly at the ceiling. The flame was slowly burning and the 2 grilled fish were inserted aside. Now they are golden and crispy, exuding a seductive fragrance. Get up when you wake up, come and eat something. Quan Yu sat in front of the fire with his back to Bai. Ding! Thousands of books were shot on Quan Yu's body, making the sound of metal collision, and then they fell to the ground. I said, can you not be so unfriendly, the anesthesia effect hasn't been over yet. Quan Yu turned his head and found that Bai Zhang was facing his neck with Kulu. Buff, the blood was sprinkled on the ground immediately. Are you crazy? Quan Yu hurriedly rushed over. He originally wanted to cultivate his feelings, but he didn't expect Bai to commit suicide directly. Quan Yu watched silently 2 fish that were roasted into coke. My dinner. Bai quietly sat on the side of the fire, his neck was wrapped in a bandage. Why do you want to save me? Bai said, looking at this boy who was obviously not much older than him. It's not worth it to die, how good it is to live, don't want to die as Tenten. Quan Yu felt around her body and finally found 2 pieces of dry food. This is for you, forgot you can't eat it yet. Quan Yu took back the dry food that was handed out and then ate it on his own. I'm a tool for not cutting adults and I don't need them anymore, I can only terminate myself, Bai said lightly. What kind of tool? You are a human being, a living person, if you want to die so, then I will go and kill you again, Quan Yu said disdainfully. No, Bai exclaimed, immediately affecting the wound again. Okay, don't get excited, don't kill. Quan Yu had sealed Bai's acupuncture point long ago, otherwise he wanted to commit suicide. He won't live long anyways. What are you talking about? Bai's eyes widened, and blood was dripping out of the bandage on his neck. Quan Yu hurried over and used medical ninjutsu to help Bai stop the bleeding. The pale green light reflected on his pale face, making Quan Yu a little helpless. I will help him and let him survive, so that you can always follow me in exchange for you. This is Quan Yu's final compromise. If it weren't for it, Quan Yu wouldn't want to mention it at all. Yes, Bai said lightly. Why do you want me to follow you and you are Konoha's ninja? Quan Yu glanced at the forehead protector on Quan Yu's forehead. Now he knows why Quan Yu would let Kakashi and them go. Actually, I think it's a pity that a ninja like you is dead. It's better to follow me, at least I won't just abandon it casually, Quan Yu smiled. Bai looked at Quan Yu in the firelight mapping, feeling a little lost. One of his eyes was emitting a faint light which made Bai feel a little warm, in the thick fog, thinking of the harsh bird song. Kakashi released a dazzling electric light in his hand, staring closely at the torso and limbs that were restrained by his few ninja dogs on the opposite side. It seems that the victory or defeat is divided, but I don't know where Naruto and the others are. You have no chance. This substantive chakra can be seen with the naked eye. Unexpectedly, I still lost. Kakashi glanced at the mist behind him. Naruto and the others were there. There was a constant sound of weapon handover, and it was obvious that the fight had not ended. Hurry up. Kakashi didn't know and wouldn't cut down where so many wandering warriors had been found. The electric light in Kakashi's hand was even more dazzling, and there was also electric light around him. Then he rushed out quickly, aiming directly at the heart that was never cut again. And now you can't move at all without cutting it. Are you going to die? It's a bit sad if you don't cut it again. I don't know if it's dead in vain. If it's dead, then I will accompany you. At the last moment, no longer thought of bye. Call out. Kakashi was shocked and a handful of kunai nails flew out in front of him, and above. Boom. Kakashi flew out of the smoke embarrassedly and the electric light in his hand also dissipated. Who is it? No longer was shocked. A few thousand books suddenly shot, and they were inserted into the ninja dog who was restrained and never cut. The ninja dog suddenly disappeared into smoke. Ding ding ding. Without cutting, he knelt down on the ground, looking at Kaienbin falling on the ground, a little lost. White. Can you give me a face, save him a life, the hoarse voice thought. The masked Izumi appeared not far from Kakashi. It's you. You are here again, and if you don't die before you die, I am a little skeptical. It seems that you have something to do with you, Kakashi said, squatting and Sharingan in his left eye turned. He was not injured lightly, and the person in front of him didn't know whether it was an enemy or a friend. Don't say that, it's just a deal. I want to exchange his life for an important thing, Quan Yu said hoarsely. If you don't cut your lord, are you okay? Bai, wearing a mask, appeared next to him and wanted to help the others. Go away, don't cut away Bai's hand again. Why didn't you die? You should understand what I said before, no longer said coldly. Mr. Cut again, I won't treat you as if I didn't hear you, Quan Yu turned his head and said indifferently. Good chance. Sharingan and Kakashi's eyes turned quickly and rushed towards Quan Yu directly. Ding. Kakashi looked at a bandaged hand in shock, and directly grabbed the kuna that he stabbed. I didn't mean anything, Mr. Kakashi, please don't act aggressively, Izumi said, turning his head to look at Kakashi. Izumi Umatsu came to Kunai and Kakashi jumped away. Is there anything in his hand, Kakashi thought. His suffering did not actually penetrate. I won't let go or cut it again, he is too dangerous, Kakashi said solemnly. That's it. After Quan Yu finished speaking, he walked slowly without cutting. It seems that you really value Bai, you will come to rescue me, no longer looked at Quan Yu who came over with a cruel smile. Although he was injured and unable to move, his tone was still that bad. Yeah, I value him very much, but... Brush. Both arms wore blood and flung away. White's mask was also splashed with blood and his body was also stiff. My hand. No longer cried out in pain, not only physical pain, but also the extreme irritation of losing his arm. Kakashi's eyes narrowed. Then Quan Yu, who didn't have any blood in his hand, made a few clicks on the severed arm that would not be cut anymore. The blood that didn't cut it stopped immediately. Don't cut the Lord again, Bai exclaimed. You are really annoying, I can save your life, but I didn't want you to leave like this, Quan Yu said coldly. Medical ninjutsu? That technique is obviously medical ninjutsu. Kakashi can't understand it all now, physique, water-style ninjutsu, medical ninjutsu, all of them are not bad. Who on earth is this? Never heard of such a character in the shinobi world. Mr. Kakashi, this is all right, Quan Yu didn't care about the whiteness of the bandage. Instead, he turned to Kakashi and said. The white mist began to slowly dissipate and the sun slowly emerged. Kakashi looked at Izumi, who was wearing a mask on the opposite side with solemn eyes. He was a cruel fellow, but he didn't know what to say. As far as the current situation is concerned, the other party has already shown a lot of face. White, go and deal with it over there. Mr. Kakashi feels that our sincerity is not enough. Yes, Bai hesitated but got up. Bai took kunai and then rushed out. Shiro's figure constantly shuttled through the crowd, and Senbin also kept shooting out, constantly harvesting the wandering warriors who fought with Naruto and the others. Don't cut anymore, what are you doing? Let your subordinates stop, Cardo yelled frantically. He was very angry now, and he was already very upset if he didn't ask him to send someone to help him contain it before. Unexpectedly, the subordinates who did not cut would actually attack his people. It's noisy, kill him, Quan Yu frowned. Clear. After several thousand shots, Cardo also wanted to hide, but was immediately pierced by Kaienbin and fell to the ground. Those wandering ninjas saw the death of their employers, but they were also taken aback and they immediately disappeared. Naruto and Sasuke, as well as little Sakura, looked at this scene in a daze. But when they saw Quan Yu wearing a mask, his body suddenly tightened. They still remember how terrifying this person Kakashi told them, so they went around and ran behind Kakashi. Miss Kakashi. Don't talk, Sasuke hurriedly pulled Naruto. He clearly noticed that the atmosphere was not right. After dealing with the wandering warriors, Bai came back to wrap it up again. Mr. Kakashi, my sincerity is enough. Your mission is completed. I will help you deal with it if you don't cut it, Quan Yu said lightly. Yes, our mission is completed. There is indeed no need to stay, Naruto. Let's go. Kakashi closed the kana in his hands. But Kakashi pressed Naruto in one hand and then looked back at Izumi. I don't know what your name is, can you tell me? You can call me Mr. Good Man, Quan Yu said solemnly. Kakashi was taken aback. What the hell was this name? Puff puff puff. Ha ha ha, how can one say that he is a good person? Naruto couldn't help it immediately. Kids, you are really cute. Do you want me to be a good person and give you a ride? Quan Yu stared at Naruto and said without any tone. Naruto. Kakashi immediately stopped in front of Naruto. Sorry sir, the child is ignorant. Kakashi knows that some ninjas kill people all the year round, so they have some quirks. Once they are stimulated, they will shoot immediately. Naruto was also nervous. He didn't expect the consequences would be so serious. Forget it, I still have something to do. I'm not in the mood to care about it. Bye, let's go. Quan Yu appeared on the railing of the bridge as soon as his body flashed, and then jumped straight down. After Bai retrieved the decapitated broadsword, he carried it on his back and didn't cut it again. He made a mark in his hand, and a gust of wind began to revolve around him. The two also disappeared instantly. Huh, finally gone, Kakashi breathed a sigh of relief. Naruto, look at you, you almost offended others, little Sakura said immediately, poking Naruto's head. Got it, Naruto was frustrated. Okay, the task has been completed, let's get to the village for a while, cough cough. Kakashi covered his mouth and coughed twice. Miss Kakashi, are you okay? Little Sakura asked nervously. It's okay, Chakra consumes too much, let's go. When a few people left, Sasuke looked back at the place where Quan Yu stood just now. One day, I will become such a strong man and then I will find you. Okay, let's say goodbye to him right here. Quan Yu stopped, turning his head to look at the white behind his back without cutting. Why are you going to kill me, hahaha? You have only been educated so obediently in such a short time. Is it very powerful? No longer, Zhan Quang said with a smile. He who lost his hand also lost the meaning of surviving, so Isshin begged to die. Bai silently put it down and didn't cut it again, put the decapitating knife beside him, then took off the mask and stood silently watching it won't cut it again. Hee, I wouldn't save you if it wasn't for whiteness, Quan Yu sneered. Why didn't you think of revenge, or snatching white back from me, coward? It's ridiculous that someone who has no hands will become a coward if he doesn't cut it anymore. Quan Yu watched as he suddenly became a little silent, and continued to say without cutting. You are the winner, it doesn't matter how you say it, no longer said lightly. Bang. Quan Yu stepped forward and hit the face without cutting with a punch. Don't cut your lord again, Bai exclaimed and quickly helped him to stop cutting. My lord, please don't hurt my lord again, his injury is very serious, Bai said nervously, his eyes full of worries about not cutting again. You are a heartless person. Bai has committed suicide once before. Fortunately, I can medical ninjutsu. If I didn't say that I could save you once, Bai would not. Quan Yu was a little excited. Sir, don't say anything, White Hit snapped. Haha kid, you don't have to pretend anymore, don't cut, and said while looking at Quan Yu. Oh, I can see it. Quan Yu knew his mood swings and was found to be abnormal when he was not cut. A mature ninja wouldn't say this, no longer sneered. Really? Anyway, I don't think being a ninja has to obliterate emotions. Quan Yu's voice changed to the original voice. You are still too young, but it is already very good to have this strength. I hope you will not die because of this. No longer looked at Quan Yu quietly. Of course not, because I am strong enough, Quan Yu said seriously. Very well, you are very confident. Bai did not follow the wrong person. Now that the matter has been clearly stated, can I go now? No longer said blankly, don't cut your wounds again. Yes, you can go anytime, Quan Yu said lightly. Without cutting a look at Quan Yu, he struggled to stand up. Bai, I want you to kill him now, will you obey the order? Bai was startled, I see. After saying that without cutting, he took a deep look at the white and then turned around. Your knife, Bai was a little dazed. Leave it to you, I don't have any hands, it's a waste to me, White, live with him. Don't cut his head, and glanced at Bai, then said softly. After speaking, he walked forward without looking back. His back staggered a bit, but it was very relaxed, and his back was also straight, as if he had returned to his peak moment. Don't cut your lord again. One drop or two, constant tears fell on Bai's face. At this moment, Quan Yu really looked squarely at him and didn't cut it. Perhaps this is the real him, not the murderous machine that wiped out his emotions in the blood mist. After waiting for a while, Quan Yu stepped forward and patted Bai's shoulder lightly. Let's go too, he will be fine. No matter how he doesn't cut it, he is still a ninja with chakra. Although he has lost his hands, he still has certain strength. As long as he hides and raises for a period of time, after he has taken care of the injury, he will not die so easily unless. Not good, Quan Yu's eyes widened and he thought of a possibility, so he rushed out quickly.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500 plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.